Section 0 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. An outline narrative, tracing briefly the causes, connections, and consequences of the great events, from Charlemagne to Frederick Barbarossa. Charles F. Horne. The 3 centuries which follow the downfall of the empire of Charlemagne laid the foundations of modern Europe, and made of it a world wholly different, politically, socially, and religiously, from that which had preceded it. In the careers of Greece and Rome, we saw exemplified the results of 2 sharply opposing tendencies of the Aryan mind, the one toward individualism and separation, the other toward self-subordination and union. In the time of Charlemagne's splendid successes, it appeared settled that the second of these tendencies was to guide the Teutonic Aryans, that the Europe of the future was to be a single empire, ever pushing out its borders as Rome had done, ever subduing its weaker neighbors, until the Teutonic peace should be substituted for the shattered Roman peace. Soldiers should be needed only for the duties of police, and whole civilized world again obey the rule of a single man. Instead of this, the race had since followed a destiny of separation. Europe is divided into many countries, each of them a vast camp bristling with armies and arsenals. Civilization has continued hag-ridden by war even to our own day, and during at least 700 of the years that followed Charlemagne, mankind made no greater progress in the arts and sciences than the ancients had sometimes achieved in a single century. We do indeed believe that at last we have entered on an age of rapid advance, that individualism has justified itself. The wider personal liberty of today is worth all that the race has suffered for it. Yet the retardation of well nigh 1,000 years has surely been a giant price to pay. This mighty change in the course of Teutonic destiny, this breakdown of the Frankish Empire, was wrought by 2 destroying forces, one from within and one from without. From within came the insubordination, the still savage love of combat, the natural turbulence of the race. It is conceivable that had Charlemagne been followed on the throne by a son, and then a grandson as mighty as he and his immediate ancestors, the course of the whole broad earth would have been altered. The Franks would have grown accustomed to obey. Further conquest abroad would have ensured peace at home. The imperial power would have become strong as in Roman days, when the most feeble emperors could not be shaken. But the descendants of Charlemagne sank into a decline. He himself had directed the fighting energy of the Franks against foreign enemies. His son and successor had no taste for war, and so allowed his idle subjects time to quarrel with him and with one another. The next generation, under the grandsons of Charlemagne, devoted their entire lives to repeated and furious civil wars, in which the empire fell apart. The flower of the Frankish race perished, and the strength of its dominion was sapped to nothingness. There were 3 of these grandsons, and when their struggle had left them thoroughly exhausted, they divided the empire into 3. Their Treaty of Verdun of 843 is often quoted as beginning the modern kingdoms of Germany, France, and Italy. The division was in some sense a natural one, emphasized by differences of language and of race. Italy was peopled by descendants of the ancient Italians, with a thin intermingling of Goths and Lombards. France held half-Romanized Gauls, with a very considerable percentage of the Frankish blood, while Germany was far more barbaric than the other regions. Its people, whether Frank or Saxon, were all pure Teuton, and still spoke in their Teutonic or German tongue. The Franks themselves, however, did not regard this as a breaking of their empire. They looked on it as merely a family affair, an arrangement made for the convenience of government among the descendants of the great Charles. So firm had been that mighty hero's grasp upon the national imagination that the Franks accepted as matter of course that his family should bear rule, and rallied round the various worthless members of it with rather pathetic loyalty, fighting for them, one against the other, reuniting and redividing the various fragments of the empire until the feeble Carlovingian race died out completely. It is thus evident that there was a strong tendency toward union among the Franks, but there was also an outside influence to disrupt their empire. Charlemagne had not carried far enough their career of conquest. He subdued the Teutons within the limits of Germany, but he did not reach their weaker Scandinavian brethren to the north, the Danes and Norsemen. He chastised the Avars, a vague, non-Aryan people east of Germany, but he cannot make provisions against future Asiatic swarms. He humbled the Arabs in Spain, but he did not break their African dominion. From all these sources, as the Franks grew weaker instead of stronger, their lands became exposed to new invasion. Let us take a moment to trace the fortunes of these outside races, though the main destiny of the future still lay within Teutonic Europe. And speaking of the followers of Mahomet, we might perhaps, at this period, better drop the term Arabs and call them Saracens. They were thus known to the Christians, and their conquests had drawn in their train so many other peoples that, in truth, there was little pure Arab blood left among them. The Saracens, then, had begun to lose somewhat of their intense fanaticism. Feuds broke out among them. Different chiefs established different kingdoms or caliphates, whose dominion became political rather than religious. Spain had one ruler, Egypt another, Asia a third. In the 11th century, an army of Saracens invaded India and added that strange and ancient land to their domain. Europe they had failed to conquer, but their fleets commanded the Mediterranean. They held all its islands, Sicily, Crete, Sardinia, and Corsica. They plundered the coast towns of France and Italy. There was a Saracenic ravaging of Rome. On the whole, however, the wave of Mahometan conquest receded. In Spain, the remnants of the Christian population, Visigoths, Romans, and still older peoples pressed their way down from their old-time secret mountain retreats and began driving the Saracens southward. The decaying Roman Empire of the East still resisted the Mahometan attack. Constantinople remained a splendid city, type and picture of what the ancient world had been. While the Saracens were thus laying waste the Frankish Empire along its Mediterranean coasts, a more dangerous enemy was assailing it from the east. Toward the end of the 9th century, the Magyars, an Asiatic Turanian people, burst on Europe, as the Huns had done 5 centuries before. Indeed, the Christians called these later comers Huns also, and told of them the same extravagant tales of terror. The land which the Magyars settled was called Hungary. They dwell there and possess it even to this day. The only instance of a Turanian people having permanently established themselves in an Aryan continent and at the expense of Aryan neighbors. From Hungary, the Magyars soon advanced to the German borderline and made fierce plundering inroads upon the more civilized regions beyond. They came on horseback, so that the slower Teutons could never gather quickly enough to resist them. The marauding parties, as they learned the wealth and weakness of this new land, grew bigger, until at length they were armies, and defeated the German Franks in pitched battles, and spread desolation through all the country. They returned now every year. Their ravages extended even to the Rhine and to the ancient Gallic land beyond. The Frankish Empire seemed doomed to reenact, in a smaller, far more savage way, the fate of Rome. Yet more widespread in destruction, more important in result than the raids of either Saracens or Magyars, were those of the Scandinavians or Northmen. These, the latest, and perhaps therefore the finest flower of the Teutonic stock, are closer to us, and hence better known than the early Goths or Franks. Shut off in their cold northern peninsulas and islands, they had grown more slowly, it may be, than their southern brethren. Now they burst suddenly on the world with spectacular dramatic effect, wild, fierce, and splendid conquerors, as keen of intellect and quick of wit as they were strong of arm and daring of adventure. We see them first as sea robbers, pirates, venturing even in Charlemagne's time to plunder the German and French coasts. One tribe of them, the Danes, had already been harrying England and Ireland. Only Alfred, by heroic exertions, saved a fragment of his kingdom from them. Later, under Canute, they become its kings. The Northmen penetrate Russia and appear as rulers of the strange Slavic tribes there. They settle in Iceland, Greenland, and even distant and unknown America. Meanwhile, after Charlemagne's death, they become a main factor in the downfall of his empire. Year after year, their little ships plunder the undefended French coast until it is abandoned to them and becomes a desert. They build winter camps at the river mouths so that in the spring they need lose less time and can hurry inland after their retreating prey. Sudden in attack, strong in defense, they venture hundreds of miles up the winding waterways. Paris is twice attacked by them and must fight for life. They penetrate so far up the Loire as to burn Orleans. It was under stress of all these assaults that the Franks, grown too feeble to defend themselves, as Charlemagne would have done by marching out and pursuing the invaders to their own homes, develop instead a system of defense which made the Middle Ages what they were. All central authority seemed lost. Each little community was left to defend itself as best it might. So the local chieftain built himself a rude fortress, which in time became a towered castle, and thither the people fled in time of danger. Each man looked up to and swore faith to this his own chief, his immediate protector, and took little thought of a distant and feeble king or emperor. Occasionally, of course, a stronger lord or king bestirred himself and demanded homage of these various petty chieftains. They gave him such service as they wished or as they must. This was the feudal system. The inclination of each lesser lord was obviously to assert as much independence as he could. He naturally objected to paying money or service without benefit received, and he could see no good that this overlord did for him or for his district. It seemed likely at this time that instead of being divided into 3 kingdoms, the Frankish Empire would split into thousands of little castled states. That is, it seemed so, after the various marauding nations were disposed of. The Northmen were pacified by presenting them outright with the coastlands they had most harried. Their great leader, Rolf, accepted the territory with some vague and ill-kept promise of vassalage to the French king, and with a very firmly held determination that he would let no pirates ravage his land or cross it to reach others. So, the French coast became Normandy, and the Northmen learned the tongue and manners of their new home, and softened their harsh name to Norman, even as they softened their harsh ways, and rapidly became the most able and most cultured of Frenchmen. As for the Saracens, being unprogressive and no longer enthusiastic, they grew ever feebler, while the Italian cities, being Arian and left to themselves, grew strong. At length, their fleets met those of the Saracens on equal terms and defeated them, and gradually wrested from them the control of the Mediterranean. Invaders were thus everywhere met as they came locally. There was no general gathering of the Frankish forces against them. The repulse of the Huns proved the hardest matter of all. Fortunately for the Germans, their line of Carlovingian emperors died out, so the various dukes and counts, practically each an independent sovereign, met and elected a king from among themselves, not really to rule them, but to enable them to unite against the Huns. After their first elected king had been soundly beaten by one of his dukes, he died, and in their next choice they had the luck to light upon a leader really great, Henry the Fowler, more honorably known as Henry the City Builder, taught them how to defeat their foe. Much to the disgust of his simple and war-hardened comrades, he first sent to the Hungarians and purchased peace and paid them tribute. Having thus secured a temporary respite, Henry encouraged and aided his people in building walled cities all along the frontier. He also planned to meet the invaders on equal terms by training his warriors to fight on horseback. He instituted tournaments and created an order of knighthood, and is thus generally regarded as the founder of chivalry, that fairest fruit of medieval times, which did so much to preserve honor and tenderness and respect for womankind. When he felt all prepared, Henry deliberately defied and insulted the Hungarians, and so provoked from them a combined national invasion, which he met and completely overthrew in the Battle of Merseburg, 933. A generation later, the Huns felt themselves strong enough to try again, but Henry's son, Otto the Great, repeated that chastisement. He then formed a boundary colony, or East Mark, from which sprang Austria, and this border kingdom was able to keep the weakened Huns in check. At the same time, there was growing up in Russia a Slavic civilization, which received Christianity from the south as it had received Teutonic dominion from the north, and so developed along very similar lines to Western Europe. The Russian states served as a barrier against later Asiatic hordes, and this, combined with the civilizing of the last remnants of the Scandinavians in the north and the fading of Saracenic power in the south, left the tottering civilization of the West free from further barbarian invasion. We shall find destruction threatened again in later ages by Tatar and by Turk, but the intruders never reached beyond the frontier. The Teutons and the half-Romanized ancients, with whom they had assimilated, were left to work out their own problems. All the ingredients, even to the last, the Northmen, had been poured into the cauldron. There remains to see what the intermingling has brought forth. We have here, then, somewhere about the middle of the 10th century, a date which may be regarded as marking a distinctly new era. The ceaseless work of social organization and improvement, which seems so strong an instinct of the Aryan mind, has been recommenced again and again from under repeated deluges of barbarism. Today, for nearly 1,000 years, it has progressed uninterrupted, except by disturbances from within. Nor does it appear possible, with our present knowledge of science and of the remoter corners of the globe, that our civilization will ever again be even menaced by the other races. Chronologists frequently adopt as a convenient starting point for this modern development the year 962, in which Otto the Great, conqueror of the Huns, felt himself strongly enough to march a German army to Rome, and assume there the title of emperor, which had been long in abeyance. To be sure, there was still an emperor of the East in Constantinople, but nobody thought of him. And to be sure, the power of Otto and the later emperors was purely German, with scarce a pretense of extending beyond their own country and sometimes Italy. Yet here was at least one restored influence that made toward unity, and by its own devious and erratic ways toward peace. It must not be supposed, of course, that there was no more war, but as it became a private affair between relatives, or at least acquaintances, its ravages were greatly reduced. It was accepted as the pastime of gentlemen, the sport of kings, and though we may quote the phrases today with kindling sarcasm, yet they open a very different vision from that of the older inroads by unknown hordes, frenzied with the passion and the purpose of the brute. The usefulness of the common people was recognized, and they were allowed to continue to live and cultivate the ground, while all the great dukes and even the lesser nobles, having secured as many castles as possible, entrenched themselves in their strongholds and defied all comers. They asserted their right of private war and attacked each other upon every conceivable provocation, whether it were the disputed succession to some vast estate or the ravage spread by a reckless cow in a foreign field. Indeed, it is not always to distinguish these private wars from mere robberies or plundering expeditions, and it is not probable that the wild barons exercised any very delicate discrimination. Even Otto the Great had little real influence or authority over such lords as these. His immediate successors found themselves with even less. In short, it was the golden age of feudalism, of the individual feudal lords. In Italy there was no central authority whatever, nor among the little Christian states gradually arising in Spain. In France and England, the title of king was but a name. France was really composed of a dozen or more independent counties and dukedoms. For a while its lords elected a king, as the Germans did, and gradually the title became hereditary in the Capet family, the Counts of Paris, who had fought most valiantly against the Northmen. But the entire power of these so-called kings lay in their own estates, in the fact that they were Counts of Paris, and by marriage or by force were slowly adding new possessions to their old. Any other noble might have been equally fortunate in his investments, and wrested from them their purely honorary title. In fact, there was more than once a king of Aquitaine. Yet in 1066, William the Conqueror was able to form, for a moment, a strong and centralized monarchy in England. With him we reach the period of the Second Northman, or now Norman, outbreak. The marauders had grown polished, but not peaceful, in their French home. They had become more numerous and more restless, until we find them again taking to their ships and seeking newer lands to master. Only they go now as a civilizing as well as a devastating influence. Most famed of their undertakings, of course, was William's conquest of England. But we find them also sailing along the Spanish coast, entering the Mediterranean, seizing the Balearic Isles, making out of Sicily and most of southern Italy a kingdom which lasted until 1860, and finally ravaging the Eastern Empire and entering Constantinople itself. Last and mightiest of the wandering graces, they accomplished what all their predecessors had failed to do. In England, William, with the shrewdness of his race, recognized the tendencies of the age and erected a state so planned that there could be no question as to who was master. He gave fiefs liberally to his followers, but he took care that the gifts should be in small and scattered parcels. No one man controlled any region sufficiently extensive to give him the faintest chance of defying the king. William had the famous Domesday Book compiled, that he might know just what every freeman in his dominions owned, and for what he could be held accountable. The England of the later days of the Conqueror seemed far advanced upon our modern ways. But what can one man, however able and advanced, do against the current of his age? History shows us constantly that the great reformers have been those who felt and followed the general feeling of their times, who became mouthpieces for the great mass of thought and effort behind them, not those who struggled against the tide. William's successors failed to comprehend what he had done or why. By the time of Stephen, 1135, we find the barons of England well nigh as powerful as those of other lands. A civil war arises, in which Stephen and his rival Matilda are scarce more than pawns upon the board. The lords shift sides at will, retreat to safety in their strong castles, plunder the common folk, and make private war quite as they please. If any sage before the reign of the Emperor Barbarossa, that is, before the middle of the 12th century, had studied to predict the course of society, he would probably have said that the empire was wholly destroyed, and that the principle of separation was becoming ever more insistent, that even kings were mere fading relics of the past, and that the future world would soon see every lordship as independent state. Amid all this turmoil of the upper classes, one would like to know what was the condition, what the lives of the common people. Unfortunately, the data are very slight. We see dimly the peasant staring from his field as the armed knights ride by. We see him fleeing to the shelter of the forests before more savage bandits. We see the people of the cities drawing together, building walls around their towns, and defying in their turn their so-called overlords. We see Henry, the city builder, thus become champion of the lower classes, despite the strenuous warning of his conservative and not wholly disinterested barons. We see shadowy troops of armed merchants drift along the unsafe roads. And most interesting perhaps of all, we see one Arnold of Brescia, an Italian monk, advocating a democracy, actually urging a return to what he supposed early Rome to have been, a government by the masses. Arnold, too, you will see, was in advance of his time. He was executed by the advice of even so good and wise a man as St. Bernard. But the principle of modern life was there. The germ seems to have been planted. These humble people of the cities, citizens, grew to be rulers of the world. There was a revival, too, of learning in this quieter age. Schools and universities became clearly visible. Abelard teaches at the great University of Paris, lectures to 40,000 students, if one chooses to believe in such carrying power of his voice, of such radiating power of his influence at second hand through those who heard. The arts spring up. Great cathedrals are begun, the wonder and despair of even 20th century resources. Royal ladies work on tapestries, queer things in their way, but certainly not barbaric. Musical notation is improved. Manuscripts are gorgeously illumined. Paintings and mosaics, though of the crudest, reappear on long barren walls. Civilization begins to advance with increasing stride. Of all the influences that, through these wandering and desolate ages, had sustained humanity and helped it onward, the mightiest has been left to speak of last. It was Christianity, a Christianity which had by now taken definite form as the Roman Catholic Church, strongest of all the institutions bequeathed by the ancient empire to her conquerors was this church. Indeed, it has been said that Rome had influenced Christianity quite as much as Christianity did Rome. The legal-minded Romans insisted on the laying out of exact doctrines and creeds, on the building of a definite organization, a priesthood, a hierarchy. They lent the weight of law to what had been but individual belief and impulse. Thus, the church grew hard and strong. In the same manner that the early emperors had ordered the persecution of Christianity, so the later ones ordered the persecution of heathendom. Nor had the church grown civilized or Christian enough to oppose this method of conversion. Luckily for all parties, however, the heathen were scarce sufficiently enthusiastic to insist on martyrdom, and so the persecuting spirit which man ultimately imparted to even the purest of religions remained latent. With the downfall of Rome, there came another interval in which the church was weak, and was trampled on by barbarians, and was heroic. Then the bishops of Rome joined forces with Pepin and Charlemagne. Christianity became physically powerful again. The Saxons were converted by the sword, so also in Henry the Fowler's time were the Slavic Wends. These Roman bishops or popes were accepted unquestioned throughout Western Europe as the leaders of a militant Christianity, a position never after denied them until the 16th century. In the East, however, the bishops of Constantinople insisted on an equal, if not higher, authority, and so the two churches broke apart. In the West, Christianity undoubtedly did great good. Its teachings, though applied by often fallible instruments and in blundering ways, yet never completely lost sight of their own higher meanings of mercy and peace. From the Abbey of Cluny originated that quaint medieval idea of the truce of God, by which nobles were very widely persuaded to restrict their private wars to the middle of the week, and reserve at least Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as days of brotherly love and religious devotion. The Church also, from the very early days, founded monasteries, wherein learning and the knowledge of the past were kept alive, where pity continued to exist, where the oppressed found refuge. It is from these monasteries that all the arts and scholarship of the 11th century begin dimly to emerge. Moreover, the fact that the Teutons were all of a common religion undoubtedly held them much closer together, made them more merciful among themselves, more nearly a unit against the outside world. Perhaps in this respect, more important even than the religion was the Church. That is, the hierarchy, the vast army of monks and priests, abbots and bishops, spread all over kingdoms, yet looking always toward Rome. Here, at least, was one common center for Western civilization, one mighty influence that all men acknowledged, that all, to some faint extent, obeyed. The power thus concentrating in the Roman papacy made the office one to attract eager ambition. It has a political history of its own. At first, the Christian populace that continued to dwell in Rome, despite the repeated spoliations, elected from among themselves their own pope or bishop, regarding him not only as their spiritual guide, but as their earthly leader and protector also. Naturally, in their distress, they chose the very ablest man they could, their wisest and their noblest. It was no pleasant task being pope in those dark days, and sometimes the bravest shrank from the position. But centuries of war and self-defense developed a Roman populace more fierce and savage and degenerate, while the growing importance of their pope, beyond the city's walls, brought wealth and splendor to his office. The result was that some very unsaintly popes were elected, amid unseemly squabbles. The conditions surrounding the high office became so bad that they were felt as a disgrace throughout all Christendom. And in 1046, the German Emperor Henry III took upon himself to depose 3 fiercely contending Romans, each claiming to be pope. He appointed in their stead a candidate of his own, not a dweller in the city at all, but a German. Henry, therefore, must have considered the duties of the Pope as Bishop of the Romans to be far less important than his duties as head of the Church outside of Rome. So necessary had this interference by the Emperor become that it was everywhere approved. Yet, as he continued to appoint Pope after Pope, churchmen realized that in the hands of an evil emperor, this method of securing their head might prove quite as dangerous and unsatisfactory as the former one. So the Church took the matter in hand and declared that a conclave of its own highest officials should therefore choose the man who was to lead them. Under this surely more suitable arrangement, the papal office rose at once in dignity. It was held for a time by true leaders, earnest prelates of the highest worth and ability. We have said that the rank of the Bishop of Rome as head of the Church had never been seriously questioned among the Teutons, but now the popes asserted a political authority as well. They regarded themselves, theoretically, as supreme heads of the entire Christian world. They claimed, and even partly exercised, the right to create and depose kings and emperors. To such a supremacy as this, however, the Teutons were still too rude and warlike to submit. Much is made of the fact that the Emperor Henry IV was compelled to come as a suppliant to Pope Gregory at Canossa in 1077. But this submission was only forced on him by quarrels with his barons, who welcomed the Pope as a chance ally. It proved the power of feudalism rather than that of religion. Still, we may trace here the beginnings of a later day when spirit was really to dominate bodily force, when ideas should prove stronger than swords. Under these aroused and able popes, the Western world was stirred to the first widespread religious enthusiasm since the ancient days of persecution. Jerusalem, long in the hands of a tolerant sect of Saracens who welcomed the coming of Christian worshippers as a source of revenue, were captured in 1075 by another, more fanatic Mohammedan sect, and word came back to Europe that pilgrimage was stopped. The Crusades followed. A great mass of warriors from every nation of the West, men who certainly had never intended to go on pilgrimage themselves, were roused to what seems a somewhat perverse anger of religious devotion. Under the lead of Godfrey of Bouillon, they marched eastward, saw the wonders of Constantinople, marvelous indeed to their ruder eyes, defeated the sultans of Asia Minor and of Antioch, and ended by storming Jerusalem and erecting there a Christian kingdom where Mohammedanism had ruled for nearly 500 years. Of course, a great flow of pilgrims followed them. Religious orders of knighthood were formed to help defend the shrine of Christ and to extend Christian conquest farther through the surrounding regions. Travel began again. Europe, after having forgotten Asia for 7 centuries, was introduced once more to its languor, its splendor, and its vices. The Aryan peoples had at last filled full their little world of Western Europe. They had reached among themselves a state of law and union, confused and weak perhaps, yet secure enough to enable them once more to overflow their boundaries and become again the aggressive, intrusive race we have seen in them in earlier days. End of section 0.
Section 1 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Feudalism, Its Frankish Birth and English Development, 9th to 12th Century by Williams Stubbs, Part 1. That social system, however varying in different times and places, in which ownership of land is the basis of authority, is known in history as feudalism. From the time of Clovis, the Frankish king, who died in A.D. 511, the progress of the Franks in civilization was slow, and for more than 2 centuries they spent their energies mainly in useless wars. But Charles Martel and his son Pepin the Short, the latter dying in 768, built up a kingdom which Charlemagne erected into a powerful empire. Under the predecessors of Charlemagne, the beginnings of feudalism, which are very obscure, may be said to vaguely appear. Charles Martel had to buy the services of his nobles by granting them lands, and although he and Pepin strengthened the royal power, which Charlemagne still further increased, under the weak rulers who followed them, the forces of the incipient feudalism again became active, and the state was divided into petty countships and dukedoms, almost independent of the king. The gift of land by the king in return for feudal services was called a feudal grant, and the land so given was termed a feud or fief. In the course of time, fiefs became hereditary. Lands were also sometimes usurped or otherwise obtained by subjects, who thereby became feudal lords. By a process called sub-infeudation, lands were granted in parcels to other men by those who received them from the king or otherwise, and by these lower landholders to others again. And as the first recipient became the vassal of the king, and the suzerain of the man who held next below him, there was created a regular descending scale of such vassalage and suzerainty in which each man's allegiance was directly due to his feudal lord, and not to the king himself. From the king down to the lowest landholder, all were bound by obligation of service and defense. The lord to protect his vassal, the vassal to do service to his lord. These are the essential features of the social system which, from its early growth under the later Carlovingians in the 9th century, spread over Europe and reached its highest development in the 12th century. At a time midway between these periods, it was carried by the Norman conquest into England. The history of the system of distinctly Frankish origin, a knowledge of which is absolutely essential to a proper understanding of history and the evolution of our present social system, is told by Stubbs with that discernment and thoroughness of analysis which have given him his rank as one of the few masterly writers in this field. Feudalism has grown up from two great sources, the beneficium and the practice of commendation, and had been specially fostered on Gallic soil by the existence of a subject population which admitted of any amount of extension in the methods of dependence. The beneficiary system originated partly in gifts of land made by the kings out of their own estates to their kinsmen and servants, with a special undertaking to be faithful, partly in the surrender by landowners of their estates to churches or powerful men, to be received back again and held by them as tenants for rent or service. By the latter arrangement, the weaker man obtained the protection of the stronger, and he who felt himself insecure placed his title under the defense of the church. By the practice of commendation, on the other hand, the inferior put himself under the personal care of a lord, but without altering his title or divesting himself of his right to his estate. He became a vassal and did homage. The placing of his hands between those of his lord was the typical act by which the connection was formed, and the oath of fealty was taken at the same time. The union of the beneficiary tie with that of commendation completed the idea of feudal obligation, the twofold engagement, that of the lord to defend, and that of the vassal to be faithful. A third ingredient was supplied by the grants of immunity by which, in the Frank Empire, as in England, the possession of land was united with the right of judicature. The dwellers on the feudal property were placed under the tribunal of the lord, and the rights which had belonged to the nation or to its chosen head were devolved upon the receiver of the fief. The rapid spread of the system thus originated, and the assimilation of all other tenures to it, may be regarded as the work of the 10th century. But as early as A.D. 877, Charles the Bald recognized the hereditary character of all benefices, and from that year the growth of strictly feudal jurisprudence may be held to date. The system testifies to the country and causes of its birth. The beneficium is partly of Roman, partly of German origin. In the Roman system, the usufruct, the occupation of land belonging to another person, involved no diminution of status. In the Germanic system, he who tilled land that was not his own was imperfectly free. The reduction of a large Roman population to dependence placed the two classes on a level, and conduced to the wide extension of the institution. Commendation, on the other hand, may have had a Gallic or Celtic origin, and an analogy only with the Roman clientship. The German comitatus, which seems to have ultimately merged its existence in one or other of these developments, is of course to be carefully distinguished in its origin from them. The tie of the benefice, or of commendation, could be formed between any two persons whatever. None but the king could have intrusions. But the comitatus of Anglo-Saxon history preserved a more distinct existence, and this perhaps was one of the causes that distinguished the later Anglo-Saxon system most definitely from the feudalism of the Frank Empire. The process by which the machinery of government became feudalized, although rapid, was gradual. The weakness of the Carlovingian kings and emperors gave room for the speedy development of disruptive tendencies in a territory so extensive and so little consolidated. The duchies and counties of the 8th and 9th centuries were still official magistracies, the holders of which discharged the functions of imperial judges or generals. Such officers were of course men whom the king could trust, in most cases Franks, courtiers, or kinsmen, who at an earlier date would have been comites or antrustions, and who were provided for by feudal benefices. The official magistracy had in itself the tendency to become hereditary, and when the benefice was recognized as heritable, the provincial governorship became so too. But the provincial governor had many opportunities of improving his position, especially if he could identify himself with the manners and aspirations of the people he ruled. By marriage or inheritance, he might accumulate in his family not only the old allodial estates which, especially on German soil, still continued to subsist, but the traditions and local loyalties which were connected with the possession of them. So in a few years, the Frank magistrate could unite in his own person the beneficiary endowment, the imperial deputation, and the headship of the nation over which he presided. And then it was only necessary for the central power to be a little weakened, and the independence of duke or count was limited by his homage and fealty alone, that is, by obligations that depended on conscience only for their fulfillment. It is in Germany that the disruptive tendency most distinctly takes the political form. Saxony and Bavaria assert their national independence under Swabian and Saxon dukes, who have identified the interests of their subjects with their own. In France, where the ancient tribal divisions had been long obsolete, and where the existence of the Allied involved little or no feeling of loyalty, the process was simpler still. The provincial rulers aimed at practical rather than political sovereignty. The people were too weak to have any aspirations at all. The disruption was due more to the abeyance of central attraction than to any centrifugal force existing in the provinces. But the result was the same. Feudal government, a graduated system of jurisdiction based on land tenure, in which every lord judged, taxed, and commanded the class next below him, of which abject slavery formed the lowest, and irresponsible tyranny the highest grade, and private war, private coinage, private prisons, took the place of the imperial institutions of government. This was the social system which William the Conqueror and his barons had been accustomed to see at work in France. One part of it, the feudal tenure of land, was perhaps the only kind of tenure which they could understand. The king was the original lord, and every title issued mediately or immediately from him. The other part, the governmental system of feudalism, was the point on which sooner or later the duke and his barons were sure to differ. Already the incompatibility of the system with the existence of the strong central power had been exemplified in Normandy, where the strength of the dukes had been tasked to maintain their hold on the castles and to enforce their own justice. Much more difficult would England be to retain in Norman hands if the new king allowed himself to be fettered by the French system. On the other hand, the Norman barons would fain rise a step in the social scale answering to that by which their duke had become a king, and they aspired to the same independence which they had seen enjoyed by the counts of southern and eastern France. Nor was the aspiration on their part altogether unreasonable. They had joined in the conquest rather as sharers in the great adventure than as mere vassals of the duke, whose birth they despised as much as they feared his strength. William, however, was wise and wary as well as strong. While by the insensible process of custom, or rather by the mere assumption that feudal tenure of land was the only lawful and reasonable one, the Frankish system of tenure was substituted for the Anglo-Saxon, the organization of government on the same basis was not equally a matter of course. The conqueror himself was too strong to suffer that organization to become formidable in his reign, but neither the brutal force of William Rufus nor the heavy and equal pressure of the government of Henry I could extinguish the tendency toward it. It was only after it had, under Stephen, broken out into anarchy and plunged the whole nation in misery, when the great houses founded by the barons of the conquest had suffered forfeiture or extinction, when the Normans had become Englishmen under the legal and constitutional reforms of Henry II, that the royal authority, in close alliance with the nation, was enabled to put an end to the evil. William the Conqueror claimed the crown of England as the chosen heir of Edward the Confessor. It was a claim by which the English did not admit, and of which the Normans saw the fallacy, but which he himself consistently maintained and did his best to justify. In that claim he saw not only the justification of the conquest in the eyes of the Church, but his great safeguard against the jealous and aggressive host by whose aid he had realized it. Therefore, immediately after the Battle of Hastings, he proceeded to seek the national recognition of its validity. He obtained it from the divided and dismayed Witten with no great trouble, and was crowned by the Archbishop of York, the most influential and patriotic among them, binding himself by the constitutional promises of justice and good laws. Standing before the altar at Westminster, in the presence of the clergy and the people, he promised with an oath that he would defend God's holy churches and their rulers, that he would, moreover, rule the whole people subject to him with righteousness and royal providence, would enact and hold fast right law, and utterly forbid rapine and unrighteous judgments. The form of election and acceptance was regularly observed, and the legal position of the new king completed before he went forth to finish the conquest. Had it not been for this, the Norman host might have fairly claimed a division of land such as the Danes had made in the 9th century. But to the people who had recognized William, it was but just that the chance should be given them of retaining what was their own. Accordingly, when the lands of all those who had fought for Harold were confiscated, those who were willing to acknowledge William were allowed to redeem theirs, either paying money at once or giving hostages for the payment. That under this redemption lay the idea of a new title to the lands redeemed may be regarded as questionable. The feudal lawyer might take one view, and the plundered proprietor another. But if charters of confirmation or regrant were generally issued on the occasion to those who were willing to redeem, there can be no doubt that, as soon as the feudal law gained general acceptance, these would be regarded as conveying a feudal title. What to the English might be a mere payment, or feodate, or composition for a recognized offense, might to the Normans seem equivalent to forfeiture and restoration. But however this was, the process of confiscation and redistribution of lands under the new title began from the moment of the coronation. The next few years occupied in the reduction of western and northern England, added largely to the stock of divisible estates. The tyranny of Odo of Bayeux and William Fitzosbern, which provoked attempts at rebellion in 1067, the stand made by the House of Godwin in Devonshire in 1068, the attempts of Mercia and Northumbria to shake off the Normans in 1069 and 1070, the last struggle for independence in 1071, in which Edwin and Morcar finally fell, the conspiracy of the Norman earls in 1074, in consequence of which Waltheof perished, all tended to the same result. After each effort, the royal hand was laid on more heavily. More and more land changed owners, and with the change of owners, the title changed. The complicated and unintelligible irregularities of the Anglo-Saxon tenures were exchanged for the simple and uniform feudal theory. The 1500 tenants-in-chief of Domesday Book took the place of the countless landowners of King Edward's time, and the loose, unsystematic arrangements which had grown up in the confusion of title, tenure, and jurisdiction were replaced by systematic custom. The change was effected without any legislative act, but simply by the process of transfer under circumstances in which simplicity and uniformity were an absolute necessity. It was not the change from allodial to feudal so much as from confusion to order. The actual amount of dispossession was no doubt greatest in the higher ranks. The smaller owners may to a large extent have remained in a mediatized position on their estates. But even Domesday, with all its fullness and accuracy, cannot be supposed to enumerate all the changes of the 20 eventful years that followed the Battle of Hastings. It is enough for our purpose to ascertain that a universal assimilation of title followed the general changes of ownership. The King of Domesday is the supreme landlord. All the land of the nation, the old folkland, has become the king's, and all private land is held mediately or immediately from him. All holders are bound to their lords by homage and fealty, either actually demanded or understood to be demandable, in every case of transfer by inheritance or otherwise. The result of this process is partly legal and partly constitutional or political. The legal result is the introduction of an elaborate system of customs, tenures, rights, duties, profits, and jurisdictions. The constitutional result is the creation of several intermediate links between the body of the nation and the king, in the place of, or side by side with, the duty of allegiance. On the former of these points, we have very insufficient data, for we are quite in the dark as to the development of feudal law in Normandy before the invasion, and may be reasonably inclined to refer some, at least, of the peculiarities of English feudal law to the leaven of the system which it superseded. Nor is it easy to reduce the organization described in Domesday to strict conformity with feudal law as it appears later, especially with the general prevalence of military tenure. The growth of knighthood is a subject on which the greatest obscurity prevails, and the most probable explanation of its existence in England, the theory that it is a translation into Norman forms of the thanage of Anglo-Saxon law, can only be stated as probable. Between the picture drawn in Domesday and the state of affairs which the charter of Henry I was designed to remedy, there is a difference which the short interval of time will not account for, and which testifies to the action of some skillful organizing hand, working with neither justice nor mercy, hardening and sharpening all lines and points to the perfecting of a strong government. It is unnecessary to recapitulate here all the points in which the Anglo-Saxon institutions were already approaching the feudal model. It may be assumed that the actual obligation of military service was much the same in both systems, and that even the amount of land which was bound to furnish a mounted warrior was the same, however the conformity may have been produced. The heriot of English earl or thane was in close resemblance with the relief of the Norman count or knight. But however close the resemblance, something was now added that made the two identical. The change of the heriot to the relief implies a suspension of ownership, and carries with it the custom of livery of Saxon. The heriot was the payment of a debt from the dead man to his lord. His son succeeded him by allodial right. The relief was paid by the heir before he could obtain his father's lands. Between the death of the father and livery of the Saxon to the son, the right of the overlord had entered. The ownership was to a certain extent resumed, and the succession of the heir took somewhat of the character of a new grant. The right of wardship also became in the same way a re-entry by the lord on the profits of the estate of the minor, instead of being, as before, a protection by the head of the kin of the indefeasible rights of the heir, which it was the duty of the whole community to maintain. There can be no doubt that the military tenure, the most prominent feature of historical feudalism, was itself introduced by the same gradual process, which we have assumed in the case of the feudal usages in general. We have no light on the point from any original grant made by the conqueror to a lay follower, but judging by the grants made to the churches, we cannot suppose it probable that such gifts were made on any expressed condition, or accepted with a distinct pledge to provide a certain contingent of knights for the king's service. The obligation of national defense was incumbent, as of old, on all landowners, and the customary service of one fully armed man for each 5 hides of land was probably the rate at which the newly endowed follower of the king would be expected to discharge his duty. The wording of the Domesday Survey does not imply that, in this respect, the new military service differed from the old. The land is marked out, not into knights' fees, but into hides, and the number of knights to be furnished by a particular feudatory would be ascertained by inquiring the number of hides that he held, without apportioning the particular acres that would support the particular knight. It would undoubtedly be on the estates of the lay vassals that a more definite usage would be first adopted, and knights bound by feudal obligations to their lord receive a definite estate from them. Our earliest information, however, on this, as on most points of tenure, is derived from the notices of ecclesiastical practice. Lanfranc, we are told, turned the drengs, the rent-paying tenants of his archiepiscopal estates, into knights for the defense of the country. He enfeoffed a certain number of knights who performed the military service due from the archiepiscopal barony. This had been done before the Domesday Survey, and almost necessarily implies that a like measure had been taken by the lay vassals. Lanfranc likewise maintained 10 knights to answer for the military service due from the convent of Christchurch, which made over to him, in consideration of the relief, land worth £200 annually. The value of the knight's fee must have already been fixed at £20 a year. End of Section 1. Section 2 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Feudalism, Its Frankish Birth and English Development, 9th to 12th Century, by Williams Stubbs, Part 2. In the reign of William Rufus, the abbot of Ramsey, obtained a charter which exempted his monastery from the service of 10 knights due for mid-on festivals, substituting the obligation to furnish 3 knights to perform service on the north of the Thames, a proof that the land of that house had not yet been divided into knights' fees. In the next reign we may infer, from the favour granted by the king to the knights who defended their lands per loricus, that is, by the hauberk, that their domain lands shall be exempt from pecuniary taxation, that the process of definite military infeudation had largely advanced. But it was not even yet forced on the clerical or monastic estates. When in 1167 the abbot of Milton, in Dorset, was questioned as to the number of knights' fees for which he had to account, he replied that all the services due from his monastery were discharged out of the domain, but he added that in the reign of Henry I, during a vacancy in the abbacy, Bishop Roger of Salisbury had enfeoffed 2 knights out of the abbey lands. He had, however, subsequently reversed the act, and had restored the lands, whose tenure had been thus altered, to their original condition of rent-paying estate, or socage. The very term, the new enfeoffment, which was applied to the knight's fee, created between the death of Henry I and the year in which the account preserved in the Black Book of the Exchequer was taken, proves that the process was going on for nearly 100 years, and that the form in which the knight's fees appear when called on by Henry II for scutage was most probably the result of a series of compositions by which the great vassals relieved their lands from a general burden by carving out particular estates, the holders of which performed the services due from the whole. It was a matter of convenience and not of tyrannical pressure. The statement of Ordericus Vitalis that the conqueror distributed lands to his knights in such fashion that the kingdom of England should have forever 60,000 knights, and furnish them at the king's command according to the occasion, must be regarded as one of the many numerical exaggerations of the early historians. The officers of the Exchequer in the 12th century were quite unable to fix the number of existing knights' fees. It cannot even be granted that a definite area of land was necessary to constitute a knight's fee, For although at a later period and in local computations we may find 4 or 5 hides adopted as a basis of calculation, where the extent of the particular knight's fee is given exactly, it affords no ground for such a conclusion. In the Liber Niger, we find knights' fees of 2 hides and a half, of 2 hides, of 4, 5, and 6 hides. Geoffrey Riddell states that his father held 184 carucates and a virgate, for which the service of 50 knights was due, but that no knight's fees had been carved out of it, the obligation lying equally on every carucate. The Archbishop of York had far more knights than his tenure required. It is impossible to avoid the conclusion that the extent of a knight's fee was determined by rent or valuation rather than acreage, and that the common quantity was really expressed in the 20 librates, the £20 worth of annual value which until the reign of Edward I was the qualification for knighthood. It is most probable that no regular account of the knights' fees was ever taken until they became liable to taxation, either in the form of auxilium militum under Henry I, or in that of scutage under his grandson. The facts, however, which are here adduced, preclude the possibility of referring to this portion of the feudal innovations to the direct legislation of the conqueror. It may be regarded as a secondary question whether the knighthood here referred to was completed by the investiture with knightly arms and the honourable accolade. The ceremonial of knighthood was practised by the Normans, whereas the evidence that the English had retained the primitive practice of investing the youthful warrior is insufficient. Yet it would be rash to infer that so early as this, if indeed it ever was the case, every possessor of a knight's fee received formal initiation before he assumed his spurs. But every such analogy would make the process of transition easier, and prevent the necessity of any general legislative act of change. It has been maintained that a formal and definitive act forming the initial point of feudalization of England is to be found in a clause of the laws, as they are called, of the conqueror, which directs that every freeman shall affirm, by covenant and oath, that he will be faithful to King William, within England and without, will join him in preserving his lands, and honour with all fidelity, and defend him against his enemies. But this injunction is little more than the demand of the oath of allegiance which had been taken to the Anglo-Saxon kings, and is here required not of every feudal dependent of the king, but of every freeman or freeholder whatsoever. In the famous Council of Salisbury of 1086, which was summoned immediately after the making of the Domesday Survey, we learn from the Chronicle that there came to the king all his witan and all landholders of substance in England, whose vassals soever they were, and they all submitted to him, and became his men, and swore oaths of allegiance that they would be faithful to him against all others. In this act have been seen the formal acceptance and date of the introduction of feudalism, but it has a very different meaning. The oath described is the oath of allegiance, combined with the act of homage, and obtained from all landowners, whoever their feudal lord might be. It is a measure of precaution taken against the disintegrating power of feudalism, providing a direct tie between the sovereign and all the freeholders, which no inferior relation existing between them and the main lords would justify them in breaking. The real importance of the passage as bearing on the date of the introduction of feudal tenure is merely that it shows the system to have already become consolidated. All the landowners of the kingdom had already become somehow or other vassals, either of the king or of some tenant under him. The lesson may be learned from the fact of the Domesday Survey. The introduction of such a system would necessarily have effects far wider than the mere modification of the law of tenure. It might be regarded as a means of consolidating and concentrating the whole machinery of government. Legislation, taxation, judicature, and military defense were all capable of being organized on the feudal principle, and might have been so had the moral and political results been in harmony with the legal. But its tendency when applied to governmental machinery is disruptive. The great feature of the conqueror's policy is his defeat of that tendency. Guarding against it, he obtained recognition as the king of the nation, and, so as far as he could understand them and the attitude of the nation allowed, he maintained the usages of the nation. He kept up the popular institutions of the 100 Court and the Shire Court. He confirmed the laws which had been in use in King Edward's day, with the additions of which he himself made for the benefit, as he especially tells us, of the English. We are told on what seems to be the highest legal authority of the next century that he issued in his 4th year a commission of inquiry into the national customs, and obtained from sworn representatives of each county a declaration of the laws under which they wished to live. The compilation that bears his name is very little more than a reissue of the Code of Canute, and this proceeding helped greatly to reconcile the English people to his rule. Although the oppressions of his later years were far heavier than the measures taken to secure the immediate success of the conquest, all the troubles of the kingdom after 1075, in his sons' reigns, as well as in his own, proceeded from the insubordination of the Normans, not from the attempts of the English to dethrone the king. Very early they learned that, if their interest was not the king's, at least their enemies were his enemies. Hence, they are invariably found on the royal side against the feudatories. This accounts for the maintenance of the national force of defense over and above the feudal army. The Fyrd of the English, the general armament of the men of counties and hundreds, was not abolished at the conquest, but subsisted even through the reigns of William Rufus and Henry I, to be reformed and reconstituted under Henry II, and in each reign it gave proof of its strength and faithfulness. The Wittengamet itself retained the ancient form. The bishops and abbots formed a chief part of it, instead of being, as in Normandy, so insignificant an element that their very participation in deliberations has been doubted. The king sat crowned 3 times in the year the old royal towns of Westminster, Winchester, and Gloucester, hearing the complaints of his people, and executing such justice as his knowledge of their law and language and his own imperious will allowed. In all this, there was no violent innovation, only such gradual, essential changes as 20 eventful years of new actors and new principles must bring, however insensibly the people themselves, passing away and being replaced by their children, may be educated to endurance. It would be wrong to impute to the conqueror any intention of deceiving the nation by maintaining its official forms while introducing new principles and new race of administrators. What he saw required change he changed with a high hand, but not the less surely did the change of administrators involve a change of custom, both in the church and in the state. The bishops, aldermen, and sheriffs of English birth were replaced by Normans, not unreasonably perhaps, considering the necessity of preserving the balance of the state. With the change of officials came a sort of amalgamation or duplication of titles. The alderman, or earl, became the comes, or count. The sheriff became the vice-comes, the office in each case receiving the name of that which corresponded most closely with it in Normandy itself. With the amalgamation of titles came an importation of new principles and possibly new functions, for the Norman count and viscount had not exactly the same customs as the earls and sheriffs, and this ran up into the highest grades of organization. The king's court of councillors was composed of his feudal tenants. The ownership of land was now the qualification for Wittengamet instead of wisdom. The earldoms became fiefs instead of magistracies, and even the bishops had to accept the status of barons. There was a very certain danger that the mere change of persons might bring in the whole machinery of hereditary magistracies, and that king and people might be edged out of the administration of justice, taxation, and other functions of supreme or local independence. Against this it was most important to guard. As the conqueror learned from the events of the first year of his reign, when the severe rule of Odo and William Fitzburn had provoked Herefordshire, Ralph Gauder, Roger Montgomery, and Hugh of Avranches filled in the places of Edwin and Morcar and the brothers of Harold. But the conspiracy of the earls in 1074 opened William's eyes to the danger of this proceeding, and from that time onward he governed the provinces through sheriffs immediately dependent on himself, avoiding the foreign plan of appointing hereditary counts, as well as the English custom of ruling by viceregal aldermen. He was, however, very sparing in giving earldoms at all, and inclined to confine the title to those who were already counts in Normandy or in France. To this plan there were some marked exceptions, which may be accounted for either on the ground that the arrangements had been completed before the need of the exigencies of national defense. In these cases he created, or suffered the continuance of, great palatine jurisdictions, earldoms in which the earls were endowed with the superiority of whole counties, so that all the landowners held feudally of them, in which they received the whole profits of the courts and exercised all the regalia or royal rights, nominated the sheriffs, held their own councils, and acted as independent princes except in the owing of homage and fealty to the king. 2 of these palatates, the earldom of Chester and the bishopric of Durham, retain much of their character to our own days. A third, the palatinate of Bishop Odo in Kent, if it were really a jurisdiction of the same sort, came to an end when Odo forfeited the confidence of his brother and nephew. A fourth, the earldom of Shropshire, which is not commonly counted among the Palatine jurisdictions, but which possessed under the Montgomery earls all the characteristics of such a dignity, was confiscated after the treason of Robert of Balaam by Henry I. These had been all founded before the conspiracy of 1074. They were also, like the later lordships of the Marches, a part of the national defence. Chester and Shropshire kept the Welsh marches in order. Kent was the frontier exposed to attacks from Picardy, and Durham, the patrimony of St. Cuthbert, lay as a secret boundary between England and Scotland. Northumberland and Cumberland were still a debatable ground between 2 kingdoms. Chester was held by its earls as freely by the sword as the king held England by the crown. No lay vassal in the county held of the king all of the earl. In Shropshire, there were only 5 lay tenants in Capete, besides Roger Montgomery. In Kent, Bishop Odo held an enormous proportion of the manors, but the nature of his jurisdiction is still not very clear, and its duration too short to make it of much importance. If William founded any earldoms at all after 1074, which may be doubted, he did it on a very different scale. The hereditary sheriffdoms he did not guard against with equal care. The Norman viscounts were hereditary, and there was some risk that the English ones would become so too, and with the worst consequences, for the English counties were much larger than the bailiwicks of the Norman viscount, and the authority of the sheriff, when he was relieved from the company of the ealdorman, and was soon to lose that of the bishop, would have no check except the direct control of the king. If William perceived this, it was too late to prevent it entirely. Some of the sheriffs became hereditary, and continued to be so long after the abuse had become constitutionally dangerous. The independence of the great feudatories was still further limited by the principle, which the conqueror seems to have observed, of avoiding the accumulation in any one hand of a great number of contiguous estates. The rule is not without some important exceptions, and it may have been suggested by the diversity of occasions on which the fiefs were bestowed, but the result in one which William must have foreseen. An insubordinate baron whose strength lay in 12 different counties would have to rouse the suspicions and perhaps to defy the arms of 12 powerful sheriffs before he could draw his forces to a head. In his manorial courts, scattered and unconnected, he could set up no central tribunal, nor even force a new custom upon his tenants, nor could he attempt oppression on any extensive scale. By such limitation the people were protected, and the central power secured. Yet the changes of ownership, even thus guarded, wrought other changes. It is not to be supposed that the Norman baron, when he had received his fief, proceeded to carve it out into domain and tenants' lands, as if he were making a new settlement in an uninhabited country. He might indeed build his castle and enclose his chase with very little respect to the rights of his weaker neighbors, but he did not attempt any such radical change as the legal theory of the creation of manors seems to presume. The name manor is of Norman origin, but the estate to which it is given existed in its essential character long before the conquest. It received a new name as the shire also did, but neither the one nor the other was created by this change. The local jurisdictions of the thanes who had granted of sack and sock, or who exercised judicial functions among their free neighbors, were identical with the manorial jurisdictions of the new owners. It may be conjectured with great probability that in many cases the weaker freemen, who had either willingly or under constraint attended the courts of their great neighbors, were now, under the general infusion of feudal principle, regarded as holding their lands of them as lords. It is not less probable that in great number of grants the right to suit and service from small landowners passed from the king to the receiver of the fief as a matter of course. But it is certain that even before the conquest such a proceeding was not common. Edward the Confessor had transferred to St. Augustine's monastery a number of allodiaries in Kent, and every such measure in the case of a church must have had its parallel in similar grants to laymen. The manorial system brought in a number of new names, and perhaps a duplication of offices. The Gerefa, or of the Old Thane, or of the ancient township, was replaced, as the presidents of the courts, by a Norman steward or seneschal, and the Beidle of the old system by the bailiff of the new. But the Gerefa and the Beidle still continue to exist in a subordinate capacity as the Grave or Reeve and Bedell. And when the Lord Steward takes his place in the county court, the Reeve and 4 men of the township are there also. The common of the township may be treated as the Lord's waste, but the townsmen do not lose their customary share. The changes that take place in the state have their resulting analogies in every village, but no New England is created. New forms displace, but do not destroy the old, and old rights remain, although changed in title and forced into symmetry with a new, legal and pseudo-historical theory. The changes may not seem at first sight very oppressive, but they opened the way for oppression. The forms they had introduced tended, under the spirit of Norman legality and feudal selfishness, to become hard realities. And in profound miseries of Stephen's reign, the people learned how completely the new theory left them at the mercy of their lords. Nor were all the reforms of his successor more stringent, or the struggles of the century that followed a whit more impassioned than were necessary to protect the English yeoman from the men who lived upon his strength. In attempting thus to estimate the real amount of change introduced by the feudalism of the conquest, many points of further interest have been touched upon, to which it is necessary to recur only so far as to give them their proper place in a general view of the reformed organization. The Norman king is still the king of the nation. He has become the supreme landlord. All estates are held of him mediately or immediately, but he still demands the allegiance of all his subjects. The oath which he exacted at Salisbury in 1086, and which is embodied in the semi-legal form already quoted, was a modification of the oath taken to Edmund, and was intended to set the general obligation of the obedience to the king in its proper relation to the new tie of homage and fealty by which the tenant was bound to his lord. All men continue to be primarily the king's men, and the public peace to be his peace. Their lords might demand their service to fulfill their own obligations, but the king could call them to the fyrd, summon them to his courts, and tax them without the intervention of their lords. And to the king they could look for protection against all foes. Accordingly, the king could rely on the help of the bulk of the free people in all struggles with his feudatories, and the people, finding that their connection with their lords would be no excuse for their unfaithfulness to the king, had a further inducement to adhere to the more permanent institutions. In the department of law, the direct changes introduced by the conquest were not great. Much that it is regarded as peculiarly Norman was developed upon English soil, and although originated and systematized by Norman lawyers, contained elements which would have worked in a very different way in Normandy. Even the vestiges of Carlovingian practice which appear in the inquests of Norman reigns are modified by English usage. The great inquest of all, the Domesday Survey, may owe its principle to a foreign source. The oath of the reporters may be Norman, but the machinery that furnishes the jurors is native. The king's barons inquire by the oath of the sheriff of the shire, and all of the barons and their Frenchmen, and of the whole hundred, the priest, the reeve, the 6 ceorls of each township. The institution of the collective frank pledge, which recent writers incline to treat as a Norman innovation, is so distinctly colored by English custom that it has been generally regarded as purely indigenous. If it were indeed a precaution taken by the new rulers against the avoidance of justice by the absconding or harboring of criminals, it fell with ease into the usages and even the legal terms which had been common for other similar purposes since the reign of Athelstan. The trial by battle, which on clearer evidence seems to have been brought in by the Normans, is a relic of old Teutonic jurisprudence, the absence of which from the Anglo-Saxon courts is far from curious than its introduction from abroad. Organization of jurisdiction required and underwent no great change in these respects. The Norman lord who undertook the office of sheriff had, as we have seen, more unrestricted power than the sheriffs of old. He was the king's representative in all matters judicial, military, and financial in his shire, and had many opportunities of tyrannizing in each of those departments. But he introduced no new machinery. From him, or from the courts of which he was the presiding officer, appeal lay to the king alone. But the king was often absent from England and did not understand the language of his subjects. In his absence, the administration was entrusted to the judicator, a regent or lieutenant of the kingdom. And the convenience being once ascertained of having a minister who could be in the whole kingdom represent the king, as the sheriff did in the shire, the justiciar became a permanent functionary. This, however, cannot be certainly affirmed of the reign of the Conqueror, who, when present at Christmas, Easter, and Whitsuntide, held great courts of justice as well for other purposes of state, and the legal importance of the office belongs to a later stage. The royal court, containing the tenants-in-chief of the crown, both lay and clerical, and entering into all the functions of the Wittengamet, was the supreme council of the nation, with the advice and consent of which the king legislated, taxed, and judged. In the one authentic moment of William's jurisprudence, the act which removed the bishops from the secular courts and recognized their spiritual jurisdictions, he tells us that he acts with the common council and council of the archbishops, bishops, abbots, and all the princes of the kingdom. The ancient summary of his laws contained in the Textus Rofensis is entitled, What William, King of the English, with his princes enacted after the conquest of England. And the same form is preserved in the tradition of his confirming the ancient laws reported to him by the representatives of the shires. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle enumerates the classes of men who attended his great courts. They were with him all the great men over all England, archbishops and bishops, abbots and earls, thanes and knights. The great suit between Lanfranc as Archbishop of Canterbury and Odo as Earl of Kent, which is perhaps the best reported trial of the reign, was tried in the county court of Kent before the king's representative, Gosfrid, Bishop of Coutances, whose presence and that of most of the great men of the kingdom seem to have made it a Wittengamet. The archbishop pleaded the case of his church in a session of 3 days, as Pennenden Heath, the aged South Saxon bishop, Ethelric, was brought by the king's command to declare the ancient customs of the laws, and with him several other Englishmen skilled in ancient laws and customs. All these good and wise men supported the archbishop's claim, and the decision was agreed on and determined by the whole county. The sentence was laid before the king and confirmed by him. Here we have probably a good instance of the principle universally adopted. All the lower machinery of the court was retained entire, but the presence of the Norman justiciar and barons gave it an additional authority, a more direct connection to the king, and the appearance, at least, of a joint tribunal. The principle of amalgamating the two laws and nationalities by superimposing the better consolidated Norman superstructure on the better consolidated English substructure runs through the whole policy. The English system was strong in the cohesion of its lower organism, the association of individuals in the township, in the hundred, and in the shire. The Norman system was strong in its higher ranges, in the close relation to the crown of the tenants-in-chief whom the king had enriched. On the other hand, the English system was weak in the higher organization, and the Normans in England had hardly any subordinate organization at all. The strongest elements of both were brought together. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Channon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Decay of the Frankish Empire. Division into modern France, Germany, and Italy. AD 843 to 911. Francois P.G. Guizot. Part 1. The period with which the following article deals may be said to mark the end of distinctively Frankish history. A striking mixture of races entered into the formation of this people, and the beginnings of the great modern nations into which the Frankish Empire was divided brought to them varied elements of strength and the diversity of constituents that were to be commingled in new national characters and careers. In 840, Charles the Bald became King of France, and his reign, both as king and afterward as emperor, continued for 37 years, during which he proved himself to be lacking in those qualities which his responsibilities and the wants of his people demanded. He had great obstacles to contend against, for besides the ambitions of various districts for separate nationality, which led to insurrections in many quarters, Greek pirates ravaged the south, where the Saracens also wrought havoc, while in the north and west the Northmen burned and pillaged, laying waste a wide region and leaving many towns in ruins. It was an age of turbulence in Europe, and the violence of predatory invaders brought woes upon many peoples. On the east of Charles' empire, the Hungarians, successor of the Huns, began to threaten. In the midst of all these distractions and dangers, assailed by enemies without and within, Charles found it a task far beyond his abilities to construct a state upon foundations of unity. He bore many titles and held several crowns, but his actual dominion was narrowly restricted, and his nominal subjects were in a state of political subdivision almost amounting to dismemberment. After various futile efforts during his later years to unify his empire, Charles died from an illness which seized him in 877, on his return to France from a fruitless campaign of subjugation and pillage in Italy. In the subsequent division of the empire, according to the terms of a treaty of Verdun, the several portions including Italy, the nucleus of France, and that of the present Germany. Already suffering from the devastating expeditions of the Norse or Northmen, the Carlovingian Empire, now weakened by division, became an easier prey for the invaders. Emboldened by success, the Northmen at length commenced to settle in the regions they invaded, no longer returning, as formerly, to their northern homes in winter. Among chieftains of the early Norman invaders who settled in France was Hastings, who became Count of Chartres, later on Rolf, or Rollo the Rover, to whom Charles the Simple of France gave Normandy, whence sprang the conquerors and rulers of England, who laid the foundations of the English-speaking nations of today. The first of Charlemagne's grand designs, the territorial security of the Gallo-Frankish and Christian dominion, was accomplished. In the east and the north, the Germanic and Asiatic populations, which had so long upset it, were partly arrested at its frontiers, partly incorporated regularly in its midst. In the south, the Muslim populations, which in the 8th century had appeared so near overwhelming it, were powerless to deal it any heavy blow. But what had become of Charlemagne's second grand design, the resurrection of the Roman Empire at the hands of the barbarians that had conquered it and become Christians? Let us leave Louis the Debonair his traditional name, although it is not an exact rendering of that which was given to him by his contemporaries. They called him Louis the Pious, and so, indeed, he was, sincerely and even scrupulously pious. But he was still more weak than pious, as weak in heart and character as in mind, as destitute of ruling ideas as of strength of will, fluctuating at the mercy of traditionary impressions or surrounding influences or positional embarrassments. The name of Debonair is suited to him. It expresses his moral worth and his political incapacity, both at once. As king of Aquitaine in the time of Charlemagne, Louis made himself esteemed and loved. His justice, his suavity, his probity, and his piety were pleasing to the people, and his weaknesses disappeared under the strong hand of his father. When he became emperor, he began his reign by reaction against the excesses, real or supposed, of the preceding reign. Charlemagne's morals were far from regular, and he troubled himself but little about the license prevailing in his family or his palace. At a distance he ruled with a tight and heavy hand. Louis established at his court, for his sisters as well as his servants, austere regulations. He restored to the subjugated Saxons certain of the rights of which Charlemagne had deprived them. He sent out everywhere his commissioners with orders to listen to complaints and redress grievances, and to mitigate his father's rule, which was rigorous in its application and yet insufficient to repress disturbance, notwithstanding its preventive purpose and its watchful supervision. Almost simultaneously with his accession, Louis committed an act more serious and compromising. He had, by his wife Hermengarde, 3 sons, Lothaire, Pepin, and Louis, aged respectively 19, 11, and 8. In 817, Louis summoned at Aix-la-Chapelle the General Assembly of his dominions, and there, while declaring that neither to those who were wisely minded, nor to himself did it appear expedient to break up, for the love he bare his sons, and by the will of man, the unity of the empire, preserved by God himself. He had resolved to share of his eldest son, Lothaire, the imperial throne. Lothaire was in fact crowned emperor, and his 2 brothers, Pepin and Louis, were crowned king, in order that they might reign after their father's death, and under their brother and lord, Lothaire, to wit Pepin, over Aquitaine, and a great part of southern Gaul and of Burgundy. Louis, beyond the Rhine, over Bavaria, and the divers peoples in the east of Germany. The rest of Gaul and of Germany, as well as the kingdom of Italy, was to belong to Lothaire, emperor and head of the Frankish monarchy, to whom his brothers would have to repair year by year to come to an understanding with him and receive his instructions. The last named kingdom, the most considerable of the 3, remained under the direct government of Louis the Debonair, and at the same time of his son Lothaire, sharing the title of emperor. The 2 other sons, Pepin and Louis, entered, notwithstanding their childhood, upon immediate possession, the one of Aquitaine and the other of Bavaria, under the superior authority of their father and their brother, the joint emperors. Charlemagne had vigorously maintained the unity of the empire, for all that he had delegated to 2 of his sons, Pepin and Louis, the government of Italy and Aquitaine, with the title of king. Louis the Debonair, while regulating beforehand the division of his dominion, likewise desired, as he said, to maintain the unity of the empire, but he forgot that he was no Charlemagne. It was not long before the numerous mournful experiences showed to what extent the unity of the empire required personal superiority in the emperor, and how rapid would be the decay of the fabric when there remained nothing but the title of the founder. In 816, Pope Stephen IV came to France to consecrate Louis the Debonair emperor. The Franks had been proud to see their king, Charlemagne, protecting Adrian I against the Lombards, then crowned emperor at Rome by Leo III, and then having his two sons, Pepin and Louis, crowned at Rome by the same pope, kings respectively of Italy and of Aquitaine. On these different occasions Charlemagne, while testifying the most profound respect for the pope, had, in his relations with him, always taken care to preserve, together with his political greatness, all his personal dignity. But when, in 816, the Franks saw Louis the Pious not only go out of Rheims to meet Stephen IV, but prostrate himself from head to foot, and rise only when the Pope held out a hand to him, the spectators felt saddened and humiliated at the sight of their emperor in the posture of a penitent monk. Several insurrections burst out in the empire, the first among the Basques of Aquitaine, the next in Italy, where Bernard, son of Pepin, having, after his father's death, become king in 812, with the consent of his grandfather Charlemagne, could not quietly see his kingdom pass into the hands of his cousin Lothaire at the orders of his uncle Louis. These two attempts were easily repressed, but the third was more serious. It took place in Brittany among those populations of Armorica, who were still buried in their woods and were excessively jealous of their independence. In 818, they took the king one of their principal chieftains, named Morvan, and, not confining themselves to refusal of all tribute to the king of the Franks, they renewed their ravages upon the Frankish territories bordering on their frontier. Louis was at that time holding a general assembly of his dominions at Aix-la-Chapelle, and Count Lantbert, commandant of the marches of Brittany, came and reported to him what was going on. A Frankish monk named Ditcar happened to be at the assembly. He was a man of piety and sense, a friend of peace, and moreover with some knowledge of the Breton king Morvan, as his monastery had property in the neighbourhood. Him the emperor commissioned to convey to the king his grievances and his demands. After some days' journey the monk passed the frontier and arrived at a vast space, enclosed on one side by a noble river, and on all the others by forests and swamps, hedges and ditches. In the middle of this space was a large dwelling, which was Morvan's. Ditcar found it full of warriors, the king having, no doubt, some expedition on hand. The monk announced himself as a messenger from the Emperor of the Franks. The style of announcement caused some confusion at first to the Briton, who, however, hastened to conceal his emotion under an air of goodwill and joyousness to impose upon his comrades. The latter were got rid of, and the king remained alone with the monk, who explained the object of his mission. He descanted upon the power of the Emperor Louis, and counted his complaints, and warned the Briton, kindly and in a private capacity, of the danger of his situation, a danger so much the greater that he and his people would meet with the less consideration, seeing that they kept up the religion of their pagan forefathers. Morvan gave a tentative ear to this sermon, with his eyes fixed on the ground, and his foot tapping it from time to time. Ditcar thought he had succeeded, but an incident supervened. It was the hour when Morvan's wife was accustomed to come and look for him ere they retired to the nuptial couch. She appeared eager to know how the stranger was, what he had come for, and what he had said, what answer he had received. She preluded her questions with oglings and caresses. She kissed the knees, the hands, the beard, and the face of the king, testifying her desire to be alone with him. "O king and glory of the mighty Britons, dear spouse of mine, what tidings bringeth this stranger? Is it peace, or is it war?" "This stranger," answered Morvan with a smile, "is an envoy of the Franks, but bring he peace or bring he war is the affair of men alone. As for thee, content thee with thy woman's duties." Whereupon Ditcar, perceiving that he was counted, said to Morvan, "Sir King, 'tis time that I return. Tell me what answer I am to take back to my sovereign." "Leave me this night to take thought thereon," replied the Breton chief with a wavering air. When the morning came, Decay presented himself once more to Morvan, whom he found up, but still half drunk, and full of very different sentiments from those of the night before. It required some effort, stupefied and tottering as he was with the efforts of wine and the pleasures of the night, to say to Ditka, "Go back to thy king, and tell him from me that my land was never his, and that I owe him naught, or tribute or submission. Let him reign over the Franks. As for me, I reign over the Britons. If he will bring war on me, he will find me ready to pay him back." The monk returned to Louis the Debonair, and rendered account of his mission. War was resolved upon, and the emperor collected his troops, Alemannians, Saxons, Thuringians, Burgundians, and Aquitanians, without counting Franks or Gallo-Romans. They began their march, moving upon Vannes. Louis was at their head, and the empress accompanied him, but he left her, already ill and fatigued, at Angers. The Franks entered the country of the Britons, searching the woods and morasses, found no armed men in the open country, but encountered them in scattered and scanty companies, at the entrance of all the defiles, on the heights commanding pathways, and wherever men could hide themselves and await the moment for appearing unexpectedly. The Franks heard them from amid the heather and the brushwood, uttering shrill cries to give warning one to another or to alarm the enemy. The Franks advanced cautiously, and at last arrived at the entrance of the thick wood which surrounded Morvan's abode. He had not set out with the pick of the warriors he had about him, but at the approach of the Franks he summoned his wife and his domestics, and said to them, "Defend ye well this house and these woods. As for me, I am going to march forward to collect my people, after which to return, but not without booty and spoils." He put on his armour and took a javelin in each hand, and mounted his horse. "Thou seest," said he to his wife, "these javelins I brandish. I will bring them back to thee this very day, dyed with the blood of Franks. Farewell." Setting out, he pierced, followed by his men, through the thickness of the forest, and advanced to meet the Franks. The battle began. The large numbers of the Franks who covered the ground for some distance dismayed the Britons, and many of them fled, seeking where they might hide themselves. Morvan, beside himself with rage, and at the head of his most devoted followers, rushed down upon the Franks as if to demolish them at a single stroke. And many fell beneath his blows. He singled out a warrior of inferior grade, toward whom he made at a gallop, and, insulting him by word of mouth, after the ancient fashion of the Celtic warriors, cried, "Frank, I am going to give thee my first present, a present which I have been keeping for thee a long while, and which I hope thou wilt bear in mind," and launched at him a javelin which the other received on his shield. "Proud Briton," replied the Frank, "I have received thy present, and I am going to give thee mine." He dug both spurs into his horse's sides, and galloped down upon Morvan, who, clad though he was in a coat of mail, fell pierced by the thrust of a lance. The Frank had but time to dismount and cut off his head, when he fell himself, mortally wounded by one of Morvan's young warriors, but not without having, in his turn, dealt the other his death blow. It spreads on all sides that Morvan is dead, and the Franks come thronging to the scene of the encounter. There is picked up and passed from hand to hand a head all bloody and fearfully disfigured. Ditka the monk is called to see it, and to say whether it is that of Morvan. but he has to wash the mass of disfigurement and to partially adjust the hair before he can pronounce that it is really Morvan's. There is then no more doubt. Resistance is now impossible. The widow, the family, and the servants of Morvan are brought before Louis the Debonair, accept all the conditions imposed upon them. Brittany is henceforth their tributary. On arriving at Angers, Louis found the Empress Hermengarde dying, and 2 days afterward she was dead. He had a tender heart which was not proof against sorrow, and he testified a desire to abdicate and turn monk. But he was dissuaded from his purpose, for it was easy to influence his resolutions. A little later he was advised to marry again, and he yielded. Several princesses were introduced, and he chose Judith of Bavaria, daughter of Count Welf, a family already powerful and in later times celebrated. Judith was young, beautiful, witty, and skilled in the art of making the gift of pleasing subserve the passion of ruling. Louis, during his expedition into Brittany, had just witnessed the fatal result of a woman's empire over her husband. He was destined himself to offer a more striking and more long-lived example of it. In 823 he had, by his new Empress Judith, a son whom he called Charles, and who was hereafter to be known as Charles the Bold. This son became his mother's ruling, if not exclusive, passion, and the source of his father's woes. His birth could not fail to cause ill temper in Louis's 3 sons by Hermengarde, who were already kings. They had but a short time previously received the first proof of their father's weakness. In 822, Louis, repenting of his severity toward his nephew, Bernard of Italy, whose eyes he had caused to put out as a punishment for rebellion, and who had died in consequence, considered himself bound to perform at Attigny, in the church and before the people, a solemn act of penance, which was credible to his honesty and piety, but the details left upon the minds of the beholders an impression unfavourable to the emperor's dignity and authority. In 829, during an assembly held at Worms, he, yielding to his wife's entreaties, and doubtless also to his own yearnings towards his youngest son, set at naught the solemn act whereby, in 817, he had shared his dominions among his 3 eldest sons, and took away from 2 of them, in Burgundy and Alemannia, some of the territories he had assigned to them, and gave them to the boy Charles for his share. Lothair, Pepin, and Louis thereupon revolted. Court rivalries were added to family differences. The emperor had summoned to his side a young Southron, Bernard by name, Duke of Septimania, and son of Count William of Toulouse, who had gauntly fought the Saracens. He made him his chief chamberlain and his favourite counsellor. Bernard was bold, ambitious, vain, imperious, and restless. He removed his rivals from court and put in their place his own creatures. He was accused not only of abusing the emperor's favour, but even of carrying on a guilty intrigue with the Empress Judith. There grew up against him, and by consequence against the emperor, the empress, and their youngest son, a powerful opposition, in which certain ecclesiastics, and among them Waller, abbot of Corbie, cousin german, and but lately one of the privy councillors of Charlemagne, joined eagerly. Some had at heart the unity of the empire, which Louis was breaking up more and more. Others were concerned for the spiritual interests of the church, which Louis, in spite of his piety and by reason of his weakness, often permitted to be attacked. Thus strengthened, the conspirators considered themselves certain of success. They had the Empress Judith carried off and shut up in the convent of St. Rontigond at Poitiers, and Louis in person came to deliver himself up to them in Compiègne, where they were assembled. There they passed a decree to the effect that the power and title of emperor were transferred from Louis to Lothair, his eldest son, that the act whereby a share of the empire had but lately been assigned to Charles was annulled, and that the act of 817, which had regulated the partition of Louis' dominions after his death, was once more in force. But soon there was a burst of reaction in favour of the emperor. Lothair's two brothers, jealous of his late elevation, made overtures of their father. The ecclesiastics were a little ashamed at being mixed up in a revolt. The people felt pity for the poor, honest emperor, and the General Assembly, meeting at Nimeguen, abolished the Acts of Compiègne and restored to Louis his title and his power. But it was not long before there was a revolt again, originating this time with Pepin, king of Aquitaine. Louis fought him and gave Aquitaine to Charles the Bald. The alliance between the three sons of Hermengrad was at once renewed. They raised an army, the emperor marched against them with his, and the two hosts met between Colmar and Bâle, in a place called Le Champ Rouge, the Field of Red. Negotiations were set on foot, and Louis was called upon to leave his wife Judith and his son Charles and put himself under the guardianship of his eldest sons. He refused. But just when the conflict was about to commence, desertion took place in Louis's army. Most of the prelates, Liec, and men-at-arms who had accompanied him passed over to the camp of Lothair, and the Field of Red became the Field of Falsehood, Le Champ de Mensonge. Louis, left almost alone, ordered his attendants to withdraw. Being unwilling, he said, made any one of them should lose life or limb on his account, and surrendered to his sons. They received him with great demonstrations of respect, but without relinquishing the prosecution of their enterprise. Lothair hastily collected an assembly, which proclaimed him emperor and the addition of divers territories to the kingdoms of Aquitaine and Bavaria. And, 3 months afterward, another assembly, meeting at Compiègne, declared the Emperor Louis to have forfeited the crown. For having, by his faults and incapacity, suffered in sink so sadly low the empire which had been raised to grandeur and brought into unity by Charlemagne and his predecessors. Louis submitted to this decision, himself read out aloud, in the church of Saint-Médard at Soissons, but not quite unresistingly, a confession in 8 articles of his faults, and, laying his baldric upon the altar, stripped off his royal robe, and received from the hands of Ibon, Archbishop of Riez, the grey vestment of a penitent. Lothair considered his father dethroned for good, and himself henceforth sole emperor. But he was mistaken. For years longer the scenes which have just been described kept repeating themselves again and again. Rivalries and secret plots began once more between the 3 victorious brothers and their partisans. Popular feeling revived in favour of Louis. A large portion of the clergy shared it. Several counts of Neustria and Burgundy appeared in arms in the name of the deposed emperor, and the seductive and able Judith came afresh upon the scene and gained over the course of her husband and her son a multitude of friends. In 834, 2 assemblies, one meeting at Saint-Denis and the other at Thionville, annulled all the acts of the Assembly of Compiègne, and for the 3rd time put Louis in possession of the imperial title and power. He displayed no violence in his use of it, but he was growing more and more irresolute and weak. When, in 838, the second of his rebellious sons, Pepin, king of Aquitaine, died suddenly. Louis, ever under the sway of Judith, speedily convoked at Worms in 839, once more and for the last time, a general assembly, whereat, leaving his son Louis of Bavaria reduced to his kingdom in Eastern Europe, he divided the rest of his dominions into 2 nearly equal parts, separated by the course of the Meuse and the Rhone. Between these 2 parts he left the choice to Lothair, who took the eastern portion, promising at the time to guarantee the western portion to his younger brother Charles. Louis the Germanic protested against this partition, and took up arms to resist it. His father, the emperor, set himself in motion toward the Rhine to reduce him to submission, but, on arriving close to Mayence, he caught a violent fever and died on the 20th of June, 840, at the castle Ingelheim, on a little island in the river. His last acts were a fresh proof of his goodness towards even his rebellious sons, and of his solicitude for his last-born. He sent to Louis the Germanic his pardon, and to Lothaire a golden crown and sword, at the same time bidding him fulfil his father's wishes on behalf of Charles and Judith. There is no telling whether, in the credulousness of his good nature, Louis had, at his dying hour, any great confidence in the appeal he made to his son Lothaire, and in the impression which would be produced on his other son, Louis of Bavaria, by the pardon bestowed. The prayers of the dying are of little avail against violent passions and barbaric manners. Scarcely was Louis the debonair dead, when Lothaire was already conspiring against young Charles, and was in secret alliance for his despoilment with Pepin II, the late King of Aquitaine's son, who had taken up arms for the purpose of seizing his father's kingdom, in the possession of which his grandfather Louis had not been pleased to confirm him. Charles suddenly learnt that his mother Judith was on the point of being besieged in Poitiers by the Aquitanians, and, in spite of the friendly protestations sent to him by Lothaire, it was not long before he discovered the plot formed against him. He was not wanting in shrewdness or energy, and having first provided for his mother's safety, he set about forming an alliance, in the case of their common interests, with his other brother, Louis the Germanic, who was equally in danger from the ambition of Lothaire. The historians of the period do not say what negotiator was employed by Charles on this distant and delicate mission, but several circumstances indicated that the Empress Judith herself undertook it, that she went in quest of the King of Bavaria, and it was she who, with the accustomed grace and address, determined him to make common cause with his youngest against their eldest brother. Divers incidents retarded for a whole year the outburst of his family plot, and of the war of which it was the precursor. The position of the young King Charles appeared for some time a very bad one. Certain chieftains, said the historian Nittard, faithful to his mother and to him, and having nothing more to lose than life or limb, chose rather to die gloriously than to betray their king. The arrival of Louis the Germanic and his troops helped to swell the forces and increase the confidence of Charles, and it was on the 21st of June, 841, exactly a year after the death of Louis the Debonair, that of Lothaire and Pepin on the one side, and that of Charles the Bald and Louis the Germanic on the other, stood face to face in the neighbourhood of the village of Fontenay, 6 leagues from Moya on the rivulet of Audry, never according to such evidence as is forthcoming, since the battle of the plains of Channon against the Huns, and that of Poitiers against the Saracens, had so great masses of men been engaged. There would be nothing untruthlike, says that scrupulous authority M. Furiel, in putting the whole number of combatants at 300,000, and there is nothing to show that either of the two armies was much less numerous than the other. However that may be, the leaders hesitated for 4 days to come to blows, and while they were hesitating, the old favourite, not only of Louis the Debonair, but also, according to several chroniclers, of the Empress Judith, held himself aloof with his troops in the vicinity, having made equal promise of assistance to both sides, and waiting to govern his decision for the prospect afforded by his first conflict. The battle began on the 25th of June at daybreak, and was at first in favour of Lothaire, but the troops of Charles the Bald recovered the advantage which had been lost by those of Louis the Germanic, and the action was soon nothing but a terribly simple scene of carnage between enormous masses of men charging hand to hand again and again, with a front extending over a couple of leagues. Before midday, the slaughter, the plunder, the spoliation of the dead, all was over. The victory of Charles and Louis was complete. The victors had retired to their camp, and there remained nothing on the field of battle but corpses in thick heaps or a long line, according as they had fallen in the disorder of flight or steadily fighting in their ranks. "Accursed be this day," cries Anglebert, one of Lothaire's officers, in rough Latin verse. "Be it unnumbered in the return of the year, but wiped out of all remembrance. Be it unlit by the light of the sun, be it without either dawn or twilight. Accursed also be this night, this awful night in which fell the brave, the most expert in battle. I ne'er hath seen more fearful slaughter. In streams of blood fell Christian men. The linen vestments of the dead did whiten the campaign, even as it is whitened by the birds of autumn. In spite of this battle, which appeared a decisive one, Lothair made zealous efforts to continue the struggle. He scoured the countries wherein he hoped to find partisans. To the Saxons he promised the unrestricted re-establishment of their pagan worship, and several of the Saxon tribes responded to his appeal. Louis the Germanic and Charles the Bald, having information of these preliminaries, resolved to solemnly renew their alliance. Several months after their victory at Fontenay, in February 842, they repaired both of them, each with his army, to Argentaria, on the right bank of the Rhine, between Belle and Strasbourg. And there, at an open-air meeting, Louis, first, addressing the chieftains about him in the German tongue, said, "Ye all know how often, since our father's death, Lothair hath attacked us, in order to destroy us, this my brother and me. Having never been able, as brothers and Christians, or in any just way, to obtain peace from him, we were constrained to appeal to the judgment of God. Lothair was beaten and retired, whither he could, with his following, for we, restrained by paternal affection and moved with compassion for Christian people, were unwilling to pursue them to extermination. Neither then nor aforetime did we demand aught else save that each of us should be maintained in his rights. But he, rebelling against the judgment of God, ceaseth not to attack us as enemies, this my brother and me, and he destroyeth the peoples and fire and pillage and the sword. That is the cause which hath united us afresh, and as we trow that ye doubt the soleness of our alliance and our fraternal union, we have resolved to bind ourselves afresh by this oath in your presence, being led thereto by no prompting of wicked covetousness, but only that we may secure our common advantage in case that, by your aid, God should cause us to obtain peace. If then I violate, which God forbid, this oath that I am about to take to my brother, I hold you all quit of submission to me and of the faith ye have sworn to me." Charles repeated his speech, word for word, to his own troops, in the Romance language, in that idiom derived from a mixture of Latin and of the tongues of ancient Gaul, and spoken, thenceforth, with varieties of dialect and pronunciation, in nearly all parts of Frankish Gaul. After this address, Louis pronounced and Charles repeated after him, each in his own tongue, the oath couched in these terms: "For the love of God, for the Christian people, and for our common weal, from this day forth, and so long as God shall grant me power and knowledge, I will defend this my brother, and will be an aid to him in everything, as one ought to defend his brother, provided that he do likewise unto me. And I will never make with Lothair any covenant which may be, to my knowledge, to the damage of this my brother." When the two brothers and thus sworn, the two armies, officers, and men took in their turn a similar oath, going bail in a mass for the engagements of their kings. Then they took up their quarters, all of them, for some time between Worms and Mayence, and followed up their political proceeding with military fate, precursors of the knightly tournaments of the Middle Ages. "A place of meeting was fixed," says a contemporary historian Itard, "as a spot suitable for this kind of exercises. Here were drawn up, on one side, a certain number of combatants, Saxons, Vascanians, Austrasians, or Britons. There were ranged on the opposite side an equal number of warriors, and the two divisions advanced, each against the other, as if to attack. One of them, with their bucklers at their backs, took to flight, as if to seek, in the main body, shelter against those who were pursuing them. Then suddenly facing about, they dashed out in pursuit of those before whom they had just been flying. This sport lasted until two kings, appearing with all the youth of their suits, rode up at a gallop, brandishing their spears and chasing first one lot and then the other. It was a fine sight to see so many temper among so many valiant folk, for great as was the mixture of different nationalities, no one was insulted or maltreated, though the contrary is often the case among men in small numbers and known one to another. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Channon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Decay of the Frankish Empire. Division into modern France, Germany, and Italy. AD 843 to 911. Francois P.G. Guizot. Part 2. After 4 or 5 months of tentative measures, or of incidents which taught both parties that they could not, either of them, hope to completely destroy the opponents, the two allied brothers received at Verdun, whither they had repaired to concert their next movement, a messenger from Lothair with peaceful proposals which they were unwilling to reject. The principle was that, with the exception of Italy, Aquitaine, and Bavaria, to be secured without dispute to their then possessors. The Frankish Empire should be divided into 3 portions, that the arbiters elected to preside over the partition should swear to make it as equal as possible, and that Lothair should have his choice, with the title of emperor. About mid-June 842, the 3 brothers met on an island of the Saône, near Chalon, where they began to discuss the questions which divided them. But it was not till more than a year after, in August 843, that assembling all 3 of them with the umpires at Verdun, they at least came to an agreement about the partition of the Frankish Empire, save the 3 countries which it had been beforehand agreed to accept. Louis kept all the provinces of Germany, of which he was already in possession, and received besides, on the left bank of the Rhine, the towns Mayence, Worms, and Speyer, with the territory appertaining to them. Lothair, for his part, had the eastern belt of Gaul, bounded on one side by the Rhine and the Alps, on the other by the courses of the Meuse, the Saône, and the Rhone, starting from the confluence of the 2 latter rivers, and further the country comprised between the Meuse and the Scheldt, together with certain countships lying to the west of that river. To Charles fell all the rest of Gaul, Vasconia or Biscay, Septimania, the marshes of Spain beyond the Pyrenees, and the other countries of southern Gaul which had enjoyed hitherto, under the title of the Kingdom of Aquitaine, a special government subordinated to the general government of the empire, but distinct from it, lost this last remnant of their Gallo-Roman nationality, and became integral portions of Frankish Gaul, which fell by partition to Charles the Bald, and formed one and the same kingdom under one and the same king. Thus fell through and disappeared in 843 by virtue of the Treaty of Verdun, the second of Charlemagne's grand designs, the resuscitation of the Roman Empire by means of the Frankish and Christian masters of Gaul. The name of emperor still retained a certain value in the minds of the people, and still remained an object of ambition to princes. But the empire was completely abolished, and in its stead sprang up 3 kingdoms, independent one of another, without any necessary connection or relation. One of the 3 was thenceforth France. In this great event I comprehended 2 facts: the disappearance of the empire and the formation of the 3 kingdoms which took its place. The first is easily explained. The resuscitation of the Roman Empire had been a dream of ambition and ignorance on the part of a great man, but a barbarian. Political unity and central, absolute power had been the essential characteristics of that empire. They became introduced and established, through a long succession of ages, on the ruins of the splendid Roman Republic, destroyed by its own dissensions, under favour of the still great influence of the old Roman Senate, though fallen from its high estate, and beneath the guardianship of the Roman legions and imperial praetorians. Not all of these conditions, not one of these forces, was to be met within the Roman world reigned over by Charlemagne. The nation of the Franks and Charlemagne himself were but of yesterday. The new emperor had neither ancient senate to hedge at the same time that it obeyed him, nor old bodies of troops to support him. Political unity and absolute power were repugnant, alike to the intellectual and the social condition, to the national manners and personal sentiments of the victorious barbarians. The necessity of placing their conquests beyond the reach of a new swarm of barbarians, and the personal ascendancy of Charlemagne were the only things which gave this government a momentary gleam of success in the way of unity and of fractious despotism under the name of empire. In 814, Charlemagne had made territorial security an accomplished fact, but the personal power he had exercised disappeared with him. The new Gallo-Frankish community recovered, under the mighty and gradual influence of Christianity, its proper and natural course, producing disruption into different local communities and bold struggles for individual liberties, either one with another or against whosoever tried to become their master. As for the second fact, the formation of the three kingdoms, which were the issue of the Treaty of Verdun, various explanations have been given of it. This distribution of certain peoples of Western Europe into three distinct and independent groups, Italians, Germans, and French, has been attributed at one time to a diversity of histories and manners, at another to geographical causes, and to what is called the rule of natural frontiers, and oftener still to a spirit of nationality and to differences of language. Let none of these causes be gainsaid. They all exercised some of the influence, but they are all incomplete in themselves and far too redolent of theoretical system. It is true that Germany, France, and Italy began at that time to emerge from the chaos into which they had been plunged by barbaric invasion and the conquests of Charlemagne, and to form themselves into quite distinct nations, but there were in each of the kingdoms of Lothair, of Louis the Germanic, and of Charles the Bald, populations widely differing in race, language, manners, and geographical affinity, and it required many great events and the lapse of many centuries to bring about the degree of national unity they now possess. To say nothing touching the agency of individual and independent forces, which is always considerable, although so many men of intellect ignore it in the present day, what would have happened had any one of the three new kings, Lothair or Louis the Germanic or Charles the Bald, been a second Charlemagne, as Charlemagne had been a second Charles Martel? Who can say that, in such a case, the three kingdoms would have taken the form they took in 843? Happily or unhappily, it was not so. None of Charlemagne's successors was capable of exercising on the events of this time, by virtue of his brain and his own will, any notable influence. Attempts at foreign invasion of France were renewed very often, and in many parts of Gallo-Frankish territory during the whole duration of the Carlovingian dynasty, and even though they failed, they caused the population of the kingdom to suffer from cruel ravages. Charlemagne, even after his success against the different barbaric invaders, had foreseen the evils which would be inflicted on France by the most formidable and most determined of them, the Northmen, coming by sea and landing on the coast. The most closely contemporaneous and most given to detail of his chroniclers, the monk of St. Gall, tells the prolix and pompous, but evidently heartfelt and sincere terms the tale of the great emperor's far-sightedness. Charles, who was ever astir, says he, arrived by mere hap and unexpectedly in a certain town of Narbonese Gaul. While he was at dinner, and was as yet unrecognized of any, some corsairs of the Northmen came to ply their piracies in the very port. When their vessels were described, they were supposed to be Jewish traders according to some, African according to others, and British in the opinion of others. But the gifted monarch, perceiving by the build and lightness of the craft that they bear not merchandise but foes, said to his own folk, "These vessels be not laden with merchandise, but manned with cruel foes." At these words all the Franks, in rivalry with one another, ran to their ships, but uneasily, for the Northmen indeed, hearing that yonder was he whom it was still their wont to call the Charles the Hammer, feared the least all their fleet should be taken or destroyed in the port, and they avoided, by a flight of inconceivable rapidity, not only their glaives, but even the eyes of those who were pursuing them. Pious Charles, however, a prey to well-grounded fear, rose up from table, stationed himself at a window looking eastward, and there remained a long while, and his eyes were filled with tears. As none durst question him, his warlike prince explained to the grandees who were about his person the cause of his movement and of his tears. Know ye, my liege, wherefore I weep so bitterly? Of a surety I fear not lest these fellows should succeed in injuring me by their miserable piracies, but it grieveth me deeply that, while I live, they should have been nigh to touching at this shore, and I am to prey to violent sorrow when I foresee that evils they will heap upon my descendants and their people. The forecast and the dejection of Charles were not unreasonable. It will be found that there is special mention made, in the chronicles of the 9th and 10th centuries, of 47 incursions into France and Norwegian, Danish, Swedish, and Irish pirates, all comprised under the name of Northmen, and doubtless many other incursions of less gravity have left no trace in history. The Northmen, says Farrell, descended from the north to the south by a sort of natural gradation or ladder. The Scheldt was the first river by the mouth of which they penetrated inland. The Seine was the second, the Loire the third. The advance was threatening for the countries traversed by the Garonne, and it was 844 that vessels freighted with Northmen for the first time ascended this last river to the considerable distance inland, and there took immense booty. The following year they pillaged and burnt Sens. In 846 they got as far as Limoges. The inhabitants, finding themselves unable to make head against the dauntless pirates, abandoned their hearths, together with all they had not time to carry away. Encouraged by these successes, the Northmen reappeared next year upon the coasts and in the rivers of Aquitaine, and they attempted to take Bordeaux, whence they were valorously repulsed by the inhabitants. But in 848, having once more laid siege to that city, they were admitted into it at night by the Jews, who were there in great force, to plunder and conflagration. A portion of the people was scattered abroad, and the rest put to the sword. The monasteries and churches wherein they hoped to find treasures were the favourite object of the Northmen's enterprises. In particular, they plundered at the gates of Paris the abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés and that of Saint-Denis, whence they carried off the abbot, who could not purchase his freedom save by heavy ransom. They penetrated more than once into Paris itself, and subjected many of its quarters to contributions or pillage. The populations grew into the habit of suffering and fleeing, and the local lords and even the kings made arrangements sometimes with the pirates, either for saving the royal domains from the ravagers, or for having their own share therein. In 850 Pepin, king of Aquitaine, and the brother of Charles the Bald, came to an understanding with the Northmen, who had ascended the Garonne and were threatening Toulouse. They arrived under his guidance, says Farrell. They laid siege to it, took it and plundered it, not half-wise, not hastily, as folks who feared to be surprised, but leisurely, with all security, by virtue of a treaty of alliance with one of the kings of the country. Throughout Aquitaine there was but one cry of indignation against Pepin, and the popularity of Charles was increased in proportion to all the horror inspired by the ineffable misdeed of his adversary. Charles the Bald himself, if he did not ally himself, as Pepin did, with the invaders, took scarce any interest in the fate of the populations, and scarcely more trouble to protect them. For Hincmar, Archbishop of Rheims, wrote to him in 859, "Many folk say that you are incessantly repeating that it is not for you to mix yourself up with these depredations and robberies, and that every one has but to defend himself as best he may." In the middle and during the last half of the 9th century, a chief of the Northmen named Hestank or Hastings appeared several times over on the coasts and in the rivers of France, with numerous vessels and a following. He had also with him, say the chronicles, a young Norwegian or Danish prince, Bayern, called Ironsides, whom he had educated, and who had preferred sharing the fortunes of his governor to living quietly with the king, his father. After several expeditions into western France, Hastings became the theme of terrible and very probably fabulous stories. He extended his cruises, they say, to the Mediterranean, and having arrived at the coasts of Tuscany within sight of a city which is in ignorance he took for Rome, he resolved to pillage it. But not feeling strong enough to attack it by assault, he sent to the bishop to say he was very ill, felt a wish to become a Christian, and begged to be baptized. Some days afterward, his comrades spread a report that he was dead, and claimed for him the honours of a solemn burial. The bishop consented. The coffin of Hastings was carried into the church, attended by a large number of his followers, without visible weapons. But in the middle of the ceremony, Hastings suddenly leapt up, sword in hand, from his coffin. His followers displayed the weapons they had concealed, closed the doors, slew the priests, pillaged ecclesiastical treasures, and re-embarked before the very eyes of the stupefied population, to go and resume on the coasts of France their incursions and their ravages. Whether they were true or false, these rumours of bold artifices and distant expeditions on the part of Hastings aggravated the dismay inspired by his appearance. He penetrated into the interior of the country, took possession of Chartres, and appeared before Paris, where Charles the Bald, entrenched at Saint-Denis, was deliberating with his prelates and barons as to how he might resist the Northmen, or treat with them. The Chronicle says that the barons advised resistance, but the king preferred negotiation, and sent the abbot of Saint-Denis, the which was an exceeding wise man, to Hastings, who, after long parley, and by reason of large gifts and promises, consented to stop his cruisings, to become a Christian, and to settle in the countship of Chartres, which the kings gave him as an hereditary possession, with all of its appurtenances. According to other accounts, it was only some years later, under the young King Louis III, grandson of Charles the Bald, that Hastings was induced, either by reverses or by payments of money, to cease from his piracies and accept in recompense the countship of Chartres. Whatever may have been the date, he was, it is believed, the first chieftain of the Northmen who renounced a life of adventure and plunder to become, in France, a great landed proprietor and a count of the kings. A greater chieftain of the Northmen than Hastings was soon to follow his example, and found Normandy in France, but before Rolf, that is, Rollo, came and gave the name of his race to a French province. The piratical Northmen were again to attempt a greater blow against France, and to suffer a great reverse. In November 885, under the reign of Charles the Fat, after having for more than 40 years irregularly ravaged France, they resolved to unite their forces in order at length to obtain possession of Paris, whose outskirts they had so often pillaged without having been able to enter the heart of the place. Two bodies of troops were set in motion. One, under the command of Rollo, who was already famous among his comrades, marched on Rouen. The other went right up the course of the Seine, under the orders of Siegfried, whom the Northmen called their king. Rollo took Rouen and pushed on at once for Paris. Duke Renaud, general of the Gallo-Frankish troops, went to encounter him on the banks of the Eure, and sent to him to sound his intentions Hastings, the newly made Count of Chartres. "Valiant warriors," said Hastings to Rollo, "whence come ye? What seek ye here? What is the name of your lord and master? Tell us this, for we be sent unto you by the king of the Franks." "We be Danes," answered Rollo, "and all the equally masters among us. We be come to drive out the inhabitants of this land, and to subject it as our own country. But who art thou, thou who speakest so glibly?" "Ye have sometime heard tell of one Hastings, who, issuing forth from among you, come hither with much shipping, and made desert a great part of the kingdom of the Franks." "Yes," said Rollo, "we have heard tell of him. Hastings began well and ended it ill. "Will ye yield you to King Charles?" asked Hastings. "We yield," was the answer, "to no one. All that we shall take by our arms we will keep as our right. Go and tell this, if thou wilt, to the king whose envoy thou bestowest to be." Hastings returned to the Gallo-Frankish army, and Rollo prepared to march on Paris. Hastings had gone back somewhat troubled in mind. Now there were among the Franks one Count Thibault, who greatly coveted the courtship of Chartres, and he said to Hastings, "Why slumberest thou softly? Knowest thou not that King Charles doth purpose thy death by cause of all the Christian blood that thou didst aforetime justly shed? Bethink thee of all the evil thou hast done him, by reason whereof he purposeth to drive thee from his land. Take heed to thyself that thou be not smitten unawares." Hastings, dismayed, at once sold to Thibault the town of Chartres, and, removing all that belonged to him, departed to go and resume, for all that appears, his old course of life. On the 25th of November, 885, all the forces of the Northmen formed a junction before Paris. 700 huge barks covered 2 leagues of the Seine, bringing, it is said, more than 30,000 men. The chieftains were astonished at sight of the new fortifications of the city, a double wall of circumvallation, and bridges crowned with towers, and in the environs the ramparts of the abbeys of Saint-Denis and Saint-Germain solidly rebuilt. Siegfried hesitated to attack a town so well defended. He demanded to enter alone and have an interview with the bishop, Guizot. "Take pity on thyself and thy flock," said he to him. "Let us pass through the city. We will in no wise touch the town. We will do our best to preserve for thee, Count Eudes, all your possessions." "This city," replied the bishop, "hath been confided unto us by the Emperor Charles, king and ruler under God of the powers of the earth. He hath confided it unto us, not that it should cause the ruin, but the salvation of the kingdom. If peradventure these walls had been confided to thy keeping, as they have been to mine, wouldst thou do as thou biddest me?" "If ever I do so," answered Siegfried, "may my head be condemned to fall by the sword and serve as food to the dogs. But if thou yield not to our prayers, so soon as the sun shall commence his course, our armies will launch upon thee their poisoned arrows. And when the sun shall end his course, they will give thee over to all the horrors of famine, and this will they do from year to year." The bishop, however, persisted, without further discussion, being as certain of Count Eudes as he was of to himself. Eudes, who was young and but recently made Count of Paris, was the eldest son of Robert the Strong, Count of Anjou, of the same line as Charlemagne, and but lately slain in battle against the Northmen. Paris had for defenders 2 heroes, one of the Church and the other of the Empire, the faith of the Christian and the fealty of the vassal, the conscientiousness of the priest and the honour of the warrior. The siege lasted 13 months, whilst pushed vigorously forward with 8 several assaults, whilst maintained by close investment, and with all the alternations of success and reverse, all the intermixture of brilliant daring and obscure sufferings that can occur when the assailants are determined and the defenders devoted. Not only a contemporary, but an eyewitness, Availle, a monk of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, has recounted the details in a long poem wherein the writer, devoid of talent, adds nothing to the simple representation of events. It is history itself which gives Availle's poem a high degree of interest. We do not possess, in reference to these continual struggles of the Northmen with the Gallo-Frankish populations, any other document which is equally precise and complete, or which could make us so well acquainted with all the incidents, all the phases of this irregular warfare between 2 peoples, one without a government, the other without a country. The bishop, Guizot, died during the siege. Count Eudes quitted Paris for a time to go and beg aid of the emperor, but the Parisians soon saw him reappear on the heights of Montmartre with 3 battalions of troops, and he re-entered the town, spurring on his horse and striking right and left with his battle-axe through the ranks of the dumbfounded besiegers. The struggle was prolonged throughout the summer, and when, in November 886, Charles the Fat at last appeared before Paris, with a large army of all nations, it was to purchase the retreat of the Northmen at the cost of a heavy ransom, and by allowing them to go and winter in Burgundy, whereof the inhabitants obeyed not the emperor. Some months afterward, in 887, Charles the Fat was disposed, at a diet held on the banks of the Rhine by the grandees of Germanic France, and Arnulf, a natural son of Carloman, the brother of Louis III, was proclaimed emperor in his stead. At the same time Count Eudes, the gallant defender of Paris, was elected King of Compiègne, and crowned by the Archbishop of Saint-Guy, Duke of Spoleto, descended from Charlemagne in the female line, hastened to France and was declared king at Langres by the bishop of that town, but returned with precipitation to Italy, seeing no chance to maintaining himself in his French kingship. Elsewhere Bozo, Duke of Ari, became king of Provence, and the Burgundian Count Rudolph had set himself crowned at Saint-Maurice in the Valais, king of Transjuan Burgundy. There was still in France a legitimate Carlovingian, a son of Louis the Stutterer, who was hereafter to become Charles the Simple. But being only a child, he had been rejected or completely forgotten, and in the interval that was to elapse ere his time should arrive, kings were being made in all directions. In the midst of this confusion, the Northmen, though they kept at a distance from Paris, pursued in western France their cruising and plundering. In Rollo they had a chieftain far superior to his vagabond predecessor. Though he still led the same life that they had, he displayed therein other faculties, other inclinations, other views. In his youth he had made an expedition to England, and had there contracted a real friendship with the wise King Alfred the Great. During their campaign in Friesland, he had taken prisoner Rainier, Count of Hainault, and Alberade, Countess of Brabant, made a request to Rollo for her husband's release, offering in return to set free 12 captains of the Northmen, her prisoners, and to give up all the gold she possessed. Rollo took only half the gold, and restored to the Countess her husband, where in 885 he became master of Rouen. Instead of devastating the city after the fashion of his kind, he respected the buildings, had the walls repaired, and humoured the inhabitants. In spite of his violent and extortionate practices, where he met with obstinate resistance, there will be discerned in him symptoms of a more noble sentiments, and of an instinctive learning toward order, civilization, and government. After the deposition of Charles the Fat and during the reign of Eudes, a lively struggle was maintained between the Frankish king and the chieftain of the Northmen, who had neither of them forgotten their early encounters. They strove one against the other with varied fortunes. Eudes succeeded in beating the Northmen at Montfaucon, but was beaten in Vermandois by another band, commanded, it is said, by the veteran Hastings, sometime Count of Chartres. Rollo, too, had his share at one time of success, at another of reverse, but he made himself master of several important towns, showed a disposition to treat the quiet populations gently, and made a fresh trip to England, during which he renewed friendly relations with her king, Athelstan, the successor of Alfred the Great. He thus became, from day to day, more reputable as well as more formidable in France, insomuch that Eudes himself was obliged to have recourse, in dealing with him, to negotiations and presents, when in 898 Eudes was dead, and Charles the Simple, at hardly 19 years of age, had been recognized sole of King of France. The ascendancy of Rollo became such that the necessity of treating with him was clear. In 911 Charles, by the advice of his councillors, and among them of Robert, brother of the late King Eudes, who had himself become Count of Paris and Duke of France, sent to the chieftain of the Northmen Franco, Archbishop of Rouen, with orders to offer him the cession of the considerable portion of Neustria and the hand of his young daughter Giselle, under condition he became a Christian and acknowledged himself the king's vassal. Rollo, by the advice of his comrades, received these overtures with a good grace, and agreed to a truce of 3 months, during which they might treat about peace. On the day fixed, Charles, accompanied by Duke Robert and Rollo, surrounded by his warriors, repaired Saint-Clair-sur-Epte on the opposite banks of the river, and exchanged numerous messages. Charles offered Rollo Flanders, which the Northman refused, considering it too swampy. As to the maritime portion of Neustria, he would not be contented with it. It was, he said, covered with forests, and had become quite a stranger to the ploughshare by reason of the Northman's incessant incursions. He demanded the addition of territories from Brittany, and that the prince of that province, Berenger and Alan, lords, respectively, of Redon and Dol, should take the oath of fidelity to him. When matters had been arranged on this basis, the bishop told Rollo that he who received such a gift as the Duchy of Normandy was bound to kiss the king's foot. "Never," quoth Rollo, "will I bend the knee before the knees of any, and I will kiss the foot of none." At the solicitation of the Franks, he ordered one of his warriors to kiss the king's foot. The Northman, remaining bolt upright, took hold of the king's foot, raised it to his mouth, and so made the king fall backward, which caused great bursts of laughter and much disturbance among the throng. Then the king and all the grandees who were about him, prelates, abbots, dukes, and counts, swore in the name of the Catholic faith that they would take the patrician Rollo in his life, his members, and his folk, and would guarantee to him of the aforesaid land, to him and his descendants forever. After which the king, well satisfied, returned to his domains, and Rollo departed with Duke Robert for the town of Rouen. The dignity of Charles the Simple had no reason to be well satisfied, but the great political question which, a century before, caused Charlemagne much lively anxiety was solved. The most dangerous, the most incessantly renewed of all foreign invasions, those of the Northmen, ceased to threaten France. The vagabond pirates had a country to cultivate and defend. The Northmen were becoming French. End of section 4. Recorded by Michael Channon.
Section 5 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Career of Alfred the Great, A.D. 871 through 901, by Thomas Hughes, Part 1. Alfred the Great was the grandson of Egbert, king of the West Saxons, who during a reign of 37 years consolidated in the Saxon Heptarchy the 7 Teutonic kingdoms, into which Anglia or England had been divided since the expulsion of the Britons by the Saxons about 585. In the latter part of Egbert's reign, the Danish Northmen appeared in the estuaries and rivers of England, sacking and burning the towns along their banks. Ethelwulf, who had been made King of Kent in 828, and succeeded his father Egbert as King of Anglia in 837, was early occupied in resisting and repelling attacks along his coasts, and by several successful pitched battles with the Danish invaders, obtained comparative freedom from their visits for 8 years. Ethelwulf had married Osburga, the daughter of Aslak, his cupbearer, and had a daughter and 5 sons, of whom Alfred, the youngest, was born in 849. Part of Alfred's childhood was spent in Rome. At Compiègne and Verberie, among his playmates, were Charles, the boy king of Aquitaine, and Judith, children of the French king Charles the Bald. Judith, at 14 years of age, became Ethelwulf's second wife, and when the old king died 2 years later, to the amazement and scandal of the nation, married her stepson Ethelbald. According to Ethelwulf's will, Ethelbald became king of Wessex, Ethelbert, the second son, king of Kent, while Ethelred and Alfred were to be in the line of succession to Ethelbald. Ethelbald died in 860, and Judith returned to France, subsequently marrying Baldwin, Count of Flanders. Ethelbert, as successor, joined the kingdoms of Wessex and Kent. Alfred lived at the court of Ethelbert and became noted for the intelligence and studious activities which were to make his future reign the conspicuous epoch in English history, so brilliantly commemorated 1,000 years after his death in 901, in the millenary celebrated in Winchester and its neighborhood in 1901. Ethelbert died in 866 and was succeeded by Ethelred. In 868, Alfred married Elswitha, the daughter of Ethelred Musil of Mercia. Meanwhile, the Danes had resumed their predatory excursions, and in the winter of 870-71, Ethelred, accompanied by Alfred, attacked them at Reading, but after an initial victory was repulsed. 4 days later, Ethelred and Alfred with their forces were attacked on Ashdown near Whitehorse Hill. After a heavy slaughter, the Danes were out to flight. The Danes, however, reinforced by Guthrum with new troops from over the sea, within a fortnight resumed offensive operations. And at Merton, 2 months later, Ethelred was mortally wounded. He died almost immediately after the battle, and, at the age of 23, Alfred ascended the throne of his fathers, which was tottering, as it seemed, to its fall. Thomas Hughes. The throne of the West Saxons was not an inheritance to be desired in the year 871, when Alfred succeeded his gallant brother. It descended on him without comment or ceremony, as a matter of course. There was not even an assembly of the Witan to declare the succession as in ordinary times. With Guthrum and Hingwar in their entrenched camp at the confluence of the Thames and Kennet, and fresh bands of marauders sailing up the former river and constantly swelling the ranks of the pagan army during these summer months, there was neither time nor heart among the wise men of the West Saxons for strict adherence to the letter of the Constitution, however venerable. The succession had already been settled by the Great Council, when they formally accepted the provisions of Ethelwulf's will, that his 3 sons should succeed, to the exclusion of the children of any one of them. The idea of strict hereditary succession has taken so strong a hold of us English in later times that it is necessary constantly to insist that our old English kingship was elective. Alfred's title was based on election, and so little was the idea of usurpation, or of any wrong done to the 2 infant sons of Ethelred connected with his accession, that even the lineal descendant of one of those sons, in his chronicle of that eventful year, does not pause to notice the fact that Ethelred left children. He is writing to his beloved cousin Matilda, to instruct her in the things which he had received from ancient traditions, of the history of our race down to these 2 kings from whom we have our origin. The 4th son of Ethelwulf, he writes, was Ethelred, who, after the death of Ethelbert, succeeded to the kingdom, and was also my grandfather's grandfather. The 5th was Alfred, who succeeded after all the others to the whole sovereignty, and was your grandfather's grandfather, and so passes on to the next facts, without a word as to the claims of his own lineal ancestor, though he had paused in his narrative at this point for the special purpose of introducing a little family episode. When Alfred had buried his brother in the cloisters of Wimborne Minster, and had taken time to look out from his Dorsetshire resting place, and take stock of the immediate prospects and work which lay before him, we can well believe that those historians are right who have told us that for the moment he lost heart and hope, and suffered himself to doubt whether God would, by his hand, deliver the afflicted nation from its terrible straits. In the 8 pitched battles which we find by the Saxon Chronicle, Asser giving 7 only, had already been fought with the pagan army, the flower of the youth of these parts of the West Saxon kingdom must have fallen. The other Teutonic kingdoms of the island, of which he was overlord, and so bound to defend, had ceased to exist except in name, or lay utterly powerless, like Mercia, awaiting their doom. Kent, Sussex, and Surrey, which were now an integral part of the royal inheritance of his own family, were at the mercy of his enemies, and he without a hope of striking a blow for them. London had been pillaged and was in ruins. Even in Wessex proper, Berkshire and Hampshire, with parts of Wilts and Dorset, had been crossed and recrossed by marauding bands, in whose track only smoking ruins and dead bodies were found. The land was as of the Garden of Eden before them, and behind them a desolate wilderness. These bands were, at this very moment, on foot, striking into new districts farther to the southwest than they had yet reached. If the rich lands of Somersetshire and Devonshire and the yet unplundered parts of Wilts and Dorset are to be saved, it must be by prompt and decisive fighting, and it is time for a king to be in the field. But it is a month from his brother's death before Alfred can gather men enough round his standard to take the field openly. Even then, when he fights, it is almost against his will, for his ranks are sadly thin, and the whole pagan army are before him, at Wilton, near Salisbury. The action would seem to have been brought on by the impetuosity of Alfred's own men, whose spirit was still unbroken, and their confidence in their young king enthusiastic. There was a long and fierce fight as usual, during the earlier part of which the Saxons had the advantage, though greatly outnumbered. But again we get glimpses of the old trap of a feigned flight and ambuscade into which they fell, and so again lose possession of the place of death, the ultimate test of victory. This year, says the Saxon Chronicle, 9 general battles were fought against the army in the kingdom south of the Thames, besides which Alfred, the king's brother, and single aldermen and king's thanes oftentimes made attacks on them, which were not counted, and within the year 1 king and 9 jarls, earls, were slain. Wilton was the last of these general actions, and not long afterward, probably in the autumn, Alfred made peace with the pagans on condition that they should quit Wessex at once. They were probably allowed to carry off whatever spoils they may have been able to accumulate in their Reading camp, but I can find no authority for believing that Alfred fell into the fatal and humiliating mistake of either paying them anything or giving hostages or promising tribute. This young king, who as crown prince led the West Saxons up the slopes at Ashdown, when Bagsack, the 2 Sidrocks, and the rest were killed, and who has very much their own way of fighting, going into the clash of arms when the hard steel rings upon the high helmets, and the beasts of prey have ample spoil, like a veritable child of Odin, it is clearly one whom it is best to let alone, at any rate so long as easy plunder and rich lands are to be found elsewhere, without such poison-mad fighting for every herd of cattle and rood of ground. Indeed, I think the careful reader may trace from the date of Ashdown a decided unwillingness on the part of the Danes to meet Alfred, except when they could catch him at disastrous odds. They succeeded, indeed, for a time in overrunning almost the whole of his kingdom, in driving him in exile for a few wretched weeks to the shelter of his own forests. But whenever he was once fairly in the field, they preferred taking refuge in strong places, and offering treaties and hostages to the actual arbitrament of battle. So the pagan army quitted Reading, and wintered in 872 in the neighborhood of London, at which place they received proposals from Bored, king of the Mercians, Alfred's brother-in-law, and for a money payment pass him and his people contemptuously by for a time, making some kind of treaty of peace with them, and go northward into what has now become their own country. They winter in Lincolnshire, gathering fresh strength during 873 from the never-failing sources of supply across the narrow seas. Again, however, in this year of ominous rest, they renew their sham peace with poor Bured and his Mercians, who thus managed to tide it over another winter. In 874, however, the time has come. In the spring, the pagan army under the 3 kings, Guthrum, Oscytal, and Amund, burst into Mercia. In this one only of the English Teutonic kingdoms, they find neither fighting nor suffering hero to cross their way, and leave behind for 1,000 years the memory of a noble end, cut out there in some 6 lines of an old chronicler, but full of life and inspiration to this day for all Englishmen. The whole country is overrun and reduced under pagan rule without a blow struck, so far as we know, and within the year. Poor Bured, titular king of the Mercians, who is made believed to rule this English kingdom these 22 years, who in his time has marched with his father-in-law Ethelwulf across North Wales, has beleaguered Nottingham with his brothers-in-law, Ethelred and Alfred 6 years back, not without show of manhood, sees for his part nothing for it under such circumstances but to get away as swiftly as possible, as many so-called kings have done before him and since. The West Saxon court is no place for him, quite other views of kingship prevailing in those parts. So the poor Bured breaks away from his anchors, leaving his wife Ethelswitha even, in his haste, to take refuge with her brother. Or is it that the heart of the daughter of the race of Cerdic swells against leaving the land which her sires had won, the people they had planted there in the moment of sorest need? In any case, Bured drifts away alone across into France, and so toward the winter to Rome. There he dies at once, about Christmas time, 874, of shame and sorrow probably, or of a broken heart, as we say. At any rate, having this kingly gift left in him, that he cannot live and look on the ruin of his people, as St. Edmund's brother Edwold is doing in these same years, near a clear well at Carnelia in Dorsetshire, doing the hermit business there on bread and water. The English in Rome bury away poor Bured with all the honors in the church of St. Mary's, to which the English schools rebuilt by his father-in-law Ethelwulf were attached. Ethelswitha visited, or started to visit, the tomb years later, we are told, in 888, when Mercia had risen to new life under her great brother's rule. Through these same months, Guthrum, Oscytal, and the rest are wintering at Repton, after destroying there the cloister where the kingly line of Mercia lie, disturbing perhaps the bones of the great Offa, whom Charlemagne had to treat as an equal. Neither of the pagan kings is inclined at this time to settle in Mercia. So, casting about what to do with it, they light on a certain foolish man, a king's thane, one Ceolwulf, and set him up as a sort of king popinjay. From this Ceolwulf they take hostages for the payment of yearly tribute, to be wrung out of these poor Mercians on pain of dethronement, and for the surrender of the kingdom to them on whatever day they would have it back again. Foolish king's thanes, turned into king popinjays by pagans, and left to play at government on such terms, are not pleasant or profitable objects in such times as these of 1,000 years since, or indeed at any times for the matter of that. So let us finish with Ceolwulf, just noting that a year or two later his pagan lords seem to have found much of the spoil of monasteries and the pickings of earl and churl, of folkland and bookland, sticking to his fingers, instead of finding its way to their coffers. This was far from their meaning in setting him up in the high places of Mercia. So they strip him and thrust him out, and he dies in beggary. This, then, is the winter's work of the great pagan army at Repton, Alfred watching them and their work doubtless with keen eye, not without misgivings too at their numbers, swollen again to terrible proportions since they sailed away down Thames after Wilton fight. It will take years yet before the gaps in the fighting strength of Wessex, left by those 9 pitched battles, and other smaller fights, will be filled by the crop of youths passing from childhood to manhood. An anxious thought, that, for a young king. The pagans, however, are not yet ready for another throw for Wessex, and so, when Mercia is sucked dry for the present, and will no longer suitably maintain so great a host, they again sever. Halfdene, who would seem to have joined them recently, takes a large part of the army away with him northward. Settling his headquarters by the river Tyne, he subdues all the land, and ofttimes spoils the Picts and the Strathclyde Britons. Among other holy places in those parts, Halfdene visits the island of Lindisfarne, hoping perhaps in his pagan soul not only to commit ordinary sacrilege in the holy places there, which is everyday work for the like of him, but even to lay impious hands on, and to treat with indignity the remains of that holy man St. Cuthbert, who is become, in due course, patron and guardian saint of hunters, and of that scourge of pagans, Alfred the West Saxon. If such were his thoughts, he is disappointed of his sacrilege, for Bishop Eardulf and Abbot Eadred, devout and strenuous persons, having timely warning of his approach, carry away the sainted body from Lindisfarne, and for 9 years hide with it up and down the distracted northern counties, now here, now there, moving that sacred treasure from place to place until this bitterness is overpast, and holy persons and things, dead or living, are no longer in danger, and the bodies of saints may rest safely in fixed shrines, the pagan armies and disorderly persons of all kinds having been converted or suppressed in the meantime. For which good deed the royal Alfred, in whose calendar St. Cuthbert, patron of huntsmen, stands very high, will surely warmly befriend them hereafter, when he has settled his accounts with many persons and things. From the time of this incursion of Halfdene, Northumbria may be considered once more a settled state, but a Danish, not a Saxon one. The rest and greater part of the army under Guthrum, Oscytal, and Amund, on leaving Repton, strike southeast, through what was landlord Edmund's country, to Cambridge, where, in their usual heathen way, they passed the winter of 875. The downfall, exile, and death of his brother-in-law in 874 must have warned Alfred, if he had any need of warning, that no treaty could bind these foemen, and that he had nothing to look for but the same measure as soon as the pagan leaders felt themselves strong enough to mete it out to him and Wessex. In the following year, we accordingly find him on the alert, and taking action in a new direction. These heathen pirates, he sees, fight his people at terrible advantage by reason of their command of the sea. This enables them to choose their own point of attack, not only along the sea-coast, but up every river as far as their light galleys can swim, to retreat unmolested at their own time whenever the fortune of war turns against them, to bring reinforcements of men and supplies to the scene of action without fear of hindrance. His Saxons have long since given up their seafaring habits. They have become before all things an agricultural people, drawing almost everything they need from their own soil. The few foreign tastes they have are supplied by foreign traders. However, if Wessex is to be made safe, the sea kings must be met in their own element. And so, with what expenditure of patience and money and encouraging words and example we may easily conjecture, the young king gets together a small fleet, and himself takes command of it. We have no clue to the point on the south coast where the admiral of 25 fights his first naval action, but know only that in the summer of 875 he is cruising with his fleet and meets 7 tall ships of the enemy. One of these he captures, and the rest make off after a hard fight, no small encouragement to the sailor king, who has thus for another year saved Saxon homesteads from devastation by fire and sword. The second wave of invasion had now at last gathered weight and volume enough, and broke on the king and people of the West Saxons. The year 876 was still young when the whole pagan army, which had wintered at and about Cambridge, marched to their ships and put to sea. Guthrum was in command, with the other 2 kings, Anketel and Amund, as his lieutenants, under whom was a host as formidable as that which had marched across Mercia through forest and waste, and sailed up the Thames 5 years before to the assault of Reading. There must have been some few days of harassing suspense, for we cannot suppose that Alfred was not aware of the movements of his terrible foes. Probably his new fleet cruised off the south coast on the watch for them, and all up the Thames there were gloomy watchings and forebodings of a repetition of the evil days of 871. But the suspense was soon over. Passing by the Thames mouth and through Dover Straits, the pagan fleet sailed, and westward still, past many tempting harbors and rivers' mouths, until they came off the coast of Dorsetshire. There they land at Wareham, and seize and fortify the neck of land between the rivers Frome and Piddle, on which stood, when they landed, a fortress of the West Saxons and a monastery of holy virgins. Fortress and monastery fell into the hands of the Danes, who set to work at once to throw up earthworks and otherwise fortify a space large enough to contain their army, and all spoil brought in by marauding bands from this hitherto unplundered country. This fortified camp was soon very strong, except on the western side, upon which Alfred shortly appeared with a body of horsemen, and other such troops as could be gathered hastily together. The detachment of the pagans, who were already out pillaging the whole neighborhood, fell back apparently before him, concentrating on the Wareham camp. Before its outworks, Alfred paused. He is too experienced a soldier now to risk at the outset of a campaign such a disaster as that which he and Ethelred had sustained in their attempt to assault the camp at Reading in 871. He He is just strong enough to keep the pagans within their lines, but has no margin to spare. So he sits down before the camp, but no battle is fought, neither he nor Guthrum caring to bring matters to that issue. Soon negotiations are commenced, and again a treaty is made. On this occasion, Alfred would seem to have taken special pains to bind his faithless foe. All the holy relics which could be procured from holy places in the neighborhood were brought together, that he himself and his people might set the example of pledging themselves in the most solemn manner known to Christian men. Then a holy ring or bracelet, smeared with the blood of beasts sacrificed to Woden, was placed on a heathen altar. Upon this, Guthrum and his fellow kings and earls swore on behalf of the army that they would quit the king's country and give hostages. Such an oath had never been sworn by Danish leader on English soil before. It was the most solemn known to them. They would seem also to have sworn on Alfred's relics as an extra proof of their sincerity for this once, and their hostages, from among the most renowned men in the army, were duly handed over. Alfred now relaxed his watch, even if he did not withdraw with the main body of his army, leaving his horse to see that the terms of the treaty were performed, and to watch the Wareham camp until the departure of the pagan host. But neither oath on sacred ring, nor the risk to their hostages, weighed with Guthrum and his followers when any advantage was to be gained by treachery. They steal out of the camp by night, surprise and murder the Saxon horsemen, seize the horses, and strike across the country, the mounted men leading, to Exeter, but leaving a sufficient garrison to hold Wareham for the present. They surprise and get possession of the western capital, and there settle down to pass the winter. Rollo, fiercest of the Vikings, is said by Asser to have passed the winter with them in their Exeter quarters on his way to Normandy, but whether the great robber himself were here or not, it is certain that the Channel swarmed with pirate fleets, who could put in to Wareham or Exeter at their discretion, and find a safe stronghold in either place, from which to carry fire and sword through the unhappy country. Alfred had vainly endeavored to overtake the march to Exeter in the autumn of 876, and failing in the pursuit, had disbanded his own troops as usual, allowing them to go to their own homes until the spring. Before he could be afoot again in the spring of 877, the main body of the pagans at Exeter had made that city too strong for any attempt at assault, so the king and his troops could do no more than beleaguer it on the land side, as he had done at Wareham. But Guthrum could laugh at all the efforts of his great antagonist, and wait in confidence the sure disbanding of the Saxon troops at harvest time, so long as his ships held the sea. Supplies were running short in Exeter, but the Exe was open, and communications going on with Wareham. It is arranged that the camp there shall be broken up, and the whole garrison, with their spoil, shall join headquarters. 120 Danish war galleys are freighted, and beat down Channel, but are baffled by adverse winds for nearly a month. They and all their supplies may be looked for any day in the Exe when the wind changes. Alfred, from his camp before Exeter, sends to his little fleet to put to sea. He cannot himself be with them as in their first action, for he knows well that Guthrum will seize the first moment of his absence to sally from Exeter, break the Saxon lines, and scatter his army in roving bands over Devonshire, on their way back to the Eastern Kingdom. The Saxon fleet puts out, manned itself, as some say, partly with sea robbers hired to fight their own people. However manned, it attacks bravely a portion of the pirates. But a mightier power than the fleet fought for Alfred at this crisis. First, a dense fog, and then a great storm came on, bursting on the south coast, with such fury that the pagans lost no less than 100 of their chief ships off Swanage, as mighty a deliverance perhaps for England, though the memory of it is nearly forgotten, as that which began in the same seas 700 years later, when Drake and the sea kings of the 16th century were hanging on the rear of the Spanish Armada along the Devon and Dorset coasts, while the beacons blazed up all over England and the whole nation flew to arms. The destruction of the fleet decided the fate of the siege of Exeter. Once more negotiations are opened by the pagans. Once more Alfred, fearful of driving them to extremities, listens, treats, and finally accepts oaths and more hostages, acknowledging, probably in sorrow to himself, that he can for the moment do no better. And on this occasion Guthrum, being caught far from home, and without supplies or ships, keeps the peace well, moving, as we conjecture, watched jealously by Alfred, on the shortest line across Devon and Somerset to some ford in the Avon, and so across into Mercia, where he arrives during harvest and billets his army on Ceolwulf, camping them for the winter about the city of Gloucester. Here they run up huts for themselves and make some pretense of permanent settlement on the Severn, dividing large tracts of land among those who cared to take them. The campaigns of 876 through 877 are generally looked upon as disastrous ones for the Saxon arms, but this view is certainly not supported by the chroniclers. It is true that both at Wareham and Exeter the pagans broke new ground and secured their position, from which no doubt they did sore damage in the neighboring districts, but we can trace in those years none of the old ostentatious daring and thirst for battle with Alfred. Whenever he appears, the pirate bands draw back at once into their strongholds, and, exhausted as great part of Wessex must have been by the constant strain, the West Saxons show no signs yet of falling from their gallant king. If he can no longer collect in a week such an army as fought at Ashdown, he can still, without much delay, bring to his side a sufficient force to hem the pagans in and keep them behind their ramparts. But the nature of the service was telling sadly on the resources of the kingdom south of the Thames. To the Saxons there came no new levies, while from the north and east of England, as well as from over the sea, Guthrum was ever drawing to his standard wandering bands of sturdy Northmen. The most important of these reinforcements came to him from an unexpected quarter this autumn. We have not heard for some years of Hubba, the brother of Hingwar, the younger of the two Vikings who planned and led the first great invasion in 868. Perhaps he may have resented the arrival of Guthrum and other kings in the following years, to whom he had to give place. Whatever may have been the cause, he seems to have gone off on his own account, carrying with him the famous Raven Standard, to do his appointed work in these years on other coasts under its ominous shade. This war flag, which they call Raven, was a sacred object to the Northmen. When Hingwar and Hubba had heard of the death of their father, Ragnar Lodbrog, and had resolved to avenge him, while they were calling together their followers, their three sisters in one day wove for them this war flag, in the midst of which was portrayed the figure of a raven. Whenever the flag went before them into battle, if they were to win the day, the sacred raven would rouse itself and stretch its wings, but if defeat awaited them, the flag would hang round its staff, and the bird remain motionless. This wonder had been proved in many a fight, so the wild pagans who fought under the standard of Ragnar's children believed. It was a power in itself, and Hubba and a strong fleet were with it. They had appeared in the Bristol Channel in this autumn of 877, and had ruthlessly slaughtered and spoiled the people of South Wales. Here they proposed to winter, but as the country is wild mountain for the most part, and the people very poor, they will remain no longer than they can help. Already a large part of the army about Gloucester is getting restless. The story of their march from Devonshire, through rich districts of Wessex yet unplundered, goes round among the newcomers. Guthrum has no power, probably no will, to keep them to their oaths. In the early winter, a joint attack is planned by him and Hubba on the West Saxon territory. By Christmas they are strong enough to take the field, and so, in midwinter, shortly after Twelfth Night, the camp at Gloucester breaks up, and the army stole away to Chippenham, recrossing the Avon once more into Wessex under Guthrum. The fleet, after a short delay, crosses to the Devonshire coast under Hubba in 30 warships. And now, at last, the courage of the West Saxons gives way. The surprise is complete. Wiltshire is at the mercy of the pagans, who, occupying the royal burgh of Chippenham as headquarters, overrun the whole district, drive many of the inhabitants beyond the sea for want of the necessaries of life, and reduce to subjection all those that remain. Alfred is at his post, but for the moment can make no head against them. His own strong heart and trust in God are left him, and with them and a scanty band of followers he disappears into the forest of Selwood, which then stretched away from the confines of Wiltshire for 30 miles to the west. East Somerset, now one of the fairest and richest of English counties, was then for the most part thick wood and tangled swamp, but miserable as the lodging is, it is welcome for the time to the king. In the first months of 878, Selwood Forest holds in its recesses the hope of England. It is at this point, as is natural enough, that romance has been most busy, and it has become impossible to disentangle the actual facts from monkish legend and Saxon ballad. In happier times, Alfred was in the habit himself of talking over the events of his wandering life pleasantly with his courtiers, and there is no reason to doubt that the foundation of most of the stories still current rests on those conversations of the truth-loving king, noted down by Bishop Asser and others. The best known of these is, of course, the story of the cakes. In the depths of the Saxon forests, there were always a few neatherds and swineherds scattered up and down, living in rough huts enough, we may be sure, and occupied with the care of the cattle and herds of their masters. Among these in Selwood was a neatherd of the king, a faithful man, to whom the secret of Alfred's disguise was entrusted, and who kept it even from his wife. To this man's hut the king came one day alone, and sitting himself down by the burning logs on the hearth, began mending his bows and arrows. The neatherd's wife had just finished her baking, and having other household matters to attend to, confided her loaves to the king, a poor, tired-looking body, who might be glad of the warmth, and could make himself useful by turning the batch, and so earn his share while she got on with other business. But Alfred worked away at his weapons, thinking of anything but the good housewife's batch of loaves, which in due course were not only done, but rapidly burning to a cinder. At this moment the neatherd's wife comes back, and flying to the hearth to rescue the bread, cries out, "Drat the man! Never to turn the loaves when you see them burning. I's warrant you ready enough to eat them when they are done." But besides the king's faithful neatherd, whose name is not preserved, there are other churls in the forest, who must be Alfred's comrades just now, if he will have any. And even here he has an eye for a good man, and will lose no opportunity to help one to the best of his power. Such a one he finds in a certain swineherd called Deanwolf, whom he gets to know, a thoughtful Saxon man minding his charge there in the oak woods. The rough churl, or thrall, we know not which, has great capacity, as Alfred soon finds out, and desire to learn. So the king goes to work upon Deanwolf under the oak trees, when the swine will let him, and is well satisfied with the results of his teaching and the progress of his pupil. But in those miserable days, the commonest necessaries of life were hard enough to come by for the king and his few companions, and for his wife and family, who soon joined him in the forest, even if they were not with him from the first. The poor foresters cannot maintain them, nor are this band of exiles the men to live on the poor. So Alfred and his comrades are soon out foraging on the borders of the forest, and getting what subsistence they can from the pagans, or from the Christians who had submitted to their yoke. So we may imagine them dragging on life till near Easter, when a gleam of good news comes tipped from the west to gladden the hearts and strengthen the arms of these poor men in the depths of Selwood. End of Section 5. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 6 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Career of Alfred the Great, A.D. 871 through 901, by Thomas Hughes. Part 2. Soon after Guthrum and the main body of the pagans moved from Gloucester southward, the Viking Hubba, as had been agreed, sailed with 30 ships of war from his winter quarters on the south Welsh coast, and landed in Devon. The news of the catastrophe at Chippenham, and of the disappearance of the king, was no doubt already known in the West, and in the face of it, Oda the alderman cannot gather the strength to meet the pagan in the open field. But he is a brave and true man, and will make no terms with the spoilers. So, with other faithful thanes of King Alfred and their followers, he throws himself into a castle or fort called Kinwith or Kinwit, there to abide whatever issue of this business God shall send them. Hubba, with the war flag Raven, and a host laden with the spoil of rich Devon vales, appear in due course before the place. It is not strong naturally, and has only walls in our own fashion, meaning probably rough earthworks. But there are resolute men behind them, and on the whole Hubba declines the assault, and sits down before the place. There is no spring of water, he hears, within the Saxon lines, and they are otherwise wholly unprepared for a siege. A few days will no doubt settle the matter, and the sword or slavery will be the portion of Oda and the rest of Alfred's men. Meantime, there is spoil enough in the camp from Devonshire homesteads, which brave men can revel in round the war flag Raven, while they watch the Saxon ramparts. Oda, however, has quite other views than death from thirst or surrender. Before any stress comes, early one morning he and his whole force sally out over their earthworks, and from the first cut down the pagans in great numbers. 840 warriors, some say 1,200, with Hubba himself, are slain before Kinwit Fort. The rest, few in number, escape to their ships. The war flag Raven is left in the hands of Oda and the men of Devon. This is the news which comes to Alfred, Ethelnoth the alderman of Somerset, Deanwulf the swineherd, and the rest of the Selwood Forest group, some time before Easter. These men of Devonshire, it seems, are still staunch, and ready to peril their lives against the pagan. No doubt, up and down Wessex, thrashed and trodden out as the nation is by this time, there are other good men and true, who will neither cross the sea, nor the Welsh marches, nor make terms with the pagan, some sprinkling of men who will yet set life at stake, for faith in Christ and love of England. If these can only be rallied, who can say what may follow? So, in the lengthening days of spring, council is held in Selwood, and there will have been Easter services in some chapel or hermitage in the forest, or at any rate in some quiet glade. The Day of Days will surely have had its voice of hope for this poor remnant. Christ is risen and reigns, and it is not in these heathen Danes, nor in all the Northmen who ever sailed across the sea, to put back his kingdom or to enslave those whom he has freed. The result is that, far away from the eastern boundary of the forest, on a rising ground, hill it can scarcely be called, surrounded by dangerous marshes formed by the little rivers Thone and Parrot, fordable only in summer, and even then dangerous to all who have not the secret, a small fortified camp is thrown up under Alfred's eye, by Ethelnoth and the Somersetshire men, where he can once again raise his standard. The spot has been chosen by the king with the utmost care, for it is his last throw. He names it the Etheling's Eag, or island, Athelney. Probably his young son, the Etheling of England, is there among the first, with his mother and his grandmother Eadburga, the widow of Ethelred Musel, the venerable lady whom Asser saw in later years, and who has now no country but her daughters. There are, as has been reckoned, some 2 acres of hard ground on the island, and around vast brakes of alder bush full of deer and other game. Here the Somersetshire men can keep up constant communication with him, and a small army grows together. They are soon strong enough to make forays into the open country, and in many skirmishes they cut off parties of the pagans and supplies. For, even when overthrown and cast down, says Malmesbury, Alfred had always to be fought with. So then, when one would esteem him altogether worn down and broken, like a snake slipping from the hand of him who would grasp it, he would suddenly flash out again from his hiding places, rising up to smite his foes in the height of their insolent confidence, and never more hard to beat than after a flight. But it was still a trying life at Athelney. Followers came in slowly, and provender and supplies of all kinds are hard to wring from the pagan, and harder still to take from Christian men. One day, while it was yet so cold that the water was still frozen, the king's people had gone out, to get them fish or fowl, or some such purveyance as they sustained themselves withal. No one was left in the royal hut for the moment but himself, and his mother-in-law Eadburga. The king, after his constant wont whensoever he had the opportunity, was reading from the Psalms of David, out of the manual which he carried always in his bosom. At this moment a poor man appeared at the door and begged for a morsel of bread for Christ his sake. Whereupon the king, receiving the stranger as a brother, called to his mother-in-law to give him to eat. Eadburga replied that there was but one loaf in their store, and a little wine in a pitcher, a provision wholly insufficient for his own family and people. But the king bade her nevertheless to give the stranger part of the last loaf, which she accordingly did. But when he had been served, the stranger was no more seen, and the loaf remained whole, and the pitcher full to the brim. Alfred, meantime, had turned to his reading, over which he fell asleep, and dreamt that St. Cuthbert of Lindisfarne stood by him, and told him it was he who had been his guest, and that God had seen his afflictions and those of his people, which were now about to end, in token whereof his people would return that day from their expedition with a great take of fish. The king, awakening, and being much impressed with his dream, called to his mother-in-law and recounted it to her, who thereupon assured him that she too had been overcome with sleep and had had the same dream. And while they yet talked together on what had happened so strangely to them, their servants come in, bringing fish enough, as it seemed to them, to have fed an army. The monkish legend goes on to tell that on the next morning the king crossed to the mainland in a boat, and wound his horn thrice, which drew to him before noon 500 men. What we may think of the story and the dream, as Sir John Spellman says, is not here very much material, seeing that, whether we deem it natural or supernatural, the one, as well as the other, serves at God's appointment, by raising or dejecting of the mind with hopes or fears, to lead man to the resolution of those things whereof he has before ordained the event. Alfred, we may be sure, was ready to accept and be thankful for any help, let it come from whence it might, and soon after Easter it was becoming clear that the time is at hand for more than skirmishing expeditions. Through all the neighboring counties word is spreading that their hero king is alive and on foot again, and that there will be another chance for brave men, ere long, of meeting once more these scourges of the land under his leading. A popular legend is found in the later chroniclers, which relates that at this crisis of his fortunes, Alfred, not daring to rely on any evidence but that of his own senses as to the numbers, disposition, and discipline of the pagan army, assumed the garb of a minstrel, and with one attendant visited the camp of Guthrum. Here he stayed, showing tricks and making sport, until he had penetrated to the king's tents, and learned all that he wished to know. After satisfying himself as to the chances of a sudden attack, he returns to Athelney, and, the time having come for a great effort, if his people will but make it, sends round messengers to the aldermen and king's thanes of neighboring shires, giving them a tryst for the 7th week after Easter, the 2nd week in May. On or about the 12th of May, 878, King Alfred left his island in the Great Wood, and his wife and children and such household gods sick as he had gathered round him there, and came publicly forth among his people once more, riding to Egbert's Stone, probably Brixton, on the east of Selwood, a distance of 26 miles. Here met him the men of the neighboring shires, Oda no doubt, with his men of Devonshire, full of courage and hope after their recent triumph, the men of Somersetshire, under their brave and faithful alderman Ethelnoth, and the men of Wilts and Hants, such of them at least as had not fled the country, or made submission to the enemy. And when they saw their king alive, after such great tribulation, they received him, as he merited, with joy and acclamation. The gathering had been so carefully planned, by Alfred and the nobles who had been in conference or correspondence with him at Athelney, that the Saxon host was organized and ready for immediate action on the very day of muster. Whether Alfred had been his own spy we cannot tell, but it is plain that he knew well what was passing in the pagan camp, and how necessary swiftness and secrecy were to the success of his attack. Local traditions cannot be much relied upon for events which took place 1,000 years ago, but where there is clearly nothing improbable in them, they are at least worth mentioning. We may note, then, that according to Somersetshire tradition, first collected by Dr. Giles, himself a Somersetshire man, and one who, besides his Life of Alfred and other excellent works bearing on the time, is the author of The Harmony of the Chroniclers, published by the Alfred Committee in 1852. The signal for the actual gathering of the West Saxons at Egbert's Stone was given by a beacon lighted on the top of Stourton Hill, where Alfred's Tower now stands. Such a beacon would be hidden from the Danes, who must have been encamped about Westbury, by the range of the Wiltshire Hills, while it would be visible to the west over the Low Country toward the Bristol Channel, and to the south far into Dorsetshire. Not an hour was lost by Alfred at the place of muster. The bands which came together there were composed of men well used to arms, each band under its own alderman or reeve. The small army he had himself been disciplining at Athelney and training in skirmishes during the last few months would form a reliable center, on which the rest would have to form as best they could. So, after one day's halt, he breaks up his camp at Egbert's Stone and marches to Eglia, now called Clay Hill, an important height commanding the vale to the north of Westbury, which the Danish army were now occupying. The day's march of the army would be a short 5 miles. Here the annals record that St. Neot, his kinsman, appeared to him and promised that on the morrow his misfortunes would end. There are still traces of rude earthworks round the top of Clay Hill, which are said to have been thrown up by Alfred's army at this time. If there had been time for such a work, it would undoubtedly have been a wise step, as a fortified encampment here would have served Alfred in good stead in case of a reverse. But the few hours during which the army halted on Clay Hill would have been quite too short time for such an undertaking, which, moreover, would have exhausted the troops. It is more likely that the earthworks, which are of the oldest type, similar to those at White Horse Hill, above Ashdown, were there long before Alfred's arrival in May 878. After resting one night on Clay Hill, Alfred led out his men in close order of battle against the pagan host, which lay at Ethandune. There has been much doubt among the antiquaries as to the site of Ethandune, but Dr. Giles and others have at length established the claims of Eddington, a village 7 miles from Clay Hill on the northeast, to the spot where the strength of the second wave of pagan invasion was utterly broken, and rolled back weak and helpless from the rock of the West Saxon kingdom. Sir John Spelman, relying apparently only on the authority of Nicholas Harpsfeld's Ecclesiastical History of England, puts a speech into Alfred's mouth which he is supposed to have delivered before the Battle of Eddington. He tells them that the great sufferings of the land have been yet far short of what their sins had deserved, that God had only dealt with them as a loving father, and was now about to succor them, having already stricken their foe with fear and astonishment, and given him, on the other hand, much encouragement by dreams and otherwise, that they had to do with pirates and robbers who had broken faith with them over and over again, and the issue they had to try that day was whether Christ's faith or heathenism was henceforth to be established in England. There is no trace of any such speech in the Saxon Chronicle or Asser, and the one reported does not ring like that of Judas Maccabeus. That Alfred's soul was on fire that morning on finding himself once more at the head of a force he could rely on, and before the enemy he had met so often, we may be sure enough, but shall never know how the fire kindled into speech, if indeed it did so at all. In such supreme moments many of the strongest men have no word to say, keep all their heat within. Nor have we any clue to the numbers who fought on either side at Ethandune, or indeed in any of Alfred's battles. In the Chronicles, there are only a few vague and general statements, from which little can be gathered. The most precise of them is that in the Saxon Chronicle, which gives 840 as the number of men who were slain, as we heard with Hubba before Kinwit Fort, in Devonshire earlier in this same year. Such a death roll, in an action in which only a small detachment of the pagan army was engaged, would lead to the conclusion that the armies were far larger than one would expect. On the other hand, it is difficult to imagine how any large bodies of men could find subsistence in a small country, which was the seat of so devastating a war, and in which so much land remained still unreclaimed. but whatever the power on either side amounted to, we may be quite sure that it had been exerted to the utmost to bring as large a force as possible into line at Ethandune. Guthrum fought to protect Chippenham, his base of operations, some 16 miles in his rear, and all the accumulated plunder of the busy months which had passed since Twelfth Night, and it is clear that his men behaved with the most desperate gallantry. The fight began at noon. One chronicler says at sunrise, but the distance makes this impossible unless Alfred marched in the night, and lasted through the greater part of the day. Warned by many previous disasters, the Saxons never broke their close order, and so, though greatly outnumbered, hurled back again and again the onslaughts of the Northmen. At last Alfred and his Saxons prevailed, and smote his pagan foes with a very great slaughter, and pursued them up to their fortified camp on Bratton Hill or Edge, into which the great body of the fugitives threw themselves. All who were left outside were slain, and the great spoil was all recovered. The camp may still be seen, called Bratton Castle, with its double ditches and deep trenches, and barrow in the midst 60 yards long, and its 2 entrances guarded by mounds. It contains more than 20 acres, and commands the whole countryside. There can be little doubt that this camp, and not Chippenham, which is 16 miles away, was the last refuge of Guthrum and the great northern army on Saxon soil. So, in 3 days from the breaking up of his little camp at Athelney, Alfred was once more king of all England south of the Thames. For this army of pagans, shut up within their earthworks on Bratton Edge, are little better than a broken and disorderly rabble, with no supplies and no chance of succor from any quarter. Nevertheless, he will make sure of them, and above all will guard jealously against any such mishap as that of 876, when they stole out of Wareham, murdered the horsemen he had left to watch them, and got away to Exeter. So Bratton Camp is strictly besieged by Alfred with his whole power. Guthrum the Destroyer, and now the King of East Anglia, the strongest and ablest of all the Northmen who had ever landed in England, is now at last fairly in Alfred's power. At Reading, Wareham, Exeter, he had always held a fortified camp, on a river easily navigable by the Danish warships, where he might look for speedy succor, or whence at the worst he might hope to escape to the sea. But now he, with the remains of his army, is shut up in an inland fort, with no ships on the Avon, the nearest river, even if they could cut their way out and reach it, and no hopes of reinforcements over land. Halfdene is the nearest Viking who might be called to the rescue, and he in Northumbria is far too distant. It is a matter of a few days only, for food runs short at once in the besieged camp. In former years, or against any other enemy, Guthrum would probably have preferred to sally out and cut his way through the Saxon lines, or die sword in hand as a son of Odin should. Whether it were that the wild spirit in him is thoroughly broken for the time by the unexpected defeat at Ethandune, or that long residence in a Christian land and contact with Christian subjects have shaken his faith in his own gods, or that he has learned to measure and appreciate the strength and nobleness of the man he had so often deceived, at any rate, for the time Guthrum is subdued. At the end of 14 days he sends to Alfred, suing humbly for terms of any kind, offering on the part of the army as many hostages as may be required, without asking for any in return, once again giving solemn pledges to quit Wessex for good, and above all declaring his own readiness to receive baptism. If it had not been for the last proposal, we may doubt whether even Alfred would have allowed the ruthless foes, with whom he and his people had fought so often, and with such varying success, to escape now. Over and over again they had sworn to him, and broken their oaths the moment it suited their purpose, had given hostages and left them to their fate. In all English kingdoms they had now for 10 years been destroying and pillaging the houses of God, and slaying even women and children. They had driven his sister's husband from the throne of Mercia, and had grievously tortured the martyr Edmund. If ever foe deserved no mercy, Guthrum and his army were the men. When David smote the children of Moab, he measured them with a line, casting them down to the ground, even with 2 lines measured he put to death, and with 1 full line to keep alive. When he took Rabbah of the children of Ammon, he brought forth the people that were therein, and put them under saws and under harrows of iron, and under axes of iron, and made them pass through the brick kiln. That was the old Hebrew method, even under King David. And in the 9th century, Christianity had as yet done little to soften the old heathen custom of woe to the vanquished. Charlemagne's proselytizing campaigns had been as merciless as Muhammad's. But there is about this English king a divine patience, the rarest of all virtues in those who are set in high places. He accepts Guthrum's proffered terms at once, rejoicing over the chance of adding these fierce heathen warriors to the church of his master, by an act of mercy which even they must feel. And so the remnant of the army are allowed to march out of their fortified camp, and to recross the Avon into Mercia, not quite 5 months after the day of their winter attack and the seizing of Chippenham. The northern army went away to Cirencester, where they stayed over the winter, and then returning into East Anglia settled down there, and Alfred and Wessex hear no more of them. Never was triumph more complete or better deserved, and in all history there is no instance of more noble use of victory than this. The West Saxon army was not at once disbanded. Alfred led them back to Athelney, where he had left his wife and children, and while they are there, 7 weeks after the surrender, Guthrum and 30 of the bravest of his followers arrived to make good their pledge. The ceremony of baptism was performed at Wedmore, a royal residence which had probably escaped the fate of Chippenham and still contained a church. Here Guthrum and his 30 nobles were sworn in, the soldiers of a greater king than Woden, and the white linen cloth, the sign of their new faith, was bound round their heads. Alfred himself was godfather to the Viking, giving him the Christian name of Athelstan, and the chrism loosing, or unbinding of the sacramental cloths, was performed on the 8th day by Ethelnoth, the faithful alderman of Somersetshire. After the religious ceremony, there still remained the task of settling the terms upon which the victors and vanquished were hereafter to live together side by side in the same island. For Alfred had the wisdom, even in his enemy's humiliation, to accept the accomplished fact, and to acknowledge East Anglia as a Danish kingdom. The Witenagemot had been summoned to Wedmore, and was sitting there, and with their advice the treaty was then made, from which, according to some historians, English history begins. We have still the text of the 2 documents, which together contain Alfred and Guthrum's peace, or the Treaty of Wedmore, the first and shorter being probably the articles hastily agreed on before the capitulation of the Danish army at Chippenham, the latter the final terms settled between Alfred and his Witan, and Guthrum and his 30 nobles, after mature deliberation and conference at Wedmore, but not formally executed until some years later. The shorter one, that made at the capitulation, runs as follows. Alfred and Guthrum's peace. This is the peace that King Alfred and King Guthrum, and the Witan of all the English nation, and all the people that are in East Anglia, have all ordained, and with oaths confirmed, for themselves and their descendants, as well for born as unborn, who reck of God's mercy or of ours. First, concerning our land boundaries. These are upon the Thames, and then upon the Lee, and along the Lee unto its source, then straight to Bedford, then up the Ouse to Watling Street. Then there is this, if a man be slain, we reckon all equally dear, English and Dane, at 8 half marks of pure gold, except the churl who dwells on Gavil land and their leasings, they are also equally dear at 200 shillings. And if a king's thane be accused of manslaughter, if he desire to clear himself, let him do so before 12 king's thanes. If any man accuse a man who is of less degree than king's thane, let him clear himself with 11 of his equals and 1 king's thane, and so in every suit, which be for more than 4 mancuses. And if he dare not, let him pay for it threefold, as it may be valued. Of warrantors, and that every man know his warrantor, for men and for horses and for oxen. And we all ordained, on that day that the oaths were sworn, that neither bondman nor freeman might go to the army without leave, nor any of them to us. But if it happen that any of them from necessity will have traffic with us, or we with them, for cattle or goods, that is to be allowed on this wise, that hostages be given in pledge of peace, and as evidence whereby it may be known that the party has a clean book. By the treaty, Alfred is thus established as king of the whole of England south of the Thames, of all the old kingdom of Essex south of the Lee, including London, Hertford, and St. Albans, of the whole of the great kingdom of Mercia, which lay to the west of Watling Street, and of so much to the east as lay south of the Ouse. That he should have regained so much proves the straits to which he had brought the northern army, who would have to give up all their new settlements round Gloucester. That he should have resigned so much of the kingdom which had acknowledged his grandfather, father, and brothers as overlords, proves how formidable his foe still was, even in defeat, and how thoroughly the northeastern parts of the island had by this time been settled by the Danes. The remainder of the short treaty would seem simply to be provisional, and intended to settle the relations between Alfred's subjects and the army, while it remained within the limits of the new Saxon kingdom. Many of the soldiers would have to break up their homes in Gloucestershire, and, with this view, the halt at Cirencester is allowed, where, as we have already heard, they rest until the winter. While they remain in the Saxon kingdom, there is to be no distinction between Saxon and Dane. The weregild, or life ransom, is to be the same in each case for men of like rank, and all suits for more than 4 mancuses, about 24 shillings, are to be tried by a jury of peers of the accused. On the other hand, only necessary communications are to be allowed between the northern army and the people, and where there must be trading, fair and peaceful dealing is to be ensured by the giving of hostages. This last provision, and the clause declaring that each man shall know his warrantor, inserted in a 5-clause treaty, where nothing but what the contracting parties must hold to be of the very first importance would find place, are another curious proof of the care with which our ancestors and all Germanic tribes guarded against social isolation, the doctrine that one man has nothing to do with another, a doctrine which the great body of their descendants, under the leading of Schultz, Delitzsch, and others, seem likely to repudiate with equal emphasis in these latter days, both in Germany and England. Thus, in July 878, the foundations of the new kingdom of England were laid, for new it undoubtedly became when the Treaty of Wedmore was signed. The Danish nation, no longer strangers and enemies, are recognized by the heir of Cerdic as lawful owners of the full half of England. Having achieved which result, Guthrum and the rest of the new converts leave the Saxon camp and return to Cirencester at the end of 12 days, loaded with such gifts as it was still in the power of their conquerors to bestow, and Alfred was left in peace, to turn to a greater and more arduous task than any he had yet encountered. John Richard Green. Alfred was the noblest, as he was the most complete embodiment of all that is great, all that is lovable, in the English temper. He combined, as no other man has ever combined, its practical energy, its patient and enduring force, its profound sense of duty, the reserve and self-control that steady it in a wide outlook and a restless daring, its temperance and fairness, its frank geniality, its sensitiveness to action, its poetic tenderness, its deep and passionate religion. Religion, indeed, was the groundwork of Alfred's character. His temper was instinct with piety. Everywhere throughout his writings that remain to us, the name of God, the thought of God, stir him to outbursts of ecstatic adoration. But he was no mere saint. He felt none of that scorn of the world about him, which drove the nobler souls of his day to monastery or hermitage. Vexed as he was by sickness and constant pain, his temper took no touch of asceticism. His rare geniality, a peculiar elasticity and mobility of nature, gave color and charm to his life. A sunny frankness and openness of spirit breathe in the pleasant chat of his books, and what he was in his books he showed himself in his daily converse. Alfred was, in truth, an artist, and both the lights and shadows of his life were those of the artistic temperament. His love of books, his love of strangers, his questionings of travelers and scholars, betray an imaginative restlessness that longs to break out of the narrow world of experience which hemmed him in. At one time he jots down news of a voyage to the unknown seas of the north. At another, he listens to tidings which his envoys bring back from the churches of Malabar. And side by side with this restless outlook of the artistic nature, he showed its tenderness and susceptibility, its vivid apprehension of unseen danger, its craving for affection, its sensitiveness to wrong. It was with himself, rather than with his reader, that he communed as thoughts of the foe without, of ingratitude and opposition within, broke the calm pages of Gregory or Boethius. "Oh, what a happy man was he cries once, that man that had a naked sword hanging over his head from a single thread, so as to me it always did. Desirest thou power? He asks at another time, but thou shalt never obtain it without sorrows, sorrows from strange folk, and yet keener sorrows from thine own kindred. Hardship and sorrow, he breaks out again. Not a king but would wish to be without these if he could, but I know that he cannot." The loneliness which breathes in words like these has often begotten in great rulers a cynical contempt of men and the judgments of men, but cynicism found no echo in the large and sympathetic temper of Alfred. He not only longed for the love of his subjects, but for the remembrance of generations to come. Nor did his inner gloom or anxiety check for an instant his vivid and versatile activity. To the scholars he gathered round him, he seemed the very type of a scholar, snatching every hour he could find to read or listen to books read to him. The singers of his court found in him a brother singer, gathering the old songs of his people to teach them to his children, breaking his renderings from the Latin with simple verse, solacing himself in hours of depression with the music of the Psalms. He passed from court and study to plan buildings and instruct craftsmen in gold work, to teach even falconers and dog keepers their business. But all this versatility and ingenuity was controlled by a cool good sense. Alfred was a thorough man of business. He was careful of detail, laborious, methodical. He carried in his bosom a little handbook in which he noted things as they struck him, now a bit of family genealogy, now a prayer, now such a story as that of Ildhelm playing minstrel on the bridge. Every hour of the day had its appointed task. There was the same order in the division of his revenue and in the arrangement of his court. Wide, however, and various as was the king's temper, its range was less wonderful than its harmony. Of the narrowness, of the want of proportion, of the predominance of one quality over another, which go commonly with an intensity of moral purpose, Alfred showed not a trace. Scholar and soldier, artist and man of business, poet and saint, his character kept that perfect balance which charms us in no other Englishman save Shakespeare. But full and harmonious as his temper was, it was the temper of a king. Every power was bent to the work of rule. His practical energy found scope for itself in the material and administrative restoration of the wasted land. His intellectual activity breathed fresh life into education and literature. His capacity for inspiring trust and affection drew the hearts of Englishmen to a common center and began the upbuilding of a new England. And all was guided, controlled, ennobled by a single aim. "So long as I have lived," said the king as life closed about him, "I have striven to live worthily." Little by little, men came to know what such a life of worthiness meant. Little by little, they came to recognize in Alfred a ruler of higher and nobler stamp than the world had seen. Never had it seen a king who lived solely for the good of his people. Never had it seen a ruler who set aside every personal aim to devote himself solely to the welfare of those whom he ruled. It was this grand self-mastery that gave him his power over the men about him. Warrior and conqueror as he was, they saw him set aside at 30 the warrior's dream of conquest, and the self-renouncement of Wedmore struck the keynote of his reign. But still more is it this height and singleness of purpose, this absolute concentration of the noblest faculties to the noblest aim, that lifts Alfred out of the narrow bounds of Wessex. If the sphere of his action seems too small to justify the comparison of him with the few whom the world owns as its greatest men, he rises to their level in the moral grandeur of his life. And it is this which has hallowed his memory among his own English people. "I desire," said the king in some of his latest words, "I desire to leave to the men that come after me a remembrance of me in good works." His aim has been more than fulfilled. His memory has come down to us with a living distinctness through the mists of exaggeration and legend which time gathered round it. The instinct of the people has clung to him with a singular affection. The love which he won 1,000 years ago has lingered round his name from that day to this, while every other name of those earlier times has all but faded from the recollection of Englishmen. That of Alfred remains familiar to every English child. The secret of Alfred's government lay in his own vivid energy. He could hardly have chosen braver or more active helpers than those whom he employed both in his political and in his educational efforts. The children whom he trained to rule proved the ablest rulers of their time. But at the outset of his reign he stood alone, and what work was to be done was done by the king himself. His first efforts were directed to the material restoration of his realm. The burnt and wasted country saw its towns built again, forts erected in positions of danger, new abbeys founded, the machinery of justice and government restored, the laws codified and amended. Still more strenuous were Alfred's efforts for its moral and intellectual restoration. Even in Mercia and Northumbria, the pirate sword had left few survivors of the schools of Egbert or Bede, and matters were even worse in Wessex, which had been as yet the most ignorant of the English kingdoms. "When I began to reign," said Alfred, "I cannot remember one priest south of the Thames who could render his service book into English. For instructors, indeed, he could find only a few Mercian prelates and priests, with one Welsh bishop, Asser. Formerly," the king writes bitterly, "men came hither from foreign lands to seek for instruction, and now, when we desire it, we can only obtain it from abroad." But his mind was far from being prisoned within his own island. He sent a Norwegian shipmaster to explore the White Sea, and Wulfstan to trace the coast of Estonia. Envoys bore his presents to the churches of India and Jerusalem, and an annual mission carried Peter's pence to Rome. But it was with the Franks that his intercourse was closest, and it was from them that he drew the scholars to aid him in his work of education. A scholar named Grimbald came from St. Omer to preside over his new abbey at Winchester, and John, the old Saxon, was fetched from the Abbey of Corby to rule a monastery and school that Alfred's gratitude for his deliverance from the Danes raised in the marshes of Athelney. The real work, however, to be done was done not by these teachers, but by the king himself. Alfred established a school for the young nobles in his court, and it was to the need of books for these scholars in their own tongue that we owe his most remarkable literary effort. He took his books as he found them. They were the popular manuals of his age, the Consolation of Boethius, the Pastoral of Pope Gregory, the Compilation of Orosius, then the one accessible handbook of universal history, and the history of his own people by Bede. He translated these works into English, but he was far more than a translator. He was an editor for the people. Here he omitted, there he expanded. He enriched Orosius by a sketch of the new geographical discoveries in the north. He gave a West Saxon form to his selections from Bede. In one place he stops to explain his theory of government, his wish for a thicker population, his conception of national welfare as consisting in a due balance of priest, soldier, and churl. The mention of Nero spurs him to an outbreak on the abuses of power. The cold providence of Boethius gives way to an enthusiastic acknowledgment of the goodness of God. As he writes, his large-hearted nature flings off its royal mantle, and he talks as a man to men. "Do not blame me," he prays with a charming simplicity, "if any know Latin better than I, for every man must say what he says and do what he does according to his ability." But simple as was his aim, Alfred changed the whole front of our literature. Before him, England possessed in her own tongue one great poem and a train of ballads and battle songs. Prose she had none. The mighty roll of the prose books that fill her libraries begins with the translations of Alfred, and above all with the chronicle of his reign. It seems likely that the king's rendering of Bede's history gave the first impulse toward the compilation of what is known as the English or Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which was certainly thrown into its present form during his reign. The meager lists of the kings of Wessex and the bishops of Winchester, which had been preserved from older times, were roughly expanded into a national history by insertions from Bede. But it is when it reaches the reign of Alfred that the chronicle suddenly widens into the vigorous narrative, full of life and originality, that marks the gift of a new power to the English tongue. Varying as it does from age to age in historic value, it remains the first vernacular history of any Teutonic people, and, save for the Gothic translations of Ulfilas, the earliest and most venerable monument of Teutonic prose. But all this literary activity was only a part of that general upbuilding of Wessex by which Alfred was preparing for a fresh contest with the stranger. He knew that the actual winning back of the Danelagh must be a work of the sword, and through these long years of peace he was busy with the creation of such a force as might match that of the Northmen. A fleet grew out of the little squadron which Alfred had been forced to man with Frisian seamen. The national fyrd, or levy of all freemen at the king's call, was reorganized. It was now divided into two halves, one of which served in the field, while the other guarded its own burghs, or boroughs, and townships, and served to relieve its fellow when the men's 40 days of service were ended. A more disciplined military force was provided by subjecting all owners of 5 hides of land to thane service, a step which recognized the change that had now substituted the thane for the earl, and in which we see the beginning of a feudal system. How effective these measures were was seen when the new resistance they met on the continent drove the Northmen to a fresh attack on Britain. In 893 a large fleet steered for the Andredsfield, while the sea king Hasting entered the Thames. Alfred held both at bay through the year till the men of the Danelagh rose at their comrades' call. Wessex stood again front to front with the Northmen, but the king's measures had made the realm strong enough to set aside its old policy of defense for one of vigorous attack. His son Edward and his son-in-law Ethelred, whom he had set as earldomen, note, primitive of aldermen, in this period a chieftain, lord, or earl, subsequently the chief magistrate of a territorial district, as of a county or province. End of note. Over what remained of Mercia, showed themselves as skillful and active as the king. The aim of the Northmen was to rouse again the hostility of the Welsh, but while Alfred held Exeter against their fleet, Edward and Ethelred caught their army near the Severn, and overthrew it with a vast slaughter at Buddington. The destruction of their camp on the Lee by the united English forces ended the war. In 897, Hasting again withdrew across the Channel, and the Danelagh made peace. It was with the peace he had won still about him that Alfred died in 901, and warrior as his son Edward had shown himself, he clung to his father's policy of rest. End of section 6. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 8 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Career of Alfred the Great, AD 871 to 901, by John R. Green. Alfred was the noblest, as he was the most complete embodiment of all that is great, all that is lovable in the English temper. He combined, as no other man has ever combined, its practical energy, its patient and enduring force, its profound sense of duty, the reserve and self-control that steady in it a wide outlook and a restless daring, its temperance and fairness, its frank geniality, its sensitiveness to action, its poetic tenderness, its deep and passionate religion. Religion indeed was the groundwork of Alfred's character. His temper was instinct with piety. Everywhere throughout his writings that remain to us the name of God, the thoughts of God, stir him to outbursts of ecstatic adoration. But he was no mere saint. He felt none of that scorn of the world about him which drove the nobler souls of his day to monastery or hermitage. Vexed as he was by sickness and constant pain, his temper took no touch of asceticism. His rare geniality, a peculiar elasticity and mobility of nature, gave color and charm to his life. A sunny frankness and openness of spirit breathed in the pleasant chat of his books, and what he was in his books he showed himself in his daily converse. Alfred was in truth an artist, and both the lights and shadows of his life were those of the artistic temperament. His love of books, his love of strangers, his questionings of travelers and scholars, betray an imaginative restlessness that longs to break out of the narrow world of experience which hemmed him in. At one time he jots down news of a voyage to the unknown seas of the north. At another he listens to tidings which his envoys bring back from the churches of Malabar. And side by side with this restless outlook of the artistic nature, he showed its tenderness and susceptibility, its vivid apprehension of unseen danger, its craving for affection, its sensitiveness to wrong. It was with himself, rather than with his reader, that he communed, as thoughts of the foe without, of ingratitude and opposition within, broke the calm pages of Gregory or Boethius. "Oh, what a happy man was he cries once, that man that had a naked sword hanging over his head from a single thread. So as to me it always did. Desirest thou power, he asks at another time, but thou shalt never obtain it without sorrows. Sorrows from strange folk, and yet keener sorrows from thine own kindred. Hardship and sorrow, he breaks out again. Not a king, but would wish to be without these if he could, but I know that he cannot." The loneliness which breathes in words like these has often begotten in great rulers a cynicism, contempt of men, and the judgments of men. But cynicism found no echo in the large and sympathetic temper of Alfred. He not only longed for the love of his subjects, but for the remembrance of generations to come. Nor did his inner gloom or anxiety check for an instant his vivid and versatile activity. To the scholars he gathered round him, he seemed the very type of a scholar, snatching every hour he could find to read or to listen to books read to him. The singers of his court found in him a brother singer, gathering the old songs of his people to teach them to his children, breaking his renderings from the Latin with simple verse, solacing himself in hours of depression with the music of the Psalms. He passed from court and study to plan buildings and instruct craftsmen in gold work, to teach every falconer and dog keepers their business. But all this versatility and ingenuity was controlled by a cool, good sense. Alfred was a thorough man of business. He was careful of detail, laborious, methodical. He carried in his bosom a little handbook in which he noted things as they struck him, now a bit of family genealogy, now a prayer, now such a story as that of Availle, playing minstrel on the bridge. Each hour of the day had its appointed task. There was the same order in the division of his revenue and in the arrangement of his court. Wide, however, and various as was the king's temper, its range was less wonderful than its harmony. Of the narrowness, of the want of proportion, of the predominance of one quality over another which go commonly with an intensity of moral purpose, Alfred showed not a trace. Scholar and soldier, artist and man of business, poet and saint, his character kept that perfect balance which charms us in no other Englishman save Shakespeare. But full and harmonious as his temper was, it was the temper of a king. Every power was bent to the work of rule. His practical energy found scope for itself in the material and administrative restoration of the wasted land. His intellectual activity breathed fresh life into education and literature. His capacity for inspiring trust and affection drew the hearts of Englishmen to a common center, and began the upbuilding of a new England. And all was guided, controlled, ennobled by a single aim. "So long as I have lived," said the king, as life closed about him, "I have striven to live worthily. Little by little, men came to know what such a life of worthiness meant. Little by little, they came to recognize in Alfred a ruler of a higher and nobler stamp than the world had seen. Never had it seen a king who lived solely for the good of his people. Never had it seen a ruler who set aside every personal aim to devote himself solely to the welfare of those whom he ruled. It was this grand self-mastery that gave him his power over the men about him. Warrior and conqueror as he was, they saw him set aside at 30 the warrior's dream of conquest, and the self-renouncement of Wedmore struck the keynote of his reign. But still more is it this height in singleness of purpose, this absolute concentration of the noblest faculties to the noblest aim, that lifts Alfred out of the narrow bounds of Wessex. If the sphere of his action seems too small to justify the comparison of him with the few whom the world owns as its greatest men, he rises to their level in the moral grandeur of his life, and it is this which has held his memory among his own English people. "I desire," said the king in some of his latest words, "I desire to leave to the men that come after me a remembrance of me in good works." His aim has been more than fulfilled. His memory has come down to us with a living distinctness through the mists of exaggeration and legend which time gathered round it. The instinct of the people has clung to him with a singular affection. The love which he won 1,000 years ago has lingered round his name from that day to this, while every other name of those earlier times has all but faded from the recollection of Englishmen. That of Alfred remains familiar to every English child. The secret of Alfred's government lay in his own vivid energy. He could hardly have chosen braver or more active helpers than those whom he employed, both in his political and in his educational efforts. The children whom he trained to rule proved the ablest rulers of their time. But at the outset of his reign he stood alone. What work was to be done was done by the king himself. His first efforts were directed to the material restoration of his realm. The burnt and wasted country saw its towns built again, forts erected in positions of danger, new abbeys founded, the machinery of justice and government restored, the laws codified and amended. Still more strenuous were Alfred's efforts for its moral and intellectual restoration. Even in Mercia and Northumbria, the pirate's sword had left few survivors of the schools of Egbert or Bede, and matters were worse in Wessex, which had been as yet the most ignorant of the English kingdoms. "When I began to reign," said Alfred, "I cannot remember one priest south of the Thames who could render his service book into English. For instructors, indeed, he could find only a few Mercian prelates and priests, with one Welsh bishop, Asser. Formerly," the king writes bitterly, "men came hither from foreign lands to seek for instruction, and now when we desire it, we can only obtain it from abroad." But his mind was far from being imprisoned within his own island. He sent a Norwegian shipmaster to explore the White Sea, and Wolfgang to trace the coast of Estonia. Envoys bore his presents to the churches of India and Jerusalem, and an annual mission carried Peter's pence to Rome. But it was with the Franks that his intercourse was closest, and it was from them that he drew the scholars to aid him in his work of education. A scholar named Grimbald came from St. Omer to preside over his new abbey at Winchester, and John, the old Saxon, was fetched from the Abbey of Corbray to rule a monastery and school that Alfred's gratitude for his deliverance from the Danes raised in the marshes of Athelney. The real work, however, to be done was done, not by these teachers, but by the king himself. Alfred established a school for the young nobles in his court, and it was to the need of books for these scholars in their own tongue that we owe his most remarkable literary effort. He took his books as he found them. They were the popular manuals of his age, the Consolation of Boethius, the Pastoral of Pope Gregory, the compilation of Orosius, then the one accessible handbook of universal history and the history of his own people by Bede. He translated these works into English, but he was far more than a translator. He was an editor for the people. Here he admitted, there he expanded. He enriched the Roscius by a sketch of the new geographical discoveries in the north. He gave a West Saxon form to his selections from Bede. In one place he stops to explain his theory of government, his wish for a thicker population, his conception of national welfare as consisting in a due balance of priest, soldier, and churl. The mention of Nero spurs him to an outbreak on the abuses of power. The cold providence of Boethius gives way to an enthusiastic acknowledgment of the goodness of God. As he writes, his large-hearted nature flings off its royal mantle, and he talks as a man to men. Do not blame me, he prays with a charming simplicity, if any know Latin better than I, for every man must say what he says, and do what he does according to his ability. But simple as was his aim, Alfred changed the whole front of our literature. Before him, England possessed in her native tongue one great poem and a train of ballads and battle songs. Prose she had none. The mighty roll of the prose books that fill her libraries begins with the translations of Alfred, and above all with the chronicle of his reign. It seems likely that the king's rendering of Bede's history gave the first impulse towards the compilation of what is known as the English or Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which was certainly thrown into its present form during his reign. The meagre list of the kings of Wessex and the bishops of Winchester, which had been preserved from older times, were roughly expanded into a national history by insertions from Bede, but it is when it reaches the reign of Alfred that the chronicle suddenly widens into the vigorous narrative, full of life and originality, that marks the gift of a new power to the English tongue. Varying as it does from age to age in historic value, it remains the first vernacular history of any Teutonic people, and save for the Gothic translations of Ulfius, the earliest and most venerable monument of Teutonic prose. But all this literary activity was only a part of that general upbuilding of Wessex by which Alfred was preparing for a fresh contest with the stranger. He knew that the actual winning back of the Danelaw must be a work of the sword, and through these long years of peace he was busy with the creation of such a force as might match that of the Northmen. A fleet grew out of the little squadron which Alfred had been forced to man with Frisian seamen. The national ford, or levy, of all freemen at the king's call was reorganized. It was now divided into two halves, one which served in the field, while the other guarded its own burghs and townships, and served to relieve its fellow when the men's 40 days of service were ended. A more disciplined military force was provided by subjecting all owners of 5 hides of land to thane service, a step which recognized the change that had now substituted the thane for the earl, and in which we see the beginning of a feudal system. How effective these measures were was seen when the new resistance they met on the continent drove the Northmen to a fresh attack on Britain. In 893, a large fleet steered for the Andritzfeld, while the Sea King Hasting entered the Thames. Alfred held both at bay through the year till the men of the Danelaw rose at their comrades' call. Wessex stood again, front to front with the Northmen, but the king's measures had made the realm strong enough to set aside its old policy of defense for one of vigorous attack. His son Edward and his son-in-law Ethelred, whom he had set as aldermen over what remained of Mercia, showed themselves as skillful and active as the king. The aim of the Northmen was to rouse again the hostility of the Welsh, but while Alfred held Exeter against their fleet, Edward and Ethelred caught their army near the Severn, and overthrew it with a vast slaughter at Buddington. The destruction of their camp on the Lee by the united English forces ended the war. In 897, Hasting again withdrew across the Channel, and the Danelaw made peace. It was with the peace he had won still about him that Alfred died in 901, and warrior as his son Edward had shown himself, he clung to his father's policy of rest. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by SKwanlada. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 9. Henry the Fowler founds the Saxon line of German kings. Origin of the German burghers or middle classes, AD 911 to 936. Wolfgang Menzel. The famous Treaty of Verdun, 843, was the culmination of a series of civil wars between the descendants of Charlemagne. By it, the great empire which Charlemagne has built up was divided among his three grandsons, Lothair, Charles the Bald, and Louis. With this treaty, the history of the Franks closes, and Germany and France take their places, along with Italy, as distinct and separate nations. The Teutonic Kingdom, or Germany, fell to Louis. On his death, in 876, after an uneventful reign, he was succeeded by his sons Charles the Fat, Carloman, and Louis. The latter two dying, Charles the Fat became sole king of Germany. A little later he became ruler of Italy and was crowned emperor by the Pope. Then he was invited by the West Franks to become their king. Thus almost the whole empire of the great Charlemagne was reunited in the hands of Charles the Fat. However, his people soon became disgusted with his weak efforts in the treatment of a series of invasions by the Northmen, and he was deposed in 887. He died the next year, and the Carlovingian Empire fell to pieces, never to be united again. Charles the Fat was succeeded in Germany by his nephew, Arnulf, who also took possession of Italy and was crowned emperor by the Pope. Though his power in Italy was merely nominal, on his death in 889, his second son, Ludwig, or Louis III, the Child, became king in Germany. The reign of Charlemagne in Germany ended in 911 by the death of Ludwig. Though a mere child, he had been enthroned through the intrigues of Otto, Duke of Saxony, and Hatto, Archbishop of Mayence, who virtually governed the empire during Ludwig's short reign. The empire at that time was composed of various nations, each under the rule of a powerful duke. The bond of union between these nations was slight. The dukes were constantly waging war against each other, and these internal dissensions greatly weakened the central government. At the same time, the empire was exposed to the incursions of the Magyars, or Hungarians, whose wholesale depredations and cruelties so dismayed the Child King that he concluded a treaty of peace with the invaders and consented to pay them a 10 years' tribute. The Germans were deeply sensible of the dishonor incurred by this ignominious tribute, and of the dangers of their internal dissensions. They longed for a stronger government, and on the death of Ludwig, the crown was offered to Otto of Saxony, the strongest of the dukes. He declined in favor of Conrad, Duke of Franconia, a descendant in the female line of Charlemagne. But Conrad's rule was weak, and during his short reign of 7 years, civil war continued, part of the time with Henry the Fowler, son of Duke Otto, who died in 912. Owing to Conrad's attempt to separate Thuringia from Saxony in order to weaken Henry's ducal power, the empire also was again invaded by the Slavs and Hungarians. Conrad died without male issue in 918, whereupon the Germans elected as emperor Henry the Fowler, who thus became the first of the Saxon dynasty in Germany, and proved himself to be the wisest and most vigorous sovereign who had ruled in Germany since the days of Charlemagne. The extinction of the Carlovingian line did not sever the bond of union that existed between the different nations of Germany. although a new contention arose between them concerning the election of the new emperor, each claiming that privilege for itself. And as the increase of the ducal power had naturally led to a wider distinction between them, the Diet convoked for the purpose represented nations instead of classes. There were consequently 4 nations and 4 votes: the Franks under Duke Conrad, whose authority, nevertheless, cannot compete with that of the now venerable Hatto, Archbishop of Mayence, who may be said to have been, at that period, the Pope in Germany; the Saxons, Frieslanders, Thuringians, and some of the subdued Slavi under Duke Otto; the Swabians, with Switzerland and Alsace, under different grafs, who, as the immediate officers of the crown, were named Kammerboten, in order to distinguish them from the grafs nominated by the dukes; the Bavarians, with the Tyrolese and some of the subdued Eastern Slavi, under Duke Arnulf the Bad, the son of the brave Duke Luitpold; the Lothingians formed a 5th nation, under their Duke Berengar, but were at that period incorporated with France. The first impulse of the Diet was to bestow the crown on the most powerful among the different competitors, and it was accordingly offered to Otto of Saxony, who not only possessed the most extensive territory and the most warlike subjects, but whose authority, having descended to him from his father and grandfather, was also the most firmly secured. But both Otto and his ancient ally, the Bishop Hatto, had found the system they had hitherto pursued, of reigning in the name of an imbecile monarch, so greatly conducive to their interest that they were disinclined to abandon it. Otto was a man who mistook the prudence inculcated by private interest for wisdom, and his mind, narrow as the limits of his dukedom, and solely intent upon the interests of his family, was incapable of the comprehensive views requisite in a German emperor, and indifferent to the warfare of the great body of the nation. The examples of Boso of Odo, of Rudolf of Upper Burgundy, and of Berengar, who, favored by the difference in descent of the people they governed, had all succeeded in severing themselves from the empire, were ever present to his imagination, and he believed that as, on the other side of the Rhine, the Frank, the Burgundian, and the Lombard severally obeyed an independent sovereign, the East Frank, the Saxon, the Swabian, and the Bavarian, on this side of the Rhine, were also desirous of exerting a similar independence, and that it would be easier and less hazardous to found a hereditary dukedom in a powerful and separate state than to maintain the imperial dignity, undermined as it was by universal hostility. The influence of Hatto and the consent of Otto placed Conrad, Duke of Franconia, on the imperial throne. Sprung from a newly risen family, a mere creature of the bishop, his nobility as a feudal lord only dating from the period of the Badenburg feud, he was regarded by the church as a pliable tool and by the dukes as little to be feared. His weakness was quickly demonstrated by his inability to retain the rich alates of the Carlovingian dynasty as heir to the imperial crown, and his being constrained to share them with the rest of the dukes. He was, nevertheless, more fully sensible of the dignity and of the duties of his station than those whom he owed his election probably expected. His first step was to recall Relingar of Rotringier, who was oppressed by France, to his allegiance as vassal of the empire. Otto died in 912, and his son Henry, a high-spirited youth who had greatly distinguished himself against the Slavi, ere long quarreled with the aged Bishop Hatto. According to the legendary account, the bishop sent him a golden chain so skillfully contrived as to strangle its wearer. The truth is that the ancient family feud between the house of Conrad and that of Otto, which was connected with the Burghers, again broke out, and that the emperor attempted again to separate Thuringia, which Otto had governed since the death of Burghard, from Saxony, in order to hinder the over-preponderance of that ducal house. Otto, it is probable, counselled this step, as a considerable portion of Thuringia belonged to the diocese of Mayence, and a collision between him and the duke was therefore unavoidable. Henry flew to arms, and expelled the adherents of the bishop from Thuringia, which forced the emperor to take the field in the name of the empire against his haughty vassal. This unfortunate civil war was a signal for a fresh eruption of the Slavi and Hungarians. During this year, the Bohemians and Sorbi also made an inroad into Thuringia and Bavaria, and in 913 the Hungarians advanced as far as Swabia, but being surprised near Oettingen by the Bavarians under Arnulf, who on this occasion bloodily avenged his father's death, and by the Swabians under the Kammerboten Echanger and Berthold. They were all, with the exception of 30 of their number, cut to pieces. Arnulf subsequently embraced a contrary line of policy, married the daughter of Guizot, King of Hungary, and entered into a confederacy with the Hungarian and the Swabian Kammerboten for the purpose of founding an independent state in the south of Germany, where he had already strengthened himself by the appointment of several markgrafs, Rudiger of Pexlan in Austria, Rathold in Carinthia, and Berthold in the Tyrol. He then instigated all the enemies of the empire simultaneously to attack the Franks and Saxons. At that crisis at war with each other, in 915, and while being Danes under Gorm the Old and the Obertrieds, destroyed Hamburg, immense hordes of Hungarians, Bohemians, and Sorbi laid the country waste as far as Bremen. The emperor was, meanwhile, engaged with the Saxons. On one occasion, Henry narrowly escaped being taken prisoner, being merely saved by the stratagem of his faithful servant, Thietmar, who caused the emperor to retreat by falsely announcing to him the arrival of a body of auxiliaries. At length a pitched battle was fought near Meersburg in 915 between Henry and Eberhard, the emperor's brother, in which the Franks were defeated and the superiority of the Saxons remained, henceforward unquestioned for more than a century. The emperor was forced to negotiate with the victor, whom he induced to protect the northern frontiers of the empire, while he applied himself in person to the re-establishment of order in the south. In Swabia, Salomon, Bishop of Constance, who was supported by the commonalty, adhered to the imperial cause, while the Kammerboten were unable to palliate their treason, and were gradually driven to extremities. Erschanger, relying upon aid from Arnulf and the Hungarians, usurped the ducal crown and took the bishop prisoner. Salomon's extreme popularity filled him with such rage that he caused the feet of some shepherds, who threw themselves on their knees as the captured prelate passed by, to be chopped off. His wife, Bertha, terror-stricken at the rashness of her husband and foreseeing his destruction, received the prisoner with every demonstration of humility and secretly aided his escape. He no sooner reappeared than the people flocked in thousands around him. "Heil Herald, Heil Liebel, Heil Master, Heil Beloved One," they shouted, and in their zeal attacked and defeated the traitors and their adherents. Berthold vainly defended himself in his mountain stronghold of Hohenthal. The people so urgently demanded the death of these traitors to their country, that the emperor convoked a general assembly at Aubingen in Swabia, sentenced Erchanger and Berthold to be publicly beheaded, and nominated Burkhard in 917, whose father and uncle had been assassinated by order of Erchanger, as successor to the ducal throne. Arnulf withdrew to his fortress at Salzburg and quietly awaited more favorable times. His name was branded with infamy by the people, who henceforth affixed to it the epithet of the Bad, and the Nibelungenlied has perpetuated his detested memory. Conrad died in 918 without issue. On his deathbed, mindful only of the welfare of the empire, he proved himself deserving, even by his latest act of the crown he had so worthily worn, by charging his brother Eberhard to forget the ancient feud between their houses, and to deliver the crown with his own hands to his enemy, the free-spirited Henry, whom he judged alone capable of meeting all the exigencies of the state. Eberhard obeyed his brother's injunctions, and the princes respected the will of their dying sovereign. The princes, with the exception of Burkhard and of Arnulf, assembled as Frieslar, elected the absent Henry king, and dispatched an embassy to inform him of their decision. It is said that the young duke was at the time among the Harz Mountains, and that the ambassadors found him in the homely attire of a sportsman in the falling floor. He obeyed the call of the nation without delay, and without manifesting surprise. The error he had committed in rebelling against the state, it was his firm purpose to atone for by his conduct as emperor. Of a lofty and majestic stature, although slight and youthful in form, powerful and active in person, with a commanding and penetrating glance, his very appearance attracted popular favor. Besides these personal advantages, he was prudent and learned, and possessed a mind replete with intelligence. The influence of such a monarch on the progressive development of society in Germany could not fail of producing results fully equaling the improvements introduced by Charlemagne. The youthful Henry, the first of the Saxon line, was proclaimed King of Germany at Frieslar in 919 by the majority of votes, and, according to ancient custom, raised upon the shield. The Archbishop of Mayence offered to anoint him according to the usual ceremony, but Henry refused, alleging that he was content to owe his election to the grace of God and to the piety of the German princes, and that he left the ceremony of anointment to those who wished to be still more pious. Before Henry could pursue his more elevated projects, the assent of the southern Germans, who had not acknowledged the choice of their northern compatriots, had to be gained. Burkhard of Swabia, who had asserted his independence, and who was at that time carrying on a bitter feud with Rudolf, King of Burgundy, whom he had defeated in 919 in a bloody engagement near Winterthur, was the first against whom he directed the united forces of the empire, in whose name he, at the same time, offered him peace and pardon. Burkhard, seeing himself constrained to yield, took the oath of fealty to the new elected king at Worms, but continued to act with almost his former unlimited authority in Swabia, and even undertook an expedition into Italy in favor of Rudolf, with whom he had become reconciled. The Italians, enraged at the wantonness with which he mocked them, assassinated him. Henry bestowed the dukedom of Swabia on Hermann, one of his relations, to whom he gave Burkhard's widow in marriage. He also bestowed a portion of the south of Alemannia on King Rudolf in order to win him over, and in return received from him the holy lance with which the side of the Saviour had been pierced as he hung on the cross. Finding it no longer possible to dissolve the dukedoms and great fiefs, Henry, in order to strengthen the unity of the empire, introduced the novel policy of bestowing the dukedoms, as they fell vacant, on his relations and personal adherents, and of allying the rest of the dukes with him by intermarriage, thus uniting the different powerful houses in the state into one family. Bavaria still remained in an unsettled state. Arnulf the Bad leagued with the Hungarians, against whom Henry had great designs, had still much in his power, and Henry, resolved at any price to dissolve this dangerous alliance, not only concluded peace with this traitor on the condition, but also married his son Henry to Judith, Arnulf's daughter, in 921. Arnulf deprived the rich churches of great part of their treasures, and was consequently abhorred by the clergy, and the chroniclers of those times, who chiefly on that account depicted his character in such unfavorable colours. In France, Charles the Simple was still the tool and jest of the vassals. His most dangerous enemy was Robert, Count of Paris, brother to Odo, the late king. Both solicited aid from Henry, but in the battle that shortly ensued near Soissons, Count Robert losing his life and Charles being defeated, Rudolph of Burgundy, one of Bossuet's nephews, set himself up as King of France and imprisoned Charles the Simple, who craved assistance from the German monarch, to whom he promised to perform homage as his liege lord. Henry, meanwhile, contented himself with expelling Rudolph from Lotharingia, and, after taking possession of Metz, bestowed that dukedom upon Giselbrecht, the son of Reringar, and reincorporated it with the empire. These successes now roused the apprehensions of the Hungarians, who again poured their invading hordes across the frontier. In 926, they plundered St. Gall, but were routed near Säckingen by the peasantry, headed by the country people of Herminger, who had been roused by alarm fires, and again in Alsace by Count Liutfried. Another horde was cut to pieces near Bleiburg, in Carinthia, by Eberhard and the Count of Meran. The Hungarian king, probably Soden, was, by chance, taken prisoner during the incursions by the Germans, a circumstance turned by Henry to a very judicious use. He restored the captured prince to liberty, and also agreed to pay him a yearly tribute, on condition of his entering into a solemn truce for 9 years. The experience of earlier times had taught Henry that a completely new organization was necessary in the management of military affairs in Germany before this dangerous enemy could be rendered innoxious, and, as an undertaking of this nature required time, he prudently resolved to incur a seeming disgrace by means of which he in fact secured the honor of the state. During this interval of 9 years, he aimed at bringing the utter enemies of the empire, more particularly the Slavi, into subjection, and making preparations for an expedition against Hungary, by which her power should receive a fatal blow. In the meantime, Giselbrecht, the youthful Duke of Lotharingia, again rebelled, but was besieged and taken prisoner in Zülpich by Henry, who, struck by his noble appearance, restored him to his dukedom, and bestowed upon him his daughter, Gerberga, in marriage. Rudolph of France also sued for peace, being hard-pressed by his powerful rival, Hugo the Great or Vice, the son of Robert. Charles the Simple was, on Henry's demand, restored to liberty, but quickly fell anew into the power of his faithless vassals. Peace was now established throughout the empire, and afforded Henry an opportunity for turning his attention to the introduction of measures in the interior economy of the state, calculated to obviate for the future the dangers that had hitherto threatened it from without. the best expedients against the eruptions of the Hungarians appeared to him to be the circumvallation of the most important districts, the erection of forts and of fortified cities. The most important point, however, was to place the garrisons immediately under him as citizens of the state, commanded by his immediate officers, instead of their being indirectly governed by the feudal aristocracy and by the clergy. As these garrisons were intended not only for the protection of the walls, but also for open warfare, he had them trained to fight in rank and file, and formed them into a body of infantry, whose solid masses were calculated to withstand the furious onset of the Hungarian horse. These garrisons were solely composed of the ancient freemen, and the whole measure was, in fact, merely a reform of the ancient area ban, which no longer sufficed for the protection of the state, and whose deficiency had long been supplied by the addition of vassals under the command of their temporal or spiritual lieges, and by the mercenaries or bodyguards of the emperors. The ancient class of freemen, who originally composed the area ban, had been gradually converted into feudal vassals, but they were at that time still so numerous as to enable Henry to give them a completely new military organization, which at once secured to them their freedom, hitherto endangered by the preponderating power of the feudal aristocracy, and rendered them a powerful support to the throne. By collecting them into the cities, he afforded them a secure retreat against the attempts of the grafs, dukes, abbots, and bishops, and created for himself a body of trusty friends, of whom it would naturally be expected that they would ever side with the emperor against the nobility. This new regulation appears to have been founded on the ancient mode of division. At first, out of every 9 freemen, which recalls the Decania, 1 only was placed within the new fortress, and the remaining 8 were bound, perhaps on account of their ancient association, into corporations or guilds, to nourish and support him. But the remaining freemen in the neighborhood of the new cities appear to have been also gradually collected within their walls, and to have committed the cultivation of their lands in the vicinity of their bondmen. However that may be, the ancient class of freemen completely disappeared as the cities increased in importance, and it was only among the wild mountains, where no cities sprang up, that the centon or cantons and whole districts or gauen of free peasantry were to be met with. Henry's original intention in the introduction of this new system was, it is evident, solely to provide a military force answering to the exigencies of the state. Still, there is no reason to suppose him blind to the great political advantage to be derived from the formation of an independent class of citizens, and that he had in reality premeditated a civil as well as a military reformation may be concluded from the fact of his having established fairs, markets, and public assemblies, which of themselves would be closely connected with the civil industry within the walls of the city. And even if these trading warriors were at first merely feudatories of the emperor, they must naturally in the end have formed a class of free citizens, the more so as, attracted within the cities by the advantages offered to them, their number rapidly and annually increased. The same military reasons which induced the Emperor Henry to enroll the ancient freemen into a regular corps of infantry, and to form them into a civil corporation, caused him also to metamorphose the feudal aristocracy into a regular troop of cavalry and a knightly institution. The wild disorder with which the mounted vassals of the empire, the dukes, the grafs, bishops, and abbots, each distinguished by his own banner, rushed to the attack, or vied with each other in the fury of the assault, was now changed by Henry, who was well versed in every knightly art, to the disciplined maneuvers of the line, and to that of fighting in close ranks, so well calculated to withstand the furious onset of their Hungarian foe. The discipline necessary for carrying these new military tactics into practice among a nobility habituated to license could alone be enforced by motives of honor, and Henry accordingly formed a chivalric institution, which gave rise to new manners and to an enthusiasm that imparted a new character to the age. The tournament formed an ancient verb, turnen, to wrestle or fight, a public contest in every species of warfare, carried on by the knights in the presence of noble dames and maidens, whose favour they sought to gain by their powers, and which chiefly consisted of tilting and jousting, either singly or in troops. The day concluding with a banquet and a dance, was then instituted. In these tournaments, the ancient heroism of the Germans revived. They were in reality founded upon the ancient pagan legends of the heroes who carried on an eternal contest in their Valhalla, in order to win the smiles of the Valkyrian, now represented by Earth's well-born dames. The ancient spirit of brotherhood in arms, which had been almost quenched by that of self-interest, by the desire of acquiring feudal possessions, by the slavish subjection of the vassals under their lieges, and by the intrigues of the bishops, who intermeddled with all feudal matters, also reappeared. A great universal society of Christian knights, bound to the observance of peculiar laws, whose highest aim was to fight only for God, before long also for the ladies, and who swore never to make use of dishonourable means for success, but solely to live and to die for honour, was formed. An innovation which, although merely military in its origin, speedily became of political importance, for by means of this knightly honour, the little vassal of a minor lord was no longer viewed as a mere underling, but as a confederate in the great universal chivalric fraternity. There was also many freemen who sometimes gained their livelihood by offering their services to different courts, or by robbing on the highways, and who were too proud to serve on foot. Henry offered them free pardon, and formed them into a body of light cavalry. In the cities, the free citizens, who were originally intended only to serve as foot soldiery, appear ere long to have formed themselves into mounted troops, and to have created a fresh body of infantry out of their artificers and apprentices. It is certain that every free man could pretend to knighthood. Although the chivalric regulations ascribed to the Emperor Henry and to his most distinguished vassals may not be genuine, they offer nevertheless infallible proofs of the most ancient spirit of knighthood. Henry ordained that no one should be created a knight who either by word or by deed injured the Holy Church. The false Graf Conrad added, no one who either by word or by deed injured the Holy German Empire. Hermann of Swabia, no one who injured a woman or a maiden. Berthold, the brother of Arnulf of Bavaria, no one who had ever deceived another or had broken his word. Conrad of Franconia, no one who had ever run away from the field of battle. These appear to have been, in fact, the first chivalric laws, for they spring from the spirit of the times, while all the regulations concerning nobility of birth, the number of ancestors, the exclusion of all those who were engaged in trade, etc., are, it is evident from their very nature, of a much later origin. End of section 9. Recorded by SKwanlada.
Section 10 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 10. Conquest of Egypt by the Fatimites, A.D. 969, by Stanley Lane-Poole. It was the fate of the religion which Mahomet founded, as it has been of other great systems, to undergo many sectarian divisions, and to be used as the instrument of conquest and political power. When Islam had somewhat departed from the character which it first manifested in moral sternness and fiery zeal, and had established itself in various parts of the world on a basis of commerce or of science, rather than that of its original inspiration, various offshoots of the faith began to assume prominence. Among the sects which sprang up was one that claimed to represent the true succession of Mahomet. This sect was itself the result of a schism among the adherents of one of the two principal divisions of the Moslems, the Shias. They maintained that Ali, a relation and the adopted son of Mahomet and husband of his daughter Fatima, was the first legitimate imam or successor of the Prophet. They regarded the other and greater division, the Sunnites, who recognized the first three caliphs, Abu Bekere, Omar, and Othman, as usurpers. Ali was the fourth caliph, and the Sunnites in turn looked upon his followers, the Shias, as heretics. The schism among the Shias grew out of the claim of the schismatics that the legitimate imam or successor of the Prophet must be in the line of descent from Ali. The sixth imam, Jafar, upon the death of his eldest son, Ishmael, appointed another son, Musa or Moses, his heir. But a large body of the Shias denied the right of Jafar to make a new nomination, declaring the imamate to be strictly hereditary. They formed a new party of Ismailians, and in 908 a chief of this sect, Mahomet, surnamed El-Mahdi, or the leader, a title of the Shias for their imams, revolted in Africa. He called himself a descendant of Ishmael and claimed to be the legitimate imam. He aimed at the temporal power of a caliph, and soon established a rival caliphate in Africa, where he had obtained a considerable sovereignty. The dynasty thus begun assumed the name of Fatimites in honor of Fatima. The fourth caliph of this line, El-Moiz, conquered Egypt about 969, founded the modern Cairo, and made it his capital. The claims of the Egyptian caliphate were heralded throughout all Islam, and its rule was rapidly extended into Syria and Arabia. It played an important part in the history of the Crusades, but in 1171 was abolished by the famous Saladin, and Egypt was restored to the obedience which it had formerly owned to Baghdad. The Baghdad caliphs, called Abbasids, claiming descent from Abbas, the uncle of Mahomet, remained rulers of Egypt until 1517, or until within 20 years of the death of the last Abbasid. 330 years had passed since the Saracens first invaded the valley of the Nile. The people, with traditional docility, had liberally adopted the religion of their rulers, and the Moslems now formed the great majority of the population. Arabs and natives had blended into much the same race that we now call Egyptians, but so far the mixture had not produced any conspicuous men. The few commanding figures among the governors, Ibn Tulun, the Iqshid, Kafur, were foreigners, and even these were but a step above the stereotyped official. They essayed no great extensions of their dominions. They did not try to extinguish their dangerous neighbors, the schismatic Fatimites, and though they possessed and used fleets, they ventured upon no excursions against Europe. The great revolution which had swept over North Africa, and now spread to Egypt, arose out of the old controversy over the legitimacy of the caliphate. The Prophet Mahomet died without definitely naming a successor, and thereby bequeathed an interminable quarrel to his followers. The principle of election, thus introduced, raised the first three caliphs, Abu Bekere, Omar, Othman, to the cathedra at Medina, but a strong minority held that the divine right rested with Ali, the Lion of God, first convert to Islam, husband of the Prophet's daughter Fatima, and father of Muhammad's only male descendants. When Ali in turn became the fourth caliph, he was the mark for jealousy, intrigue, and at length assassination. His sons, the grandsons of the Prophet, were excluded from the succession. His family were cruelly persecuted by their successful rivals, the Umayyad usurpers, and the tragedy of Kerbela and the murder of Hossein set the seal of martyrdom on the Holy Family and stirred a passionate enthusiasm which still rouses intense excitement in the annual representations of the Persian Passion Play. The rent thus opened in Islam was never closed. The ostracism of Ali laid the foundation of the grand interminable schism which has divided the Mahometan Church and equally destroyed the practice of charity among the members of their common creed and endangered the speculative truths of doctrine. The descendants of Ali, though almost universally devoid of the qualities of great leaders, possessed the persistence and devotion of martyrs, and their sufferings heightened the fanatical enthusiasm of their supporters. All attempts to recover the temporal power having proved vain, the Alids fell back upon the spiritual authority of the successive candidates of the Holy Family, whom they proclaimed to be the imams or spiritual leaders of the faithful. This doctrine of the imamate gradually acquired a more mystical meaning, supported by an allegorical interpretation of the Quran, and a mysterious influence was ascribed to the imam, who, though hidden from mortal eye on account of the persecution of his enemies, would soon come forward publicly in the character of the ever-expected Mahdi, sweep away the corruptions of the heretical caliphate, and revive the majesty of the pure lineage of the Prophet. All Mahometans believe in a coming Mahdi, a Messiah, who shall restore right and prepare for the second advent of Muhammad and the tribunal of the last day. But the Shias turned the expectation to special account. They taught that the true Imam, though invisible to mortal sight, is ever living. They predicted the Mahdi's speedy appearance and kept their adherents on the alert to take up arms in his service. With a view to his coming, they organized a pervasive conspiracy, instituted a secret society with carefully graduated stages of initiation, used the doctrines of all religions and sects as weapons in the propaganda, and sent missionaries throughout the provinces of Islam to increase the numbers of the initiates and pave the way for the Great Revolution. We see their partial success in the ravages of the Carmathians, who were the true parents of the Fatimites. The leaders and chief missionaries had really nothing in common with Mahometanism. Among themselves they were frankly atheists. Their objects were political, and they used religion in any form, and adapted it in all modes, to secure proselytes, to whom they imparted only so much of their doctrine as they were able to bear. These men were furnished with an armory of proselytism as perfect, perhaps, as any known to history. They had appeals to enthusiasm and arguments for the reason, and fuel for the fiercest passions of the people and times in which they moved. Their real aim was not religious or constructive, but pure nihilism. They used the claim of the family of Ali, not because they believed in any divine right or any caliphate, but because some flag had to be flourished in order to rouse the people. One of these missionaries, disguised as a merchant, journeyed back to Barbary in 893 with some Berber pilgrims who had performed the sacred ceremonies at Mecca. He was welcomed by the great tribe of the Ketama and rapidly acquired an extraordinary influence over the Berbers, a race prone to superstition and easily impressed by the mysterious rites of initiation and the emotional doctrines of the propagandist, the wrongs of the prophetic house, and the approaching triumph of the Mahdi. Barbary had never been much attached to the caliphate, and for a century it had been practically independent under the Aglabite dynasty, the barbarous excesses of whose later sovereigns had alienated their subjects. Alids, moreover, had established themselves in the dynasty of the Idrisids in Morocco since the end of the 8th century. The land was in every respect ripe for revolution, and the success of Abu Abdallah esh-Shi'i, the new missionary, was extraordinarily rapid. In a few years he had a following of 200,000 armed men, and after a series of battles he drove Ziyadat Allah, the last Aglabite prince, out of the country in 908. The missionary then proclaimed the Imam Obeid Allah as the true caliph and spiritual head of Islam. Whether this Obeid Allah was really a descendant of Ali or not, he had been carefully prepared for the role, and reached Barbary in disguise, with the greatest mystery and some difficulty, pursued by the suspicions of the Baghdad Caliph, who, in great alarm, sent repeated orders for his arrest. Indeed, the victorious missionary had to rescue his spiritual chief from a sordid prison at Sigil-Massa. Then, humbly prostrating himself before him, he hailed him as the expected Mahdi, and, in January 910, he was duly prayed for in the mosque of Kairawan as the Imam Obaid Allah el-Mahdi, commander of the faithful. The missionary's Berber proselytes were too numerous to encourage resistance, and the few who indulged the luxury of conscientious scruples were killed or imprisoned. El-Mahdi indeed appeared so secure in power that he excited the jealousy of his discoverer. Abu Abdallah, the missionary, now found himself nobody, where a month before he had been supreme. The Fatimite restoration was to him only a means to an end. He had used Obaid Allah's title as an engine of revolution, intending to proceed to the furthest lengths of his philosophy, to a complete social and political anarchy, the destruction of Islam, community of lands and women, and all the delight of unshackled license. Instead of this, his creature had absorbed his power, and all such designs were made void. He began to hatch treason and to hint doubts as to the genuineness of the Mahdi, who, as he truly represented, according to prophecy, ought to work miracles and show other proofs of his divine mission. People began to ask for a sign. In reply, the Mahdi had the missionary murdered. The first Fatimite caliph, though without experience, was so vigorous a ruler that he could dispense with the dangerous support of his discoverer. He held the throne for a quarter of a century and established his authority more or less continuously over the Arab and Berber tribes and settled cities from the frontier of Egypt to the province of Fez, Fas in Morocco, received the allegiance of the Mahometan governor of Sicily, and twice dispatched expeditions into Egypt, which he would probably have permanently conquered if he had not been hampered by perpetual insurrections in Barbary. Distant governors and often whole tribes of Berbers were constantly in revolt, and the disastrous famine of 928 to 929, coupled with the Asiatic plague which his troops had brought back with them from Egypt, led to general disturbances and insurrections which fully occupied the later years of his reign. The western provinces, from Tahart and Nakur to Fez and beyond, frequently threw off all show of allegiance. His authority was founded more on fear than on religious enthusiasm, though zeal for the Alid cause had its share in his original success. The new Eastern doctrines, as they were called, were enforced at the sword's point, and frightful examples were made of those who ventured to tread in the old paths. Nor were the freethinkers of the large towns, who shared the missionaries' esoteric principles, encouraged, for outwardly, at least, the Mahdi was strictly a Muslim. When people at Kairawan began to put in practice the missionaries' advanced theories, to scoff at all the rules of Islam, to indulge in free love, pig's flesh, and wine, they were sternly brought to order. The mysterious powers expected of a Mahdi were sedulously rumored among the credulous Berbers. Though no miracles were actually exhibited, and the obedience of the conquered provinces was secured by horrible outrages and atrocities, of which the terrified people dared not provoke a repetition at the hands of the Mahdi's savage generals. His eldest son, Abul Qasim, who had twice led expeditions into Egypt, succeeded to the caliphate with the title of El-Qaim, 934 to 946. He began his reign with warlike vigor. He sent out a fleet in 934 or 935, which harried the southern coast of France, blockaded and took Genoa, and coasted along Calabria, massacring and plundering, burning the shipping, and carrying off slaves wherever it touched. At the same time, he dispatched a third army against Egypt, but the firm hand of the Ikhshid now held the government, and his brother, Obaid Allah, with 15,000 horse, drove the enemy out of Alexandria and gave them a crushing defeat on their way home. But for the greater part of his reign, El-Qaim was on the defensive, fighting for existence against the usurpation of one Abu Yazid, who repudiated Shiaism, cursed the Mahdi and his successor, stirred up most of Morocco and Barbary against El-Qaim, drove him out of his capital, and went near to putting an end to the Fatimite Caliphate. It was only after 7 years of uninterrupted civil war that this formidable insurrection died out. under the firm but politic management of the third Caliph, El-Mansur, 946 to 953, a brave man who knew both when to strike and when to be generous. Abu Yazid was at last run to earth, and his body was skinned and stuffed with straw, and exposed in a cage with a couple of ludicrous apes as a warning to the disaffected. The Fatimites so far were a brutal and barbarous character. They do not seem to have encouraged literature or learning, but this is partly explained by the fact that culture belonged chiefly to the Orthodox Caliphate, and its learned men could have no dealings with the heretical pretender. The city of Kairawan, which dates from the Arab conquest in the 8th century, preserves the remains of some noble buildings, but of their other capitals or royal residences, no traces of art or architecture remain to bear witness to the taste of their founders. Each began to decay as soon as its successor was built. With the fourth caliph, however, El-Moiz, the conqueror of Egypt, 953 to 975, the Fatimites entered upon a new phase. El-Moiz was a man of politic temper, a born statesman, able to grasp the conditions of success and to take advantage of every point in his favor. He was also highly educated, and not only wrote Arabic poetry and delighted in its literature, but studied Greek, mastered Berber and Sudani dialects, and is even said to have taught himself Slavonic in order to converse with his slaves from Eastern Europe. His eloquence was such as to move his audience to tears. To prudent statesmanship he added a large generosity, and his love of justice was among his noblest qualities. So far as outward acts could show, he was a strict Moslem of the Shia sect, and the statement of his adversaries that he was really an atheist seems to rest merely upon the belief that all the Fatimites adopted the esoteric doctrines of the Ismailian missionaries. When he ascended the throne in April 953, he had already a policy, and he lost no time in carrying it into execution. He first made a progress through his dominions, visiting each town, investigating its needs, and providing for its peace and prosperity. He bearded the rebels in their mountain fastnesses, till they laid down their arms and fell at his feet. He conciliated the chiefs and governors with presents and appointments, and was rewarded by their loyalty. At the head of his ministers he set Gawar the Roman, a slave from the Eastern Empire, who had risen to the post of secretary to the late caliph, and was now by his son promoted to the rank of wazir, commander of the forces. He was sent in 958 to bring the ever-refractory Maghreb, Morocco, to allegiance. The expedition was entirely successful. Sigalmasa and Fez were taken, and Gawar reached the shore of the Atlantic. Jars of live fish and seaweed reached the capital, and proved to the caliph that his empire touched the ocean, the limitless limit of the world. All the African littoral, from the Atlantic to the frontier of Egypt, with the single exception of Spanish Ceuta, now peaceably admitted the sway of the Fatimite caliph. The result was due partly to the exhaustion caused by the long struggle during the preceding reigns, partly to the politic concessions and personal influence of the able young ruler. He was liberal and conciliatory toward different provinces, but to the Arabs of the capital he was severe. Kairawan teemed with disaffected folk, sheiks and theologians, bitterly hostile to the heretical Orientalism of the Fatimites, and always ready to excite a tumult. Moiz was resolved to give them no chance, and one of his repressive measures was the curfew. At sunset a trumpet sounded, and anyone found abroad after that was liable to lose not only his way, but his head. So long as they were quiet, however, he used the people justly, and sought to impress them in his favor. In a singular interview recorded by Makrizi, he exhibited himself to a deputation of sheiks, dressed in the utmost simplicity, and seated before his writing materials in a plain room, surrounded by books. He wished to disabuse them of the idea that he led in private a life of luxury and self-indulgence. "You see what employs me when I am alone," he said. "I read letters that come to me from the lands of the East and the West, and answer them with my own hand. I deny myself all the pleasures of the world, and I seek only to protect your lives, multiply your children, shame your rivals, and daunt your enemies." Then he gave them much good advice, and especially recommended them to keep to one wife. "One woman is enough for one man. If you straitly observe what I have ordained," he concluded, "I trust that God will, through you, procure our conquest of the East in like manner as he has vouchsafed us the West." The conquest of Egypt was indeed the aim of his life. To rule over tumultuous Arab and Berber tribes in a poor country formed no fit ambition for a man of his capacity. Egypt, its wealth, its commerce, its great port, and its docile population, these were his dream. For 2 years he had been digging wells and building rest houses on the road to Alexandria. The West was now outwardly quiet, and between Egypt and any hope of succor from the Eastern Caliphate stood the ravaging armies of the Karmatis. Egypt itself was in helpless disorder. The great Kafur was dead, and its nominal ruler was a child. Ibn Furat, the wazir, had made himself obnoxious to the people by arrests and extortions. The very soldiery was in revolt, and the Turkish retainers of the court mutinied, plundered the wazir's palace, and even opened negotiations with Moise. Hossein, the nephew of the Ikshid, attempted to restore public order, but after 3 months of vacillating and unpopular government, he returned to his own province in Palestine to make terms with the Karmatis. Famine, the result of the exceptionally low Nile of 967, added to the misery of the country. Plague, as usual, followed in the steps of famine. Over 600,000 people died in and around Fustat, and the wretched inhabitants began in despair to migrate to happier lands. All these matters were fully reported to Moise by the renegade Jew Yaqub Kilis, a former favorite of Kafur, who had been driven from Egypt by the jealous exactions of the wazir Ibn Furat, and who was perfectly familiar with the political and financial state of the Nile Valley. His representations confirmed the Fatimite caliph's resolve. The Arab tribes were summoned to his standard. An immense treasure was collected, all of which was spent in the campaign. Gratuities were lavishly distributed to the army, and at the head of over 100,000 men, all well mounted and armed, accompanied by 1,000 camels and a mob of horses carrying money, stores, and ammunition, Gawar marched from Kairawan in February 969. The caliph himself reviewed the troops. The marshal kissed his hand and his horse's shoe. All the princes, emirs, and courtiers passed reverently on foot before the honored leader of the conquering army, who, as a last proof of favor, received the gift of his master's own robes and charger. The governors of all the towns on the route had orders to come on foot to Gawar's stirrup, and one of them vainly offered a large bribe to be excused the indignity. The approach of this overwhelming force filled the Egyptian ministers with consternation, and they thought only of obtaining favorable terms. A deputation of notables, headed by Abu Ghaffar Moslem, a sharif, or descendant of the Prophet's family, waited upon Gawar near Alexandria, and demanded a capitulation. The general consented without reserve, and in a conciliatory letter granted all they asked. But they had reckoned without their host. The troops at Fustat would not listen to such humiliation, and there was a strong war party among the citizens, to which some of the ministers leaned. The city prepared for resistance, and skirmishes took place with Gawar's army, which had meanwhile arrived at the opposite town of Giza in July. Forcing the passage of the river, with the help of some boats supplied by Egyptian soldiers, the invaders fell upon the imposing army drawn up on the other bank and totally defeated them. The troops deserted Fustat in a panic, and the women of the city, running out of their houses, implored the sharif to intercede with the conqueror. Gawar, like his master, always disposed to a politic leniency, renewed his former promises and granted a complete amnesty to all who submitted. The overjoyed populace cut off the heads of some of the refractory leaders in their enthusiasm and sent them to the camp in pleasing token of allegiance. A herald, bearing a white flag, rode through the streets of Fustat, proclaiming the amnesty and forbidding pillage, and on August the 5th, the Fatimite army, with full pomp of drums and banners, entered the capital. That very night Gawar laid the foundations of a new city, or rather fortified palace, destined for the reception of his sovereign. He was encamped on the sandy waste which stretched northeast of Fustat on the road to Heliopolis, and there, at a distance of about a mile from the river, he marked out the boundaries of the new capital. There were no buildings, save the old Convent of the Bones, nor any cultivation except the beautiful park called Kafur's Garden, to obstruct his plans. A square, somewhat less than a mile each way, was pegged out with poles, and the Maghrabi astrologers, in whom Moise reposed extravagant faith, consulted together to determine the auspicious moment for the opening ceremony. Bells were hung on ropes from pole to pole, and at the signal of the sages, their ringing was to announce the precise moment when the laborers were to turn the first sod. The calculations of the astrologers were, however, anticipated by a raven, who perched on one of the ropes and set the bells jingling, upon which every mattock was struck into the earth, and the trenches were opened. It was an unlucky hour. The planet Mars, El Kahir, was in the ascendant, but it could not be undone, and the place was accordingly named after the hostile planet El Kahira, the martial or triumphant, in the hope that the sinister omen might be turned to a triumphant issue. Cairo, as Kahira has come to be called, may fairly be said to have outlived all astrological prejudices. The name of the Abbasid Caliph was at once expunged from the Friday prayers at the old mosque of Amr at Fustat. The black Abbasid robes were proscribed, and the preacher in pure white recited the khutbah for the Imam Muiz, Emir el-Mu'minin, and invoked blessings on his ancestors Ali and Fatima and all their holy family. The call to prayer from the minarets was adapted to Shia taste. The joyful news was sent to the Fatimite Caliph on swift dromedaries, together with the heads of the slain. Coins were struck with the special formulas of the Fatimite creed. Ali is the noblest of God's delegates, the wazir of the best of apostles. The Imam Ma'ad calls men to profess the unity of the eternal, in addition to the usual dogmas of the Mohammedan faith. For 2 centuries, the mosques and the mint proclaimed the shibboleth of the Shias. Gawar set himself at once to restore tranquility and alleviate the sufferings of the famine-stricken people. Moise had providently sent grain ships to relieve their distress, and as the price of bread nevertheless remained at famine rates, Gawar publicly flogged the millers, established a central corn exchange, and compelled everyone to sell his corn there under the eye of a government inspector. In spite of his efforts, the famine lasted for 2 years. Plague spread alarmingly, insomuch that the corpses could not be buried fast enough and were thrown into the Nile, and it was not till the winter of 971 to 972 that plenty returned and the pest disappeared. As usual, the viceroy took a personal part in all public functions. Every Saturday he sat in court, assisted by the Wazir Ibn Forat, the Qadi, and skilled lawyers, to hear causes and petitions and to administer justice. To secure impartiality, he appointed to every department of state an Egyptian and a Maghrabi officer. His firm and equitable rule ensured peace and order, and the great palace he was building, and the new mosque, the Azhar, which he founded in 970 and finished in 972, not only added to the beauty of the capital, but gave employment to innumerable craftsmen. The inhabitants of Egypt accepted the new regime with their habitual phlegm. An Ikshidi officer in the Bashmur district of Lower Egypt did, indeed, incite the people to rebellion, but his fate was not such as to encourage others. He was chased out of Egypt, captured on the coast of Palestine, and then, it is gravely recorded, he was given sesame oil to drink for a month, till his skin stripped off, whereupon it was stuffed with straw and hung up on a beam, as a reminder to him who would be admonished. With this brief exception, we read of no riots, no sectarian risings, and the general surrender was complete when the remaining partisans of the deposed dynasty, to the number of 5,000, laid down their arms. An embassy sent to George, king of Nubia, to invite him to embrace Islam and to exact the customary tribute, was received with courtesy, and the money, but not the conversion, was arranged. The holy cities of Mecca and Medina in the Hijaz, where the gold of Moise had been prudently distributed some years before, responded to his generosity and success by proclaiming his supremacy in the mosques. The Hamdanite prince who held northern Syria paid similar homage to the Fatimite caliph at Aleppo, where the Abbasides had hitherto been recognized. Southern Syria, however, which had formed part of the Ikhshid's kingdom, did not submit to the usurpers without a struggle. Hossein was still independent at Ramla, and Gawar's lieutenant, Giafar ben Fella, was obliged to give him battle. Hossein was defeated and exposed bareheaded to the insults of the mob at Fustat, to be finally sent with the rest of the family of Ikhshid to a Barbary jail. Damascus, the home of orthodoxy, was taken by Giafar, not without a struggle, and the Fatimite doctrine was there published, to the indignation and disgust of the Sunnite population. A worse plague than the Fatimite conquest soon afflicted Syria. The Karmati leader Hassan ben Ahmad, surnamed El-Assam, finding the blackmail, which he had lately received out of the revenues of Damascus, suddenly stopped, resolved to extort it by force of arms. The Fatimites, indeed, sprang from the same movement, and their founder professed the same political and irreligious philosophy as Hassan himself, but this did not stand in his way, and his knowledge of their origin made him the less disposed to render homage to the sacred pretensions of the new imams, whom he contemptuously designated as the spawn of the quacks, charlatans, and the enemies of Islam.
He tried to enlist the support of the Abbasid Caliph.
But El-Muti replied that Fatimis and Karmatis were all one to him, and he would have nothing to do with either. The Buwayhid prince of Iraq, however, supplied Hassan with arms and money. Abu Taqlib, the Hamdanite ruler of Raqba on the Euphrates, contributed men, and, supported by the Arab tribes of Okail, Tavi, and others, Hassan marched upon Damascus, where the Fatimites were routed and their general, Giafar, killed. Moise was forthwith publicly cursed from the pulpit in the Syrian capital, to the qualified satisfaction of the inhabitants, who had to pay handsomely for the pleasure. Hassan next marched to Ramla, and thence, leaving the Fatimite army of 11,000 men shut up in Jaffa, invaded Egypt. His troops surprised Kulzum at the head of the Red Sea, and Farama, Pelusium, near the Mediterranean, at the two ends of the Egyptian frontier. Tinis declared against the Fatimites, and Hassan appeared at Heliopolis in October 971. Gawar had already entrenched the new capital with a deep ditch, leaving but one entrance, which he closed with an iron gate. He armed the Egyptians as well as the African troops, and a spy was set to watch the Wazir Ibn Farhat, lest he should be guilty of treachery. The sharifs of the family of Ali were summoned to the camp as hostages for the good behavior of the inhabitants. Meanwhile, the officers of the enemy were liberally tempted with bribes. 2 months they lay before Cairo, and then, after an indecisive engagement, Hassan stormed the gate, forced his way across the ditch, and attacked the Egyptians on their own ground. The result was a severe repulse, and Hassan retreated, under cover of night, to Kulzum, leaving his camp and baggage to be plundered by the Fatimites, who were only balked of a sanguinary pursuit by the intervention of night. The Egyptian volunteers displayed unexpected valor in the fight, and many of the partisans of the late dynasty who were with the enemy were made prisoners. Thus the serious danger which went near to cutting short the Fatimite occupation of Egypt was not only resolutely met, but even turned into an advantage. There was no more intriguing on behalf of the Ikshadids. Tinis was recovered from its temporary defection and occupied by the reinforcements which Moise had hurriedly dispatched under Ibn Amar to the succor of Gawar. And the Karmati fleet, which attempted to recover this fort, was obliged to slip anchor, abandoning 7 ships and 500 prisoners. Jaffa, which still held out resolutely against the besieging Arabs, was now relieved by the dispatch of African troops from Cairo, who brought back the garrison but did not dare to hold the post. The enemy fell back upon Damascus, and the leaders fell out among themselves. The Karmati chief was not crushed, however, by his defeat. In the following year he was collecting ships and Arabs for a fresh invasion. Gawar, who had long urged his master to come and protect his conquest, now pointed out the extreme danger of a second attack from an enemy which had already succeeded in boldly forcing his way to the gate of Cairo. Moise had delayed his journey because he could not safely trust his western provinces in his absence, but on the receipt of this grave news, he appointed Yusuf Bulugan ben Zairi of the Berber tribe of Sanhaga to act as his deputy in Barbary, left Sardinia, the Fontainebleau of Kairouan, as Mansuria was its Versailles, in November 972, and making a leisurely progress, by way of Kabis, Tripolis, Agdabia, and Barca, reached Alexandria in the following May. Here the Caliph received a deputation consisting of the Qadi of Fustat and other eminent persons, whom he moved to tears by his eloquent and virtuous discourse. A month later he was encamped in the gardens of the monastery near Giza, where he was reverently welcomed by his devoted servant Gawar, content to efface himself in his master's shadow. The entry of the new caliph into his new capital was a solemn spectacle. With him were all his sons and brothers and kinsfolk, and before him were borne the coffins of his ancestors. Fustat was illuminated and decked for his reception, but Moise would not enter the old capital of the usurping caliphs. He crossed from Rhoda by Gawar's new bridge and proceeded direct to the palace city of Cairo. Here he threw himself on his face and gave thanks to God. There was yet an ordeal to be gone through before he could regard himself as safe. Egypt was the home of many undoubted sharifs or descendants of Ali, and these, headed by a representative of the distinguished Tabataba family, came boldly to examine his credentials. Moise must prove his title to the holy imamate inherited from Ali, to the satisfaction of these experts in genealogy. According to the story, the caliph called a great assembly of the people and invited the sharifs to appear. Then, half drawing his sword, he said, "Here is my pedigree," and scattering gold among the spectators, added, "And there is my proof." It was perhaps the best argument he could produce. The sharifs could only protest their entire satisfaction at this convincing evidence, and it is at any rate certain that, whatever they thought of the caliph's claim, they did not contest it. The capital was placarded with his name, and the praises of Ali and Moise were acclaimed by the people, who flocked to his first public audience. Among the presents offered him, that of Gawar was especially splendid, and its costliness illustrates the colossal wealth acquired by the Fatimites. It included 500 horses with saddles and bridles encrusted with gold, amber, and precious stones, tents of silk and cloth of gold, borne on Bactrian camels, dromedaries, mules, and camels of burden, filigree coffers full of gold and silver vessels, gold-mounted swords, caskets of chased silver containing precious stones, a turban set with jewels, and 900 boxes filled with samples of all the goods that Egypt produced. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Growth and Decadence of Chivalry, 10th to 15th Century, by Leon Gautier, Part 1. Writers on the history of chivalry are unable to refer its origin to any definite time or place, and even specific definition of chivalry is seldom attempted by careful students. They rather give us, as does Gautier in the picturesque account which follows, some recognized starting point, and for definition content themselves with characterization of the spirit and aims of chivalry, analysis of its methods, and the story of its rise and fall. Chivalry was not an official institution that came into existence by the decree of a sovereign. Although religious in its original elements and impulses, there was nothing in its origin to remind us of the foundation of a religious order. It would be useless to search for the place of its birth, or for the name of its founder. It was born everywhere at once, and has been everywhere at the same time, the natural effect of the same aspirations and the same needs. There was a moment when people everywhere felt the necessity of tempering the ardor of old German blood, and of giving their ill-regulated passions an ideal. Hence, chivalry. Yet, chivalry arose from a German custom, which was idealized by the Christian Church. And chivalry was more an ideal than an institution. It was the Christian form of the military profession. The knight was the Christian soldier. True, the profession and mission of the Church meant the spread of peace and the hatred of war, she holding with her master that they who take the sword shall perish with the sword. Her thought was formulated by St. Augustine. He who can think of war, and can support it without great sorrow, is truly dead to human feelings. It is necessary, he says, to submit to war, but to wish for peace. The Church did, however, look upon war as a divine means of punishment and of expiation for individuals and nations, and the eloquent Bossuet showed the Church's view of war as the terrestrial preparation for the kingdom of God, and described how empires fall upon one another to form a foundation whereon to build the church. In the light of such interpretations, the church availed herself of the military auxiliary known as chivalry. Along with the religious impulse that animated it, chivalry bore throughout its purer course the character of knightliness which it received from Teutonic sources. How the fine sentiments and ennobling customs of the Teutonic nations, particularly with respect to the gallantry and generosity of the male toward the female sex, grew into beautiful combination with the rule of protecting the weak and defenseless everywhere, and how these elements were blended with the spirit of religious devotion which entered into the organization and practices of chivalry, forms one of the most fascinating features in the study of its development. And this gentler side, no less than its sterner aspects, is faithfully represented in the brilliant examination of Gautier. And the heroic sentiment and action which inspired and accomplished the sacred warfare of the Crusades are not less admirably depicted in these pages, while in his summary of the decline of chivalry, Gautier has perhaps never been surpassed for penetrating insight and lucid exposition. There is a sentence of Tacitus, the celebrated passage in the Germania, that refers to a German rite in which we really find all the military elements of the future chivalry. The scene took place beneath the shade of an old forest. The barbarous tribe is assembled, and one feels that a solemn ceremony is in preparation. Into the midst of the assembly advances a very young man, whom you can picture to yourself with sea-green eyes, long fair hair, and perhaps some tattooing. A chief of the tribe is present, who without delay places gravely in the hands of the young man a framea and a buckler. Failing a sovereign ruler, it is the father of the youth, or some relative, who undertakes this delivery of weapons. Such is the virile robe of these people, as Tacitus well puts it, such is the first honor of their youth. Till then the young man was only one in a family. He becomes by this right a member of the Republic. Ante hoi domus pars videtur, mox rei publicae. This sword and buckler he will never abandon, for the Germans in all their acts, whether public or private, are always armed. So the ceremony finished, the assembly separates, and the tribe reckons a Miles, a warrior, the Moor. That is all. This solemn handing of arms to the young German, such is the first germ of chivalry which Christianity was one day to animate into life. Vestigium vetus creandi equites, seu milites. It is with reason that Saint Pelée comments in the very same way upon the text of the Germania, and that a scholar of our own days exclaims with more than scientific exactness, "The true origin of Miles is this bestowal of arms which among the Germans marks the entry into civil life. No other origin will support the scrutiny of the critic, and he will not find anyone now to support the theory of Roman origin with Saint Marie, or that of the Arabian origin with Beaumont. There only remains to explain in this place the term knight, chevalier, but it is well known to be derived from cabalus, which primarily signifies a beast of burden, a pack horse, and has ended by signifying a war horse. The knight also has preserved the name of Miles in the Latin tongue of the Middle Ages, in which chivalry is always called militia. Nothing can be clearer than this. We do not intend to go further, however, without replying to two objections, which are not without weight, and which we do not wish to leave behind us unanswered. In a certain number of Latin books in the Middle Ages, we find to describe chivalry an expression which the Romanists oppose triumphantly to us, and of which the Romish origin cannot seriously be doubted. When it is intended to signify that a knight has been created, it is stated that the individual has been girt with the cingulum militare, Here we find ourselves in full Roman parlance, and the word signified certain terms which described admission into military service, the release from this service, and the degradation of the legionary. When St. Martin left the militia, his action was qualified as solutio singuli, and at all those who act like him, the insulting expression militaribus zonus distincti is cast. The girdle which sustains the sword of the Roman officer, cingulum zona, or rather cinctorium, is also the baldric from Baltius, passed over the shoulder, and was intended to support the weapon of the common soldier. You perceive quite well, say our adversaries, that we have to do with a Roman costume. Two very simple observations will perhaps suffice to get to the bottom of such a specious argument. The first is that the Germans, in early times, wore, in imitation of the Romans, a wide belt ornamented with bosses of metal, a baldric, by which their swords were suspended on the left side. And the second is that the chroniclers of old days, who wrote in Latin and affected the classic style, very naturally adopted the word singulum in all its acceptations, and made use of this Latin periphrasis, singulo militari decorere, to express this solemn adoption of the sword. This evidently German custom was always one of the principal rites of the collation of chivalry. There is nothing more in it than a somewhat vague reminiscence of a Roman custom with a very natural conjunction of terms which has always been the habit of a literary people. To sum up, the word is Roman, but the thing itself is German. Between the militia of the Romans and the chivalry of the Middle Ages, there is really nothing in common but the military profession considered generally. The official admittance of the Roman soldier to an army, hierarchically organized, in no way resembled the admission of a new knight into a sort of military college and the pink of society. As we read further the singularly primitive and barbarous ritual of the service of knightly reception in the 12th century, one is persuaded that the words exhale a German odor and have nothing Roman about them. But there is another argument, and one which would appear decisive. The Roman legionary could not as a rule withdraw from the service. He could not avoid the baldric. The youthful knight of the Middle Ages, on the contrary, was always free to arm himself or not, as he pleased, just as other cavaliers are at liberty to leave or join their ranks. The principal characteristic of the knightly service, and one which separates it most decidedly from the Roman militia, was its freedom of action. One very specious objection is made as regards feudalism, which some clear-minded people obstinately confound with chivalry. This was the favorite theory of Montalembert. Now there are two kinds of feudalism, which the old feudalists put down very clearly in two words now out of date, fiefs of dignity and fiefs simple. About the middle of the 9th century, the dukes and counts made themselves independent of the central power and declared that people owed the same allegiance to them as they did to the emperor or the king. Such were the acts of the fiefs of dignity, and we may at once allow that they had nothing in common with chivalry. The fiefs simple then remained. In the Merovingian period, we find a certain number of small proprietors called vassi, commending themselves to other men more powerful and more rich, who were called seniores. To his senior, who made him a present of land, the vassus owed assistance and fidelity. It is true that as early as the reign of Charlemagne he followed him to war, but it must be noted that it was to the emperor, to the central power, that he actually rendered military service. There was nothing very particular in this, but the time was approaching when things would be altered. Toward the middle of the 9th century, we find a large number of men falling on their knees before other men. What are they about? They are recommending themselves, but in plainer terms, protect us and we will be your men. And they added, it is to you and to you only that we intend in future to render military service. but in exchange you must protect the land we possess. Defend what you will, in time concede to us, and defend us ourselves. These people on their knees were vassals, at the feet of their lords, and the fief was generally only a grant of land conceded in exchange for military service. Feudalism of this nature has nothing in common with chivalry. If we consider chivalry, in fact, as a kind of privileged body, into which men were received on certain conditions and with a certain ritual, it is important to observe that every vassal is not necessarily a cavalier. There were vassals who, with the object of averting the cost of initiation, or for other reasons, remained damoiseaux, or pages, all their lives. The majority, of course, did nothing of the kind, but all could do so, and a great many did. On the other hand, we see conferred the dignity of chivalry upon insignificant people who had never held fiefs, who owed to no one any fealty, and to whom no one owed any. We cannot repeat too often that it was not the cavalier or knight, it was the vassal who owed military service, or ost, to the seigneur or lord, and the service in curta, or court. It was the vassal, not the knight, who owed to the lord relief, aid, homage. The feudal system soon became hereditary. Chivalry, on the contrary, has never been hereditary, and a special right has always been necessary to create a knight. In default of all other arguments, this would be sufficient. But if instead of regarding chivalry as an institution, we consider it as an ideal, the doubt is not really more admissible. It is here that, in the eyes of a philosophic historian, chivalry is clearly distinct from feudalism. If the Western world in the 9th century had not been feudalized, chivalry would nevertheless have come into existence, and notwithstanding everything, it would have come to light in Christendom. For chivalry is nothing more than the Christianized form of military service, the armed force in the service of the unarmed truth. And it was inevitable that at some time or another it must have sprung, living and fully armed, from the brain of the Church, as Minerva did from the brain of Jupiter. Feudalism, on the contrary, is not of Christian origin at all. It is a particular form of government and of society, which has scarcely been less rigorous for the Church than other forms of society and government. Feudalism has disputed with the Church over and over again, while chivalry has protected her 100 times. Feudalism is force. Chivalry is the break. Let us look at Godfrey de Bouillon. The fact that he owed homage to any suzerain, the fact that he exacted service from such and such vassals, are questions which concern feudal rights and have nothing to do with chivalry. But if I contemplate him in a battle beneath the walls of Jerusalem, if I am a spectator of his entry into the holy city, if I see him ardent, brave, powerful and pure, valiant and gentle, humble and proud, refusing to wear the golden crown in the holy city where Jesus wore the crown of thorns, I am not then anxious, I am not curious to learn from whom he holds his fief, or to know the names of his vassals, and I exclaim, there is the knight. And how many knights, what chivalrous virtues have existed in the Christian world since feudalism has ceased to exist? The adoption of arms in the German fashion remains the true origin of chivalry, and the Franks have handed down this custom to us, a custom perpetuated to a comparatively modern period. This simple, almost rude rite so decidedly marked the line of civil life in the code of manners of people of German origin that under the Carlovingians we still find numerous traces of it. In 791, Louis, eldest son of Charlemagne, was only 13 years old, and yet he had worn the crown of Aquitaine for 3 years upon his baby brow. The king of the Franks felt that it was time to bestow upon this child the military consecration which would more quickly assure him of the respect of his people. He summoned him to Ingelheim, then to Ratisbon, and solemnly girded him with the sword, which makes men. He did not trouble himself about the framea or the buckler. The sword occupied the first place. It will retain it for a long time. In 838, at Kiersey, we have a similar scene. This time it is old Louis who, full of sadness and nigh to death, bestows upon his son Charles, whom he loved so well, the virile arms, that is to say, the sword. Then immediately afterward he put upon his brow the crown of Neustria. Charles was 15 years old. These examples are not numerous, but their importance is decisive, and they carry us to the time when the Church came to intervene positively in the education of the German Miles. The time was rough, and it is not easy to picture a more distracted period than that in the 9th and 10th centuries. The great idea of the Roman Empire, no longer in the minds of the people, coincided with the idea of the Frankish kingdom, but rather inclined, so to speak, to the side of Germany, where it tended to fix itself. Countries were on the way to be formed, and people were asking to which country they should best belong. Independent kingdoms were founded which had no precedents and were not destined to have a long life. The Saracens were for the last time harassing the southern French coasts, but it was not so with the Norman pirates, for they did not cease for a single year to ravage the littoral, which is now represented by the Picardy and Normandy coasts, until the day it became necessary to cede the greater part of it to them. People were fighting everywhere, more or less, family against family, man to man. No road was safe. The churches were burned. There was universal terror, and everyone sought protection. The king had no longer strength to resist anyone, and the counts made themselves kings. The sun of the realm was set, and one had to look at the stars for light. As soon as the people perceived a strong man-at-arms, resolute, defiant, well established in his wooden keep, well fortified within the lines of his hedge, behind his palisade of dead branches, or within his barriers of planks, well posted on his hill, against his rock, or on his hillock, and dominating all the surrounding country. As soon as they saw this, each said to him, "I am your man," and all those weak ones grouped themselves around the strong one, who next day proceeded to wage war with his neighbors. Thence supervened a terrible series of private wars. Everyone was fighting or thinking of fighting. In addition to this, the still green memory of the grand figure of Charlemagne and the old empire, and I can't tell what imperial splendors were still felt in the air of great cities, all hearts throbbed at the mere thought of the Saracens and the Holy Sepulchre. The crusade gathered strength of preparation far in advance in the rage and indignation of all the Christian race. All eyes were turned toward Jerusalem. And in the midst of so many disbandments and so much darkness, the unity of the Church survived fallen majesty. It was then, it was in that horrible hour, the decisive epoch in our history, that the Church undertook the education of the Christian soldier, and it was at that time, by a resolute step, she found the feudal baron in his rude wooden citadel, and proposed to him an ideal. The ideal was chivalry. That chivalry may be considered a great military confraternity, as well as an eighth sacrament, will be conceded, but before familiarizing themselves with these ideals, the rough spirits of the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries had to learn the principles of them. The chivalrous ideal was not conceived all of a piece, and certainly it did not triumph without sustained effort. So it was by degrees, and very slowly, that the Church succeeded in inoculating the almost animal intelligence and the untrained minds of our ancestors with so many virtues. End of section 11. Section 12. of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Growth and Decadence of Chivalry, 10th to 15th Century, by Leon Gautier, Part 2. In the hands of the Church, which wished to mold him into a Christian knight, the feudal baron was a very intractable individual. No one could be more brutal or more barbarous than he. Our more ancient ballads, those which are founded on the tradition of the 9th and 10th centuries, supply us with a portrait which does not appear exaggerated. I know nothing in this sense more terrible than Raoul de Cambrai, and the hero of this old poem would pass for a type of half-civilized savage. This Raoul was kind of a Sioux, or other redskin, who only wanted tattoo and feathers in his hair to be complete. Even a redskin is a believer, or superstitious to some extent, while Raoul defied the deity himself. The savage respects his mother as a rule, but Raoul laughed at his mother, who cursed him. Behold him as he invaded the Vernandois, contrary to all the rights of legitimate heirs. He pillaged, burned, and slew in all directions. He was everywhere pitiless, cruel, horrible. But at Origny he appears in all his ferocity. You will erect my tent in the church, you will make my bed before the altar, and put my hawks on the golden crucifix. Now that church belonged to a convent. What did that signify to him? He burned the convent. He burned the church. He burned the nuns. Among them was the mother of his most faithful servitor, Bernier, his most devoted companion and friend, almost his brother. But he burned her with the others. Then, when the flames were still burning, he sat himself down, on a fast day, to feast, amid the scenes of his sanguinary exploits, defying God and man, his hands steeped in blood, his face lifted to heaven. That was the kind of soldier, the savage of the 10th century, whom the Church had to educate. Unfortunately, this Raoul de Cambrai is not a unique specimen. He was not the only one who had uttered this ferocious speech. I shall not be happy until I see your heart cut out of your body. Aubry de Bourguignon was not less cruel and took no trouble to curb his passions. Had he the right to massacre? He knew nothing about that, but meanwhile he continued to kill. Bah, he would say, it is always an enemy the less. On one occasion he slew his 4 cousins. He was as sensual as cruel. His thick-skinned savagery did not appear to feel either shame or remorse. He was strong and had a weighty hand. That was sufficient. Ogier was scarcely any better, but notwithstanding all the glory attaching to his name, I know nothing more saddening than the final episode of the rude poem attributed to Rambert of Paris. The son of Ogier, Baudonnet, had been slain by the son of Charlemagne, who called himself Charlot. Ogier did nothing but breathe vengeance, and would not agree to assist Christendom against the Saracen invaders unless the unfortunate Charlot was delivered to him. He wanted to kill him. He determined to kill him, and he rejoiced over it in anticipation. In vain did Charlot humble himself before this brute and endeavor to pacify him by the sincerity of his repentance. In vain the old emperor himself prayed most earnestly to God. In vain the venerable Neme, the Nestor of our ballads, offered to serve Ogier all the rest of his life, and begged the Dane not to forget the Savior who was born of the Virgin at Bethlehem. All their devotion and prayers were unavailing. Ogier, pitiless, placed one of his heavy hands on the youthful head, and with the other drew his sword, his terrible Courtaine. Nothing less than the intervention of an angel from heaven could have put an end to this terrible scene, in which all the savagery of the German forests was displayed. The majority of these early heroes had no other shibboleth than, "I am going to separate the head from the trunk." It was their war cry. But if you desire something more frightful still, something more primitive, you have only to open the Loberanes at hazard, and read a few stanzas of that raging ballad of Derring Do, and you will almost fancy you are perusing one of those pages in which Livingstone describes in such indignant terms the manners of some tribe in Central Africa. Read this. Beg struck Guizot upon his black helmet through the golden circlet, cutting him to the chine. Then he plunged into his body his sword, flamberge, with the golden hilt, took the heart out with both hands, and threw it, still warm, at the head of William, saying, "This is your cousin's heart. You can salt and roast it." Here words fail us. It would be too tame to say with Godeka, "These heroes act like the forces of nature, in the manner of the hurricane which knows no pity." We must use more indignant terms than these, for we are truly amid cannibals. Once again we say, there was the warrior, there was the savage, whom the Church had to elevate and educate. Such is the point of departure of this wonderful progress. Such are the refractory elements out of which chivalry and the knight have been fashioned. The point of departure is Raoul of Cambrai, burning Origny. The point of arrival is Gerard of Roussillon, falling one day at the feet of an old priest, and expiating his former pride by 22 years of penitence. These two episodes embrace many centuries between them. A very interesting study might be made of the gradual transformation from the redskin to the knight. It might be shown how, and at what period of history, each of the virtues of chivalry penetrated victoriously into the undisciplined souls of these brutal warriors who were our ancestors. It might be determined at what moment the Church became strong enough to impose upon our knights the great duties of defending it and of loving one another. This victory was attained in a certain number of cases undoubtedly toward the end of the 11th century, and the knight appears to us perfected, finished, radiant in the most ancient tradition of the Chanson du Roland, which is considered to have been produced between 1066 and 1095. It is scarcely necessary to observe that chivalry was no longer in course of establishment when Pope Urban II threw, with a powerful hand, the whole of Christian West upon the East, where the tomb of Christ was in possession of the infidel. In legendary lore, the embodiment of chivalry is Roland. In history, it is Godfrey de Bouillon. There are no more worthy names than these. The decadence of chivalry. And when one is speaking of human institutions, sooner or later this word must be used. Perhaps set in sooner than historians can believe. We need not attach too much importance to the grumblings of certain poets, who complain of their time with an evidently exaggerated bitterness, and we do not care for our own part to take literally the testimony of the unknown author of La Vie de Saint Alexis, who exclaims, about the middle of the 11th century, that everything is degenerate and all is lost. Thus, in olden times the world was good. Justice and love were springs of action in it. People then had faith, which has disappeared from amongst us. The world is entirely changed. The world has lost its healthy color. It is pale. It has grown old. It is growing worse, and will soon cease altogether. The poet exaggerates in a very singular manner the evil which he perceives around him, and one might aver that far from bordering upon old age, chivalry was then almost in the very zenith of its glory. The 12th century was its apogee, and it was not until the 13th that it manifested the first symptoms of decay. "De malus mourant," exclaims the author of Godfrey de Bouillon, and he adds sadly, "tous les biens et finis." It was more correct in speaking thus than was the author of St. Alexis in his complainings, for the decadence of chivalry actually commenced in his time, and it is not unreasonable to inquire into the causes of its decay. The romance of the Round Table, which in the opinion of prepossessed or thoughtless critics appears so profoundly chivalrous, may be considered one of the works which hastened the downfall of chivalry. We are aware that by this seeming paradox we shall probably scandalize some of our readers who look upon these adventurous cavaliers as veritable knights. What does it matter? Availle que peut. The heroes of our chansons d'Auguste are really the authorized representatives and types of the society of their time, and not these fine adventure-seeking individuals who have been so brilliantly sketched by the pencil of Kristine de Troyes. It is true, however, that this charming and delicate spirit did not give in his works an accurate idea of his century and generation. We do not say that he embellished all he touched, but only that he enlivened it. Notwithstanding all that one could say about it, this school introduced the old Gaelic spirit into a poetry which had been till then chiefly Christian or German. Our epic poems are of German origin, and the Table Round is of Celtic origin. Sensual and light, witty and delicate, descriptive and charming, these pleasing romances are never masculine, and become too often effeminate and effeminating. They sing always, or nearly so, the same theme, by lovely pasturages, clothed with beautiful flowers, the air full of birds, a young knight proceeds in search of the unknown, and through a series of adventures, whose only fault is that they resemble one another somewhat too closely. We find insolent defiances, magnificent duels, enchanted castles, tender love scenes, mysterious talismans. The marvelous mingles with the supernatural, magicians with saints, fairies with angels. The whole is written in a style essentially French, and it must be confessed in clear, polished, and chastened language, perfect. We must not forget, as we said just now, that this poetry, so greatly attractive, began as early as the 12th century to be the mode universally, and let us not forget that it was at the same period that the Perceval de Galois and Dalascans, Cléomade, and the Couronnement de Louis were written. The two schools have coexisted for many centuries. Both camps have enjoyed the favor of the public. But in such a struggle it was all too easy to decide to which of them the victory would eventually incline. The ladies decided it, and no doubt the greater number of them wept over the perusal of Eric or Enid more than over that of the Convent Vivienne or Raoul de Cambrai. When the grand century of the Middle Ages had closed, when the blatant 13th century commenced, the sentimental had already gained the advantage over our old classic chansons, and the new school, the romantic set of the Table Round, triumphed. Unfortunately, they also triumphed in their manners, and they were the knights of the Round Table who, with the Valois, seated themselves upon the throne of France. In this way, temerity replaced true courage. So good, polite manners replaced heroic rudeness. So foolish generosity replaced the charitable austerity of the early chivalry. It was the love of the unforeseen, even in the military art, the rage for adventure, even in politics. We know whither this strategy and these theatrical politics led us, and that Joan of Arc and Providence were required to drag us out of the consequences. The other causes of the decadence of the spirit of chivalry are more difficult to determine. There is one of them which has not perhaps been sufficiently brought to light, and this is, will it be believed, the ex-development of certain orders of chivalry. This statement requires some explanation. We must confess that we are enthusiastic, passionate admirers of these grand military orders, which were formed at the commencement of the 12th century. There have never been their like in the world, and it was only given to Christianity to display to us such a spectacle. to give to one single soul the double ideal of the soldier and the monk, to impose upon him this double charge, to fix in one of these two conditions, and in one only these two duties, to cause to spring from the earth, I cannot tell how many thousands of men who voluntarily accepted this burden, and who were not crushed by it. That is a problem which one might have been pardoned for thinking insoluble. We have not sufficiently considered it. We have not pictured to ourselves, with sufficient vividness, the Templars and the Hospitallers in the midst of one of those great battles in the Holy Land in which the fate of the world was in the balance. Painters have not sufficiently portrayed them in the arid plains of Asia, forming an incomparable squadron in the midst of the battle. One might talk forever, and yet not say too much about the charge of the cuirassiers at Reichshofen. But how many times did the Hospitaller Knights and the Templars charge in similar fashion? Those soldier monks, in truth, invented a new idea of courage. Unfortunately, they were not always fighting, and peace troubled some of them. They became too rich, and their riches lowered them in the eyes of men and before heaven. We do not intend to adopt all the calumnies which have been circulated concerning the Templars, but it is difficult not to admit that many of these accusations had some foundation. The Hospitallers, at any rate, have given no ground for such attacks. They, thank heaven, remained undefiled, if not poor, and were an honor to that chivalry which others had compromised and emasculated. But when all is said, that which best became chivalry, the spice which preserved it the most surely, was poverty. Love of riches had not only attacked the chivalrous orders, but in a very short space of time all knights caught the infection. Sensuality and enjoyment had penetrated into their castles. Scarcely had they received the knightly baldric before they commenced to break the commandments and to pillage the poor. When it became necessary to go to war, their sumpter horses were laden with wine, and not with weapons, with leathern bottles instead of swords, with spits instead of lances. One might have fancied, in truth, that they were going out to dinner, and not to fight. It is true their shields were beautifully gilt, but they were kept in a virgin and unused condition. Chivalrous combats were represented upon their bucklers and their saddles, certainly, but that was all. Now, who is it who writes thus? It is not, as one might fancy, an author of the 15th century. It is a writer of the 12th, and the greatest satirist, somewhat excessive and unjust in his statements, the Christian Juvenal whom we have just quoted, was none other than Peter of Blois. 100 other witnesses might be cited in support of these indignant words, but if there is some exaggeration in them, we are compelled to confess that there is a considerable substratum of truth also. These abuses, which wealth engendered, which more than one poet has stigmatized, attracted in the 14th century the attention of an important individual, a person whose name occupies a worthy place in literature and history. Philip of Mézières, Chancellor of Cyprus, under Peter of Lusignan, was a true knight, who one day conceived the idea of reforming chivalry. Now, the way he found most feasible in accomplishing his object, in arriving at such a difficult and complex reform, was to found a new order of chivalry himself, to which he gave the high-sounding title of the Chivalry of the Passion of Christ. The decadence of chivalry is attested, alas, by the very character of the reformers, by which this well-meaning utopian attempted to oppose it. The good knight complains of the great advances of sensuality, and permits and advises the marriage of all knights. He complains of the accursed riches which the Hospitallers themselves were putting to a bad use, and forbade them in his institutions. But nevertheless, the luxurious habits of his time had an influence upon his mind, and he permitted his knights to wear the most extravagant costumes, and the dignitaries of his order to adopt the most high-sounding titles. There was something mystical in all this conception, and something theatrical in all this agency. It is hardly necessary to add that the chivalry of the passion was only a beautiful dream, originating in a generous mind. Notwithstanding the adherence of some brilliant personages, the order never attained to more than a theoretical organization, and had only a fictitious foundation. The idea of the deliverance of the Holy Sepulchre from the infidel was hardly the object of the 15th century chivalry, for the struggle between France and England then was engaging the most courageous warriors and the most practiced swords. Decay hurried on apace. This was not the only cause of such a fatal falling away. The portals of chivalry had been opened to too many unworthy candidates. It had been made vulgar. In consequence of having become so cheap, the grand title of knight was degraded. Eustace de Champ, in his fine, straightforward way, states the scandal boldly, and lashes it with his tongue. He says, "Picture to yourself the fact that the degree of knighthood is about to be conferred now upon babies of 8 and 10 years old." Well might this excellent man exclaim in another place, "Disorders always go on gathering strength, and even incomparable knights like Du Guesclin and Bayard cannot arrest the fatal course of the institution toward ruin." Chivalry was destined to disappear. It is very important that one should make oneself acquainted with the true character of such a downfall. France and England in the 14th and 15th centuries still boasted many high-bred knights. They exchanged the most superb defiances, the most audacious challenges, and proceeded from one country to another to run each other through the body proudly. The Beaumanoirs who drank their blood abounded. It was a question who would engage himself in the most incredible pranks, who would commit the most daring folly. They tell us afterward of the beautiful passages of arms, the grand feats performed, and the inimitable Froissart is the most charming of all these narrators, who make their readers as chivalrous as themselves. But we must tell everything. Among these knights, in beautiful armor, there was a band of adventurers who never observed and who could never understand certain commandments of the ancient chivalry. The laxity of luxury had everywhere replaced the rigorous enactments of the old manliness, and even warriors themselves loved their ease too much. The religious sentiment was not the dominant one in their minds, in which the idea of a crusade now never entered. They had not sufficient respect for the weakness of the Church, nor for other failings. They no longer felt themselves the champions of the good and the enemies of evil. Their sense of justice had become warped, as had love for their great native land. Again, what they termed the license of camps had grown very much worse, and we know in what condition Joan of Arc found the army of the king. Blasphemy and ribaldry in every quarter. The noble girl swept away these pests, but the effect of her actions was not long-lived. She was the person to re-establish chivalry, which in her found the purity of its now effaced type. But she died too soon, and had not sufficient imitators. There were, after her time, many chivalrous souls, and thank heaven there are still some among us. But the old institution is no longer with us. The events which we had the misfortune to witness did not give us any ground to hope that chivalry, extinct and dead, will rise again tomorrow to light and life. In St. Louis's time, caricature and parody, they were low-class forces, but forces nevertheless, had already commenced the work of destruction. We are in possession of an abominable little poem of the 13th century, which is nothing but a scatological pamphlet directed against chivalry. This ignoble Odigere, the author of which is the basest of men, is not the only attack which one may disinter from amid the literature of that period. If one wishes to draw up a really complete list, it would be necessary to include the Jobliot, the Renan, and the Rose, which constitute the most anti-chivalrous, I had nearly written the most Voltairian, works that I am acquainted with. The thread is easy enough to follow, from the 12th century down to the author of Don Quixote, which I do not confound with its infamous predecessors, to Cervantes, whose work has been fatal, but whose mind was elevated. However that may be, Parody and the parodists were themselves a cause of decay. They weakened morals. Gallic-like, they popularized little bourgeois sentiments, narrow-minded, satirical sentiments. They inoculated manly souls with contempt for such great things as one performs disinterestedly. This disdain is a sure element of decay, and we may regard it as an announcement of death. Against the knights who here and there showed themselves unworthy and degenerate was put in practice the terrible apparatus of degradation. Modern historians of chivalry have not failed to describe in detail all the rites of this solemn punishment, and we have presented to us a scene which is well calculated to excite the imagination of the most matter-of-fact, and to make the most timid hearts swell. The knight judicially condemned to submit to this shame was first conducted to a scaffold, where they broke or trod underfoot all his weapons. He saw his shield, with device effaced, turned upside down, and trailed in the mud. Priests, after reciting prayers for the vigil of the dead, pronounced over his head the psalm Duilodamia, which contains terrible maledictions against traitors. The herald of arms, who carried out this sentence, took from the hands of the pursuivant of arms a basin full of dirty water, and threw it all over the head of the recreant knight in order to wash away the sacred character which had been conferred upon him by the accolade. The guilty one, degraded in this way, was subsequently thrown upon a hurdle or upon a stretcher, covered with a mortuary cloak, and finally carried to the church, where they repeated the same prayers and the same ceremonies as for the dead. This was really terrible, even if somewhat theatrical, and it is easy to see that this complicated ritual contained only a very few ancient elements. In the 12th century, the ceremonial of degradation was infinitely more simple. The spurs were hacked off close to the heels of the guilty knight. Nothing could be more summary or more significant. Such a person was publicly denounced as unworthy to ride on horseback, and consequently quite unworthy to be a knight. The more ancient and chivalrous, the less theatrical it is. It is so in many other institutions in the histories of all nations. That such a penalty may have prevented a certain number of treasons and forfeitures, we willingly admit, but one cannot expect it to preserve all the whole body of chivalry from that decadence, from which no institution of human establishment can escape. Notwithstanding inevitable weaknesses and accidents, the decalogue of chivalry has nonetheless been regnant in some millions of souls which it has made pure and great. These 10 commandments have been the rules and the reins of youthful generations, who without them would have been wild and undisciplined. This legislation, in fact, which, to tell the truth, is only one of the chapters of the great Catholic Code, has raised the moral level of humanity. Besides, chivalry is not yet quite dead. No doubt the ritual of chivalry, the solemn reception, the order itself, and the ancient oaths no longer exist. No doubt among these grand commandments there are many which are known only to the erudite, and which the world is unacquainted with. The Catholic faith is no longer the essence of modern chivalry. The Church is no longer seated on the throne, around which the old knights stand with their drawn swords. Islam is no longer the hereditary enemy. We have another, which threatens us nearer home. Widows and orphans have need rather of the tongues of advocates than of the iron weapons of the knights. There are no more duties toward liege lords to be fulfilled, and we do not even want any kind of superior lord at all. Largesse is now confounded with charity, and the becoming hatred of evil-doing is no longer our chief, our best passion. But whatever we may do, there still remains to us, in the marrow, a certain leaven of chivalry which preserves us from death. There are still in the world an immense number of fine souls, strong and upright souls, who hate all that is small and mean, who know and who practice all the delicate promptings of honor, and who prefer death to an unworthy action or to a lie. That is what we owe to chivalry. That is what it has bequeathed to us. On the day when these last vestiges of such grand past are effaced from our souls, we shall cease to exist. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 13. Conversion of Vladimir the Great. Introduction of Christianity into Russia, A.D. 988 to 1015, by A. N. Muravyov. According to early Greek and Roman writers, Russia in their time was inhabited by Scythians and Sarmatians. The Greeks established commercial relations with the most southerly tribes. In the 4th and 5th centuries, during the migrations of the nations, Russia was invaded by Goths, Alans, Huns, Avars, and Bulgarians, who however made no settlements. They were followed by the Slavs, who are looked upon as the Sarmatians already mentioned. The Slavs settled as far north as the Upper Volga. The chief settlements were Novgorod and Kiev, which became the capitals of independent principalities, Novgorod especially becoming an important commercial and trading center. The commerce northward through the Baltic was subject to the attacks of the Scandinavian Northmen known as Varangians. They demanded tribute of the Slavs and on its refusal attacked and captured Novgorod. A little later Novgorod established its independence as a republic, but within a few years we find this section controlled by Varangian tribe from Ras, a district of Sweden. This tribe was led by 3 brothers, Rurik the Peaceful, Sineus the Victorious, and Truvor the Faithful, who settled and ruled in different parts of the country. In 864, on the death of his brothers, Rurik consolidated their territories with his, assumed the title of Grand Prince, peaceably took possession of Novgorod, and made it his capital, naming the country Russia after his native place. With the advent of the Varangians, the authentic history of Russia begins. The millenary of that event was celebrated in 1862 at Novgorod as the foundation of the Russian Empire. Rurik died in 879. In the next 100 years his successors conquered many neighboring lands and added them to the empire. Kiev became the capital. Numerous invasions into the territory of the Greek Empire were made, and Constantinople was frequently attacked, resulting sometimes in repulse, and at others in exacting heavy tribute from the Eastern Emperor. Treaties were executed, and a gradual growth of commerce and intercourse between the Greeks and Russians took place. Olga, the famous and popular widow of Rurik's son Igor, became a Christian and was baptized in Constantinople in 955, and during the rest of her life lent her powerful influence to the spread of the faith. And though her son, the Emperor Sviatoslav, remained a pagan throughout his reign, Christianity continued to grow, and the general Christianization of Russia during the reign of her grandson Vladimir was aided materially by the great example of the good Queen Olga. In 970, Sviatoslav divided his empire among his 3 sons, Yaropolk I, Oleg, and Vladimir. After the death of Sviatoslav in 972, civil war began between the 3 brothers. Oleg was killed and Vladimir fled to Sweden. In 980, supported by a force of Varangians, Vladimir returned, captured Novgorod and Kiev, and put Yaropolk to death. Under Vladimir, later known as the Vladimir the Great, Russia increased in importance, and civilization was enhanced by the spread of Christianity through the missionary efforts of the Greek Church, now the Holy Orthodox Catholic Apostolic Oriental Church. It is therefore not strange that the Russian prelates were distinguished by their loyalty and fidelity to the Greek Church throughout the continued conflicts between it and the Roman Church which resulted in their separation in 1054. In the 15th century, with the consent of the Patriarchate of Constantinople, the Orthodox Greco-Russian Church assumed national independence and became the state church, and after the establishment of Mahometanism in Constantinople, since its capture by Mohammed II in 1453, the reigning Tsar of Russia has come to be regarded not only as the temporal and spiritual head of the Greek Church by the great mass of adherents which form the bulk of the population in Russia, but also as the champion of all the followers of the Church in Greece and throughout the Orient. The story of the introduction of Christianity into Russia presents an interesting psychological study of the growth and development of the religious sentiment inherent in man, be he never so brutalized and barbarous. Notwithstanding its display of national pride and bias, pardonable in a native historian, Morovyev's account is exceedingly interesting. The Russian Church, like the other Orthodox churches of the East, had an apostle for its founder, St. Andrew, the first called of the 12, hailed with his blessing long beforehand the destined introduction of Christianity into our country, ascending up and penetrating by the Dnieper into the deserts of Scythia. He planted the first cross on the hills of Kiev. "See you," said he to his disciples, "these hills? On these hills shall shine the light of divine grace. There shall be here a great city, and God shall have in it many churches to his name." Such are the words of the holy Nestor, the monk and annalist of the Pechersky monastery, that point from whence Christian Russia has sprung. But it was only after an interval of 9 centuries that the rays of divine light beamed upon Russia from the walls of Byzantium, in which city the same apostle, St. Andrew, had appointed Stachys to be the first bishop, and so committed, as it were, to him and to his successors, in the spirit of prescience, the charge of that wide region in which he had himself preached Christ. Hence the indissoluble connection of the Russian with the Greek Church, and the dependence of her metropolitans during 6 centuries upon the patriarchal throne of Constantinople, until, with its consent, she obtained her own equality and independence in that which was accorded to her native primates. The Bulgarians of the Danube, the Moravians, and the Slavonians of Illyria had been already enlightened by holy baptism about the middle of the 9th century, during the reign of the Greek Emperor Michael and the patriarchate of the illustrious Photius. Saint Cyril and Saint Methodius, 2 learned Greek brothers, translated into the Slavonic the New Testament and the books used in divine service, and according to some accounts, even the whole Bible. This translation of the Word of God became afterward a most blessed instrument for the conversion of the Russians, for the missionaries were by it enabled to expound the truths of the gospel to the heathens in their native dialect, and so win for them a readier entrance to their hearts. Oskold and Dur, 2 princes of Kiev and the companions of Rurik, were the first of the Russians who embraced Christianity. In the year 866 they made their appearance in armed vessels before the walls of Constantinople, when the emperor was absent, and threw their Greek capital into no little alarm and confusion. Tradition reports that the Patriarch Photius took the virginal robe of the Mother of God from the Black-Herne Church and plunged it beneath the waves of the strait, when the sea immediately boiled up from underneath and wrecked the vessels of the heathen. Struck with awe, they believed in that God who had smitten them, and became the first fruits of their people to the Lord. The hymn of victory of the Greek Church. To the protecting conductress, in honor of the Most Holy Virgin, has remained a memorial of this triumph, and even now concludes the office for the first hour in the daily matins, for that was indeed the first hour of salvation to the land of Russia. It is probable that on their return to their own country, the princes of Kiev sowed there the seeds of Christianity, for 80 years afterward, on occasion of a conference for peace between the Prince Igor and certain Byzantine ambassadors, we find a mention already of a church of the prophet Elias in Kiev, where the Christian Varangians swore to the observance of the treaty. Constantine Porphyrogenitus and other Greek annalists even relate that in the lifetime of Oscold there was a bishop sent to the Russians by the Emperor Basil the Macedonian and the Patriarch Saint Ignatius, and that he made many converts, chiefly in consequence of the miraculous preservation of a volume of the Gospels, which was thrown publicly into the flames and taken out after some time unconsumed. Also in Condinus' Catalogue of Sees subject to the Patriarch of Constantinople, the metropolitical see of Russia appears as early as the year 891. Lastly, it is certain that many of the Varangians who served in the imperial bodyguard were Christians, and that the Greek sovereigns never lost sight of any opportunity of converting them to their own faith, by which they hoped to soften their savage manners. When the Emperor Leo was concluding a peace with Oleg, he showed not only his own treasures to the ambassadors of the Russian prince, but also the splendor of the churches, the holy relics, the precious icons, and the instruments of the passion of our Lord, if by any means they might catch from them the spirit of the faith. Some such influences as these, while Christianity as yet was only struggling for an uncertain existence at Kiev, produced in good time their effect on the wisest of the daughters of the Slavonians, the widowed Princess Olga, who governed Russia during the minority of her son Sviatoslav. She undertook a voyage to Constantinople for no other end than to obtain a knowledge of the true God, and there she received baptism at the hands of the Patriarch Polyectes, the Emperor Constantine Porphyrogenitus himself, who admired her wisdom, being her godfather. Nestor draws an affecting picture of the Patriarch foretelling to the newly illumined princess the blessings which were to descend by her means on future generations of the Russians, while Olga, now become Helena by baptism, that she might resemble both in name and deed the mother of Constantine the Great, stood meekly bowing down her head and drinking in, as a sponge that is thirsty of moisture, the instructions of the prelate concerning the canons of the Church, fasting, prayer, almsgiving, and continence, all which she observed with exactness on her return to her own country. Although, in spite of all her entreaties, the fierce and warlike Prince Sviatoslav persisted in refusing to humble his proud heart under the meek yoke of Christ, he had still so much affection for his mother as not to persecute such as agreed with her in religion, but even to allow them freely to make open profession of their faith under the protection of that princess. He confided his children to her care during his incessant military expeditions, and so enabled her to confirm the saving impressions of Christianity among the people who respected her, and to instill them into the mind of her young grandson Vladimir, for nothing sinks so deep in the heart as the simple and affectionate words of a mother. The princess had with her a priest named Gregory, whom she had brought from Constantinople, and by him she was buried after her death in the spot which she had herself appointed, without any of the usual pagan ceremonies. The people, by whom she had been surnamed the Wise during life, began to bless her for a saint after her death, when they came themselves to follow the example of this morning star, which had risen and gone before to lead Russia into the path of salvation. Nowhere has Christianity ever been less persecuted at its first introduction than in our own country. The chronicle speaks of only 2 Christian martyrs, the Varangians Theodore and John, who were put to death by the fury of the people because one of them, from natural affection, had refused to give up his son when he had been devoted by the Prince Vladimir to be offered as a sacrifice to Perun. Probably the very zeal of this prince for the heathen deities, to whom he set up statues and multiplied altars, may have inspired the neighboring nations with the desire of converting so powerful a ruler to their respective creeds. And thus his blind impulse towards the deity, which was unknown to him, received a true direction. The Mahometan Bulgarians were the first to send ambassadors to him with the offer of their faith, but the mercy of Providence, for so it plainly was, inspired him to give them a decided refusal on the ground that he did not choose to comply with some of their regulations, though else a sensual religion might well have enticed a man who was given up to the indulgence of his passions. The Saracen Jews flattered themselves with the hope of attracting the prince by boasting of their religion and the ancient glory of Jerusalem. But where, demanded the wise grandson of Olga, is your country? It is ruined by the wrath of God for the sins of our fathers, was their answer. Vladimir then said that he had no mind to embrace the law of a people whom God had abandoned. There came also Western doctors from Germany who would have persuaded Vladimir to embrace Christianity, but their Christianity seemed strange to him, for Russia had hitherto no acquaintance but with Byzantium. Return home, he said, our ancestors did not receive this religion from you. A Greek embassy had the best success of them all. A certain philosopher, a monk named Constantine, after having exposed the insufficiency of other religions, eloquently set before the prince those judgments of God which are in the world, the redemption of the human race by the blood of Christ, and the retribution of the life to come. His discourse powerfully affected the heathen monarch, who was burdened with the heavy sins of a tumultuous youth, and this was particularly the case when the monk pointed out to him on an icon which represented the last judgment, the different lot of the just and of the wicked. Good to see on the right hand, but woe to those on the left, exclaimed Vladimir, deeply affected. But sensual nature still struggled in him against heavenly truth. Having dismissed the missionary or ambassador with presents, he still hesitated to decide, and wished first to examine further concerning the faith, in concert with the elders of his council, that all Russia might have a share in his conversion. The council of the prince decided to send chosen men to make their observations on each religion on the spot where it was professed, and this public agreement explains in some degree the sudden and general acceptance of Christianity which shortly after followed in Russia. It is probable that not only the chiefs, but the common people also, were expecting and ready for the change. The Greek emperors did not fail to profit by this favorable opportunity, and the patriarch himself in person celebrated the divine liturgy in the church of St. Sophia with the utmost possible magnificence before the astonished ambassadors of Vladimir. The sublimity and splendor of the service struck them, but we do not ascribe to the mere external impression that softening of the hearts of these heathens on which depended the conversion of a whole nation. From the very earliest times of the Church, extraordinary signs of God's power have constantly gone hand in hand with that apparent weakness of man by which the gospel was preached, and so also the Byzantine Chronicle relates of the Russian ambassadors, that during the divine liturgy, at the time of carrying the holy gifts in procession to the throne or altar, and singing the cherubic hymn, the eyes of their spirits were opened, and they saw, as in an ecstasy, glittering youths who joined in singing the hymn of the Thrice Holy. Being thus fully persuaded of the truth of the Orthodox faith, they returned to their own country, already Christians in heart, and without saying a word before the prince in favor of the other religions, they declared thus concerning the Greek: When we stood in the temple, we did not know where we were, for there is nothing else like it upon earth. There, in truth, God has its dwelling with men, and we can never forget the beauty we saw there. No one who has once tasted sweets will afterward take that which is bitter, nor can we now any longer abide in heathenism. Then the boyars said to Vladimir, If the religion of the Greeks had not been good, your grandmother Olga, who was the wisest of women, would not have embraced it. The weight of the name of Olga decided her grandson, and he said no more in answer than these words: Where shall we be baptized? But Vladimir, led by a sense which had not yet been purged by Greece, thought it best to follow the custom of his ancestors, who made warlike descents upon Constantinople, and so win to himself, sword in hand, his new religion. He embarked his warriors on board their vessels and attacked Cherson in the Tauride, a city which was subject to the emperors Basil and Constantine. After a long and unsuccessful siege, a certain priest named Anastasius, by means of an arrow shot from the town, informed the prince that the fate of the besieged depended upon his cutting off the aqueducts which supplied them with water. Vladimir in great joy made a vow that he would be baptized if he gained possession of the town, and he did gain possession of it. Then he sent to Constantinople to demand from the Greek emperor the hand of their sister Anna, and they in answer proposed as a condition that he should embrace Christianity. For though they themselves desired an alliance with so powerful a prince, they at the same time took care to follow the prudent and pious policy of their predecessors, who had ever sought to bring their fierce neighbors under the humanizing influence of the faith. The prince declared his consent, because, in his own words, he had long since examined and conceived a love for the Greek law. It was her faith alone which influenced the princess to sacrifice herself at once for the temporal interests of her own country and for the eternal welfare of a strange people. Accompanied by a venerable body of clergy, she sailed for Cherson, and on her arrival induced the prince to hasten to his baptism. For it was so ordered, says the pious annalist, by the wisdom of God, that the sight of the prince was at that time much affected by a complaint of the eyes, but at the moment that the bishop of Cherson laid his hands upon him, when he had risen up out of the bath of regeneration, Vladimir suddenly received not only spiritual illumination, but also the bodily sight of his eyes, and cried out, "Now I have seen the true God." Many of the prince's suite were so struck by his miraculous recovery that they followed his example and were baptized in like manner, and these were doubtless afterward zealous for the introduction of Christianity into their country. The baptism and marriage of Vladimir were both celebrated in the church of the Most Holy Mother of God, and hence, no doubt, arose his peculiar zeal for the Most Pure Virgin, to whose honor he afterward erected a cathedral church in his own city of Kiev. In Cherson itself he built a church in the name of his angel or patron Saint Basil, and taking with him the relics of Saint Clement, Bishop of Rome, and his disciple Thebas, with church vessels and ornaments and icons, he restored the city to be again under the power of the emperors, and returned to Kiev, accompanied by the princess, their daughter, and her Greek ecclesiastics. Nestor makes no mention of any of the bishops and priests from Constantinople and Cherson who followed in the train of a prince, excepting only of one, Anastasius, the priest who had rendered him such good service during the siege. But the books of the genealogies give the name of Michael, a Syrian by birth, and of 6 other bishops who were sent together with him to Cherson by the patriarch Nicholas Chrysoberges. Some have ventured to suppose that Michael was the name of the bishop of the times of Oscald, but Nestor says nothing about him, and this much only is certain, that he stands the first in the list of the metropolitans of Russia. After his return to Kiev, the great prince caused his 12 sons to be baptized, and proceeded to destroy the monuments of heathenism. He ordered Perun to be thrown into the Dnieper. The people at first followed their idol as it was borne down the stream, but were soon quieted when they saw that the statue had no power to help itself. And now Vladimir, being surrounded and supported by believers in his own domestic circle, and encouraged by seeing that his boyars and suite were prepared and ready to embrace the faith, made a proclamation to the people, that whoever on the morrow should not repair to the river, whether rich or poor, he should hold him for his enemy. At the call of their respected lord, all the multitude of the citizens in troops with their wives and children, flocked to the Dnieper, and without any manner of opposition received holy baptism as a nation from the Greek bishops and priests. Nestor draws a touching picture of this baptism of a whole people at once. Some stood in the water up to their necks, others up to their breasts, holding their young children in their arms. The priests read the prayers from the shore, naming at once whole companies by the same name. He who was the means of thus bringing them to salvation, filled with a transport of joy at the affecting sight, cried out to the Lord, offering and commending into his hands himself and his people. O great God, who hast made heaven and earth, look down upon these thy new people. Grant them, O Lord, to know thee, the true God, as thou hast been made known to Christian lands, and confirm in them a true and unfailing faith, and assist me, O Lord, against my enemy that opposes me, that trusting in thee and in thy power I may overcome all his wiles. Vladimir erected the first church, that of Saint Basil, after whom he was named, on the very mount which had formerly been sacred to Perun, adjoining his own palace. Thus was Russia enlightened. So sudden and ready a conversion of the inhabitants of Kiev might well seem improbable, that is, unless effected by violence, did we not attend to the fact that the Russians had been gradually becoming enlightened ever since the times of Oscold, for more than 100 years, by means of commerce, treaties of peace, and relations of every kind with the Greeks, as well with the Bulgarians and Slavonians of kindred origin with ourselves, who had already been long in possession of the Holy Scriptures in their own language. The constant endeavours of the Greek emperors for the conversion of the Russians by means of their ambassadors and preachers, the tolerance of the princes, the example and protection of Olga, and the very delay and hesitation of Vladimir in selecting his religion, must have favourably disposed the minds of the people towards it, especially if it be true, as has been asserted, that Russia had already had a bishop in the time of Oscold. In a similar way, though under different circumstances, in the vast Roman Empire, the conversion of Constantine the Great suddenly rendered Christianity the dominant religion, because in fact it had long before penetrated among all ranks of his subjects. Vladimir engaged zealously in building churches throughout the towns and villages of his dominions, and sent priests to preach in them. He also founded many towns all around Kiev, and so propagated and confirmed the Christian religion in the neighbourhood of the capital, from whence the new colonies were sent forth. Neither was he slow in establishing schools, into which he brought together the children of the boyars, sometimes even in spite of the unwillingness of their rude parents. In the meantime, the metropolitan with his bishops made progresses into the interior of Russia, to the cities of Rostov and Novgorod, everywhere baptizing and instructing the people. Vladimir himself, for the same good end, went in company with other bishops to the district of Suzdal and to Volhynia. The boyars on the Volga and some of the Pechernigian princes embraced the gospel of salvation together with his subjects, and rejoiced to be admitted to holy baptism. The pious prince wished to see in his own capital a magnificent temple in honor of the birth of the Most Holy Virgin, to be a likeness and memorial of that of Cherson, in which he himself had been baptized, and the year after his conversion he sent to Greece for builders, and laid the foundation of the first stone cathedral in Russia, on the very same spot where the Varangian martyrs had suffered. But the first metropolitan was not to live to its completion. Only his holy remains were buried in it, and were thence translated afterward to the Pechersky Lavra. Another metropolitan, Leontius, a Greek by birth, sent by the same patriarch Nicholas, consecrated the new temple, to the great satisfaction of Vladimir, who made a vow to endow it with the 10th part of all his revenues, and from hence it was called the Cathedral of the Tithes. These tithes, according to the ordinance ascribed to Prince Vladimir, consisted of the fixed quota of corn, cattle, and the profits of trade, for the support of the clergy and the poor, and besides this there was a further tithe collected from every cause which was tried. For the right of judging causes was granted to the bishops and the metropolitan, and they judged according to the nomocanon. The canons of the holy councils and the Greek ecclesiastical laws, together with the Holy Scriptures, were taken, from the very first, as the basis of all ecclesiastical administration in Russia, and together with them there came into use some portions also of the civil law of the Greeks, through the influence of the Church. The care of the new temple and the collection of tithes for its support were entrusted to a native of Cherson named Anastasius, who enjoyed the confidence of Vladimir and his successors. The light of Christianity had now been diffused throughout the whole of Russia, but still the faith was nowhere as yet firmly established, because there were no bishops regularly settled in the towns. The metropolitan Leontius formed the first 5 dioceses, and appointed Joachim of Cherson to be bishop of Novgorod, Theodorus of Rostov, Neophytus of Chernigov, Stephen the Volhynian of Vladimir, and Niketas of Belgorod. Assisted by Dobrina, the uncle of the great prince, who had long governed in Novgorod, the new bishop Joachim threw the statue of Perun into the Volkhov and broke down the idolatrous altars without any opposition on the part of the citizens, for they too, like the inhabitants of Kiev, from their comparative degree of civilization and from their relations of intercourse with the Greeks, were in all probability already favorably disposed for the reception of Christianity. Tradition asserts that even as far back as the time of St. Olga, the hermits Sergius and Germanus lived upon the desolate island of Balaam in the lake Ladoga, and that from thence St. Abramius went forth to preach Christ to the savage inhabitants of Rostov. The attempt to found a diocese at Rostov was less successful. The first 2 bishops, Theodore and Hilarion, were driven away by the fierce tribes of the forest district of Mary, who held obstinately to their idols in spite of the zeal of St. Abramius. It cost the 2 succeeding bishops, St. Leontius and St. Isaiah, many years of extraordinary labor and exertion, attended frequently by persecutions, before they at length succeeded in establishing Christianity in that savage region from whence it spread itself by degrees into all the surrounding districts. Thus Vladimir, having piously observed the commandments of Christ during the course of his long reign, had the consolation of seeing before his death the fruits of his own conversion in all the wide extent of his dominions. He departed this life in peace at Kiev, and was soon reckoned with his grandmother Olga among the guardian saints of Russia. John, the 3rd Metropolitan, who had been sent from Constantinople upon the death of Leontius, buried the prince in the church of the Tithes, which he had built, near the tomb of the Grecian princess his wife, and the uncorrupted relics of St. Olga were translated to the same spot. End of section 13.
Chapter 14 of The Great Events by Famous Historians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in July 2020. The Great Events by Famous Historians. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Leif Erikson discovers America, A.D. 1000. Charles C. Raffan. Saga of Eric the Red. Besides the Northmen or Norsemen, those ancient Scandinavians celebrated in history for their adventurous exploits at sea, the Chinese and the Welsh have laid claim to the discovery of North America at periods much earlier than that of Columbus and the Cabots. But to the Norse sailors alone is it generally agreed that credit for that achievement is probably due. Associated with their supposed arrival and sojourn on the coast of what is now New England about AD 1000, the Round Tower or Old Stone Mill at Newport, Rhode Island, the mysterious inscription on the Dighton Rock in Massachusetts, and the skeleton in armor dug up at Fall River, Massachusetts, and made the subject of a ballad by Longfellow, have figured prominently in the discussion of this pre-Columbian discovery. But these conjectural evidences are no longer regarded as having any connection with historical probability or as dating back to the time of the Northmen. It is considered, however, to be pretty certain that at the end of the 10th century, or at the beginning of the 11th, the Northmen reached the shores of North America. About that time, it is known, they settled Iceland, and from there a colony went to Greenland, where they long remained. From there, either by design or by accident, some of them, it is supposed, may have reached the coast of Labrador, and thence sailed down until they came to the region which they named Finland. From there they sent home glowing accounts to their countrymen in the northern lands, who came in larger numbers to join them in the New World. About the middle of the 19th century, great interest among students of this subject was aroused by a work written by Professor C.C. Raffen of the Royal Society of Northern Antiquaries, Copenhagen. In this work, Antiquates Americanae, the proofs of this visit of the Northmen to the shores of North America were convincingly set forth. In the same work, the Icelandic sagas, written in the 14th century, and containing the original accounts of the Northmen's voyages to Finland, were first brought prominently before modern scholars. Although many other writings on the voyages have since appeared, the great work of Raffen still holds its place of authority, very little in the way of new material having been brought to light. The portion of his narrative which follows covers the main facts of the history, and the translation from the saga furnishes an excellent example of its quaint and simple narration. Charles C. Raffen. Eric the Red, in the spring of 986, emigrated from Iceland to Greenland, formed a settlement there, and fixed his residence at Brattahlid in Eriksfjord. Among others who accompanied him was Herjolf Bardsson, who established himself at Herjolfsnes. Bjarne, the son of the latter, was at that time absent on a trading voyage to Norway, but in the course of the summer returning to Eirar in Iceland, and finding that his father had taken his departure, this bold navigator resolved still to spend the following winter, like all the preceding ones, with his father, although neither he nor any of his people had ever navigated the Greenland Sea. They set sail, but met with northerly winds and fogs, and, after many days' sailing, knew not whither they had been carried. At length, when the weather again cleared up, they saw a land which was without mountains, overgrown with wood, and having many gentle elevations. As this land did not correspond to the descriptions of Greenland, they left it on the larboard hand, and continued sailing 2 days, when they saw another land, which was flat and overgrown with wood. From thence they stood out to sea, and sailed 3 days with a southwest wind, when they saw a third land which was high and mountainous and covered with icebergs, glaciers. They coasted along the shore and saw that it was an island. They did not go on shore, as Bjarne did not find the country to be inviting. Bearing away from this island, they stood out to sea with the same wind, and, after 4 days' sailing with fresh gales, they reached Herjolfsnes in Greenland. Some time after this, probably in the year 994, Bjarne paid a visit to Eric, Earl of Norway, and told him of his voyage and of the unknown lands he had discovered. He was blamed by many for not having examined these countries more accurately. On his return to Greenland, there was much talk about undertaking a voyage of discovery. Leif, a son of Eric the Red, bought Bjarne's ship and equipped it with a crew of 35 men, among whom was a German of the name of Tyrka, who had long resided with his father, and who had been very fond of life in his childhood. In the year 1000 they commenced the projected voyage, and came first to the land which Bjarne had seen last. They cast anchor and went on shore. No grass was seen, but everywhere in this country were vast ice mountains, glaciers, and the intermediate space between these and the shore was, as it were, one uniform plain of slate, Hella. The country appearing to them destitute of good qualities, they called it Hellu land. They put out to sea and came to another land, where they also went on shore. The country was very level and covered with woods, and wheresoever they went there were cliffs of white sand, sand hvitir, and a low coast, or Soebrat. They called the country Markland, woodland. From thence they again stood out to sea with a northeast wind, and continued sailing for 2 days before they made land again. They then came to an island which lay to the eastward of the mainland. They sailed westward in waters where there was much ground left dry at ebb tide. Afterward they went on shore at a place where a river, issuing from a lake, fell into the sea. They brought their ship into the river, and from thence into the lake, where they cast anchor. Here they constructed some temporary log huts, but later, when they had made up their mind to winter there, they built large houses, afterward called Leifsbudir, life-booths. When the buildings were completed, Leif divided his people into 2 companies, who were by turns employed in keeping watch at the houses and in making small excursions for the purpose of exploring the country in the vicinity. His instructions to them were that they should not go to a greater distance than that they might return in the course of the same evening, and that they should not separate from one another. Leif took his turn also, joining the exploring party the one day and remaining at the houses the other. It so happened that one day the German, Turka, was missing. Leif accordingly went out with 12 men in search of him, but they had not gone far from their houses when they met him coming toward them. When Leif inquired why he had been so long absent, he at first answered in German, but they did not understand what he said. He then said to them in the Norse tongue, "I did not go much farther, yet I have a discovery to acquaint you with. I have found vines and grapes." He added, by way of confirmation, that he had been born in a country where there were plenty of vines. They had now 2 occupations, namely, to hew timber for loading the ship and collect grapes. With these last they filled the ship's longboat. Leif gave a name to the country and called it Vinland, Vineland. In the spring they sailed again from thence and returned to Greenland. Leif's Vineland voyage was now a subject of frequent conversation in Greenland, and his brother Thorvald was of opinion that the country had not been sufficiently explored. He, accordingly, borrowed Leif's ship, and, aided by his brother's counsel and directions, commenced the voyage in the year 1002. He arrived at Leif's booths in Vineland, where they spent the winter, he and his crew employing themselves in fishing. In the spring of 1003, Thorvald sent a party in the ship's longboat on a voyage of discovery southward. They found the country beautiful and well wooded, with but little space between the woods and the sea. There were likewise extensive ranges of white sand and many islands and shallows. They found no traces of men having been there before them, excepting on an island lying to westward, where they found a wooden shed. They did not return to Leif's booths until the fall. In the following summer, 1004, Thorvald sailed eastward with the large ship, and then northward past a remarkable headland enclosing a bay, and which was opposite to another headland. They called it Kjal Arnes, Keel Cape. From thence they sailed along the eastern coast of the land, into the nearest firths, to a promontory which there projected, and which was everywhere overgrown with wood. There Thorvald went ashore with all his companions. He was so pleased with this place that he exclaimed, "This is beautiful, and here I should like well to fix my dwelling." Afterwards, when they were prepared to go on board, they observed on the sandy beach, within the promontory, 3 hillocks, and repairing thither they found 3 canoes, under each of which were 3 Skrellings, Eskimo. They came to blows with the latter and killed 8, but the 9th escaped with his canoe. Afterward a countless number issued forth against them from the interior of the bay. They endeavoured to protect themselves by raising battle screens on the ship's side. The Skrellings continued shooting at them for a while and then retired. Thorvald was wounded by an arrow under the arm, and finding that the wound was mortal, he said, "I now advise you to prepare for your departure as soon as possible. But me ye shall bring to the promontory, where I thought it good to dwell. It may be that it was a prophetic word that fell from my mouth about my abiding there for a season. There shall ye bury me, and plant a cross at my head, and another at my feet, and call the place Cross-Arnes, crossness, in all time becoming." He died, and they did as he had ordered. Afterward they returned to their companions at Leif's booths and spent the winter there, but in the spring of 1005 they sailed again to Greenland, having important intelligence to communicate to Leif. Thorstein, Eric's third son, had resolved to proceed to Vineland to fetch his brother's body. He fitted out the same ship and selected 25 strong and able-bodied men for his crew. His wife, Gudrida, also went along with him. They were tossed about the ocean during the whole summer, and knew not whither they were driven, but at the close of the first week of winter they landed at Ljusufjord in the western settlement of Greenland. There Thorstein died during the winter, and in the spring Gudriga returned again to Eriksfjord. End of chapter 14.
Section 15 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 15, Leif Erikson Discovers America, AD 1000. Saga of Eric the Red. There was a man named Thorwald. He was a son of Asvald, Ulf's son, Ixna Thori's son. His son's name was Eric. He and his father went from Jaderen to Iceland on account of manslaughter, and settled on Hornstrandir, and dwelt at Draugr. There Thorwald died, and Eric then married Thorheld, a daughter of Jorund, Atli's son, and Thorbjorg the sheep-chested, who had been married before to Thorbjorn of the Hakadal family. Eric then removed from the north, and cleared land in Hakadal, and dwelt at Erikstadir by Vatnshorn. Then Eric's thralls caused a landslide on Volthiof's farm, Volthiofstadir. Eyjolf the Foul, Volthiof's kinsman, slew the thralls near Skeidsbruker, above Vatnshorn. For this, Eric killed Eyjolf the Foul, and he also killed Duling Hrafen at Leikskalar. Geirstein and Odd of Jorva, Eyjolf's kinsmen, conducted the prosecution for the slaying of their kinsmen, and Eric was in consequence banished from Hakadal. He then took possession of Broki and Ixni, and dwelt at Tradir on Sudri the first winter. It was at this time that he loaned Thorgest his outer diaspords. Eric afterward went to Ixni, and dwelt at Erikstad. He then demanded his outer diaspords, but did not obtain them. Eric then carried the outer diaspords away from Breda Bolstad, and Thorgest gave chase. They came to blows a short distance from the farm of Drangar. There 2 of Thorgest's sons were killed, and certain other men besides. After this, each of them retained a considerable body of men with him at his home. Styr gave Eric his support, as did also Eyjolf of Svinni, Thorbjorn, Vifil's son, and the sons of Thorbrand of Elptafirth, while Thorgest was backed by the sons of Thord the Yeller, and Thorgeir of Hitterdal, Aslak of Langadal, and his son Illugi. Eric and his people were condemned to outlawry at Thorsness Thing. He equipped his ship for a voyage in Eriksvåg, while Eyjolf concealed him in Diminervag, when Thorgest and his people were searching for him among the islands. He said to them that it was his intention to go in search of that land which Gunnbjorn, son of Ulf the Crow, saw when he was driven out of his course, westward across the main, and discovered Gunnbjorn's skerries. He told them that he would return again to his friends if he should succeed in finding that country. Thorbjorn and Eyjolf and Styr accompanied Eric out beyond the islands, and they parted with the greatest friendliness. Eric said to them that he would render them similar aid, so far as it might be within his power, if they should ever stand in need of his help. Eric sailed out to sea from Snæfellsjökull, and arrived at that ice mountain which is called Blacksark. Thence he sailed to the southward, that he might ascertain whether there was habitable country in that direction. He passed the first winter at Eriksea, near the middle of the western settlement. In the following spring he proceeded to Eriksfirth, and selected a site there for his homestead. That summer he explored the western uninhabited region, remaining there for a long time, and assigning many local names there. The second winter he spent at Eriksholms, beyond Varsnippa. But the third summer he sailed northward to Snæfell and into Raffensfirth. He believed then that he had reached the head of Eriksfirth. He turned back then and remained the third winter at Eriksea, at the mouth of Eriksfirth. The following summer he sailed to Iceland and landed in Breidafirth. He remained that winter with Ingolf at Holmlatur. In the spring he and Thorgest fought together, and Eric was defeated. After this a reconciliation was effected between them. That summer Eric set out to colonize the land which he had discovered, and which he called Greenland, because, he said, men would be the more readily persuaded thither if the land had a good name. Eric was married to a woman named Thorhild, and had 2 sons. One of these was named Thorstein, and the other Leif. They were both promising men. Thorstein lived at home with his father, and there was not at that time a man in Greenland who was accounted of so great promise as he. Leif had sailed to Norway, where he was at the court of King Olaf Tryggvason. When Leif sailed from Greenland in the summer, they were driven out of their course to the Hebrides. It was late before they got fair winds thence, and they remained there far into the summer. Leif became enamored of a certain woman whose name was Thorgunna. She was a woman of fine family, and Leif observed that she was possessed of rare intelligence. When Leif was preparing for his departure, Thorgunna asked to be permitted to accompany him. Leif inquired whether she had in this the approval of her kinsman. She replied that she did not care for it. Leif responded that he did not deem it the part of wisdom to abduct so high-born a woman in a strange country, and we so few in number. "It is by no means certain that thou shalt find this to be the better decision," said Thorgunna. "I shall put it to the proof, notwithstanding," said Leif. "Then I tell thee," said Thorgunna, "that I foresee that I shall give birth to a male child, and though thou give this no heed, yet will I rear the boy, and send him to thee in Greenland, when he shall be fit to take his place with other men. And I foresee that thou wilt get as much profit of this son as is thy due from this our parting. Moreover, I mean to come to Greenland myself before the end comes." Leif gave her a gold finger ring, a Greenland wadmal mantle, and a belt of walrus tusk. This boy came to Greenland and was called Thorgils. Leif acknowledged his paternity, and some men will have it that this Thorgils came to Iceland in the summer before the Froda wonder. However, this Thorgils was afterward in Greenland, and there seemed to be something not altogether natural about him before the end came. Leif and his companions sailed away from the Hebrides and arrived in Norway in the autumn. Leif went to the court of King Olaf Tryggvason. He was well received by the king, who felt that he could see that Leif was a man of great accomplishments. Upon one occasion the king came to speech with Leif, and asked him, "Is it thy purpose to sail to Greenland in the summer?" "It is my purpose," said Leif, "if it be your will." "I believe it will be well," answered the king, "and thither thou shalt go upon my errand, to proclaim Christianity there." Leif replied that the king should decide, but gave it as his belief that it would be difficult to carry this mission to a successful issue in Greenland. The king replied that he knew of no man who would be better fitted for this undertaking, and in thy hands the cause will surely prosper. "This can only be," said Leif, "if I enjoy the grace of your protection." Leif put to sea when his ship was ready for the voyage. For a long time he was tossed about upon the ocean, and came upon lands of which he had previously had no knowledge. There were self-sown wheat fields and vines growing there. There were also those trees there which are called manzur, and of all these they took specimens. Some of the timbers were so large that they were used in building. Leif found men upon a wreck, and took them home with him, and procured quarters for them all during the winter. In this wise he showed his nobleness and goodness, since he introduced Christianity into the country and saved the men from the wreck, and he was called Leif the Lucky ever after. Leif landed in Ericsfirth, and then went home to Brada Lid. He was well received by everyone. He soon proclaimed Christianity throughout the land and the Catholic faith, and announced King Olaf Tryggvason's messages to the people, telling them how much excellence and how great glory accompanied this faith. Eric was slow in forming the determination to forsake his old belief, but Theodild embraced the faith promptly and caused a church to be built at some distance from the house. This building was called Theodild's Church, and there she and those persons who had accepted Christianity, and there were many, were wont to offer their prayers. At this time there began to be much talk about a voyage of exploration to that country which Leif had discovered. The leader of this expedition was Thorstein Eriksson, who was a good man and an intelligent, and blessed with many friends. Eric was likewise invited to join them, for the men believed that his luck and foresight would be of great furtherance. He was slow in deciding, but did not say nay when his friends besought him to go. They thereupon equipped that ship in which Thorbjorn had come out, and 20 men were selected for the expedition. They took little cargo with them, naught else save their weapons and provisions. On that morning when Eric set out from his home, he took with him a little chest containing gold and silver. He hid this treasure and then went his way. He had proceeded but a short distance, however, when he fell from his horse and broke his ribs and dislocated his shoulder, whereat he cried, "Aye, aye." By reason of this accident, he sent his wife word that she should procure the treasure which he had concealed, for to the hiding of the treasure he attributed his misfortune. Thereafter they sailed cheerily out of Ericsfirth, in high spirits over their plan. They were long tossed about upon the ocean, and could not lay the course they wished. They came in sight of Iceland, and likewise saw birds from the Irish coast. Their ship was, in sooth, driven hither and thither over the sea. In autumn they turned back, worn out by toil and exposure to the elements, and exhausted by their labors, and arrived at Ericsfirth at the very beginning of winter. Then said Eric, "More cheerful were we in the summer, when we put out of the firth, but we still live, and it might have been much worse." Thorstein answers, "It will be a princely deed to endeavor to look well after the wants of all these men who are now in need, and to make provision for them during the winter." Eric answers, "It is ever true, as it is said, that it is never clear ere the winter comes, and so it must be here. We will act now upon thy counsel in this matter." All of the men who were not otherwise provided for accompanied the father and son. They landed thereupon and went home to Brada Lid, where they remained throughout the winter. End of section 15.